The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. It was no day at the beach at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Players dug in their heels and left everything on the boards going into the rest day. Vladimir Akopian looks back in control following a close call in round 4, extending his lead in the seniors with another win. In the juniors, a confident Christopher Yu got back to his winning ways, jumping into clear first. Jasmine Su was finally stopped but maintains her place atop the junior girls standings, outpacing the pack in second. After trading volleys for several rounds, the nation's best are recharged, rejuvenated, and ready to play. Day 6 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Welcome to round 6 of the US Juniors and Seniors. We're here in front of the St. Louis Zoo, which is a very fun place to visit and close to the tournament hall. Let's go back to the studio and start the day.
Leaders are starting to emerge, but 3 championships are still up for grabs. More great action in round 6 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and Cristian Chirila.
Good to see you, Nazi. Good to see you, Yasser.
Enjoy
you
your
guys
days?
I did.
It was great. It was great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. These national championships have been great fun to call, but that free day yesterday was sure well needed. Let's see what the players have prepared for today's round. Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings.
We start with the juniors. We have sole leader in the juniors, Christopher Yu, with 4 points. Only half point behind is Justin Wang. And then 4 players are sharing third place. Andy Woodward, Andrew Hong, Jason Wang, and Brewington Hardaway.
Quite the trailing pack there. And tell us about the girls' standings.
Also sole leader in the tournament, Jasmine Su, despite her loss in the last round. But now half point behind are 3 players, Alice Lee, Iris Mo, and Rose Atwell.
And for the senior championships.
In the seniors, Vladimir Akopian has been dominating the tournament so far. +4 score, Yasser.
Impressive, and a big gap, huh?
Yeah, 1.5 point gap. Sharing second is Larry Christiansen and Julio Becerra.
And for these 3 tournaments, the national championships, tell us about the format.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament. The time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. No draw offers allowed. And regular scoring system. Full point for a win, half for a draw, 0 for a loss.
With the free day behind us, what does this remaining schedule look like?
We have 4 more classical games left. And after that, if players are tied for first, we will have playoffs on Friday.
Oh, playoffs. Looking forward to those in case. Cristian, our leaders have impressed.
Absolutely. After the rest day, it almost feels like a new tournament is starting. Let's take a look at where the leaders are. We're going to start with the senior section. And I have to say, in this one, it has been the Vladimir Akopian show up to this round. 5 games, 5 brilliant games, even that draw in round 4. He was on the back foot, but he defended tenaciously. I have to say, just simply impressive. And right now, leading with authority, 1.5 points ahead in the lead. Has been tied for first or led every single round of the event so far. Let's take a look at what's happening in the junior girls section. In that one, I have to say, I was a bit impressed but surprised as well by one Jasmine Su, 3.5 points, but she lost her last round. So the trend right now is negative. She needs to bounce back because there's a pack of competitors closely behind, only half a point behind her. Has been tied for first or led every single round as well. Let's take a look at what's happening in the junior section. And this is the man to beat right now. He's brimming with confidence. Christopher Yu, 4 points out of 5, has been tied for first or led every single round except for round 3 because Justin Wang started with 3 out of 3. But he has the skills to pay the bills. He is the rating favorite, and I have to say it's going to be very difficult to stop him.
His preparation has been impressive as well, and it's my pleasure to introduce the 4th member of our broadcasting team, Kostya. Kostya, how did you enjoy your free day?
Oh, hello, Yasser. I had a very fun free day, actually. I played pickleball with one of the players from the U.S. Senior, Grandmaster Jesse Kraai. It was a great time. And yeah, let's just say we're very much looking forward to the round today. Second half of the tournament kicking off. I feel like the round after the rest day is always very interesting. Players have had all day to prepare, so we might see some opening surprises. And the match I'm actually looking forward to very much today is one in the U.S. Junior. We have the leader, Christopher Yu. He is half a point ahead of his next opponent, not his opponent, but of Justin Wang. But his opponent today, Brewington Hardaway, is a point behind Christopher. He's one of the players on 3 points. And these two have been playing the sharpest chess all tournament, just decisive games back and forth. And I have a feeling Brewington is just going to go for it today and try to take down the leader. So I think it's going to be a very, very exciting battle. If Christopher wins, then he is just doing great. And if Brewington wins, then it just opens up the entire tournament for everyone else. So for me, this is definitely the game to watch today in the U.S. Junior.
You, Kostya, key pairing to be sure. Nasi, do the honors and tell our audience about the pairings for all of the boards. Let's start with the juniors.
Let's take a look. In the juniors, pairings for round 6, we have Nicholas Ladan playing Andrew Hong, Jason Liang against Andy Woodward, and our key matchup, Brewington Hardaway playing Christopher Yu.
That's a big one.
No.
Justin Wang against Arthur Go, and Jason Wang playing Balaji Daggupati.
And in the junior girls,
the tournament leader, Jasmine Su, is playing Yasmin Asani.
ooh, big matchup.
Rose Atwell playing Iris Mo, another big matchup.
Exactly.
Rachel Lee against Megan Paragua, Chloe Go playing Zoe Tang, and Omya Vidyarthi against the top seed Alice Lee.
Feels like there's 3 marquee matchups in that one. And in the seniors,
Let's take a look. We have Alex Shabalov playing Gregory Kaidanov, Jesse Kraai against Larry Christiansen, and of course the key matchup is Julio Becerra against Vladimir Akopian.
Julio Becerra has been surging through the ranks right now.
and tied for second.
Melik Khachiyan playing Igor Novikov, and Douglas Root against Joel Benjamin.
Obviously, their players are playing for the national championship titles, but there's also some good money on the line, too.
Yes, let's take a look at the players first in the playing hall. So in the
Commentator's curse. Got you there. Tricked you.
total prize fund is $40,000. First place $12,000, second place $8,000, third place $5,000.
And in the junior girls,
Total prize fund $20,600. First place $6,000, second place $4,000, third place $3,000.
and the seniors are playing for quite a goodly amount.
Yeah, there's a big prize fund for the seniors, $75,000 total. And we see Alex Shabalov coming into the playing hall.
He needs to string some victories together because he's
Absolutely.
been having a rough patch the
Yeah.
last few rounds.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. As I was watching Brewington sit down against Christopher Yu, it really struck me how important this junior national championship is, because the winner does qualify for the U.S. championship. And if you're sitting there as this young man, Brewington is, and he's playing in his first junior championship, and suddenly, bang, bang, he's in the U.S. championship. He wins this tournament. He ascends to Mount Olympus.
What a great opportunity these junior players have.
Precisely.
And that's why it's so difficult to win this tournament. We've seen Abhimanyu actually win it last year. And
Exactly.
he played tremendously well in the US Championship. I think he tied for third or something along those lines.
He certainly did. And for Christopher Yu, you reminded me that when he won the championship and played in the
He
US
beat Wesley So in that
That's
tournament.
what I remember as well. And refusing a repetition.
Yes.
That
He also
was-
got disrespected along the way, on every level.
On every level. I think we did too.
We
That
did
was
too.
pretty
Yes,
good.
I
That
think
was pretty
everybody
good.
was getting disrespected that tournament.
Very, very, very nice. And I'm definitely going to come back to Kostya and ask them about that pickleball. I mean, inquiring minds want to
I'm a
know.
little bit offended I did not get invited.
Are you looking
I love
to
playing pickleball.
pick up pickleball? Yes.
Oh yeah,
No, I know
play
that.
yes, but I can teach you yes.
Oh, I'm ready. I have great racket skills, seriously.
It's
I was good in
tennis for
tennis.
people with bad knees.
I call
Now,
it.
you know you're going to be hated after this one.
I'm gonna get some hate on that.
Get a lot of hate mail. Send all your hate mail to Christian at Christian.com.
It looks like in the main hall today we have juniors and junior girls.
there we
The seniors are playing in the attic.
Exactly. And there we just see that the clocks have been started as round 6 gets underway.
Should we start with the Brewington Christopher U game?
Indeed. And as Christian had, as Kostya had mentioned it, both these two gentlemen, Brewington and Christopher, have been playing some of the sharpest chess. And remember that Sicilian encounter with that move e4 that Brewington faced.
And we did see Christopher play Caro-Kann 2 rounds ago.
Wow, so he's mixing it up as well.
Are we going to
What
see
type of
Najdorf
Sicilian will we see?
I think Najdorf.
or Sveshnikov?
Najdorf?
I think Najdorf, yes.
Sveshnikov?
No, Najdorf.
Sveshnikov
Potentially
is-
Rossolimo, but more likely as Sveshnikov.
That's an interesting choice. We're
D4.
gonna see D4, okay.
Okay, no Rossolimo. Let's just go for it.
Well, that's because, and this might be very much player-based. He played against Balaji Daggupati, the Sveshnikov.
Yes.
And he got in trouble out of the opening. You
Yes.
remember that?
Yes.
Novelty of the year.
Yes.
Pawn sacrifice with E4.
Exactly.
Perhaps Christopher looked at his opponent, saw some information, and then tried to tackle it based on that.
Right.
Let's see. Ooh, wait a minute.
What do we have?
I think G6.
Really?
I think there's a pawn on G6. Yes,
Yeah,
there is a
it
pawn
is.
on G6.
An
That's as sharp as
advanced.
it gets.
Yeah, and
This is accelerated dragon, right?
accelerated dragon indeed.
Inviting C4.
Now, C2, C4 has long been considered the best way of meeting
There it
the
is.
accelerated dragon as you try to get what is notoriously known as the Maroczy bind. You put your pawns on C4 and E4, making it very difficult for black to ever counter-strike in the center. Knight F6, Knight C3, Bishop G7, and that has been, wow, I want to say the accelerated dragon more in the 80s. Today, it's less popular. You'll remember that Melik set last year won a very nice game on the black side
He did,
of the
yes.
accelerated. It was almost like a model game.
Yes, yes.
It's because people aren't familiar with it anymore.
Exactly.
They lost touch with
Well,
the
these young
opening.
players are reviving that old opening.
It's out of
Exactly.
fashion, but right now it's coming back, definitely. And I think Abhimanyu tried it as well against Fabiano in his last game at the US Championship. Didn't go well for him, but it does seem like they're attracted to it.
Yeah. Forgive me for just a moment, because again, I really look, especially in the openings, very carefully, and I try to understand why one move was chosen over the other. Like, to my mind, at this moment, Bishop G7 and D7, D6 are kind of interchangeable. Like, and why you choose one over the other. D7, D6 was chosen by Christopher, and then Bishop E2, and now Knight takes, Queen takes, Bishop
They're in the
G7.
main line of this theoretical line. Bishop E3, the most common move here.
Okay. And then I assuming castles,
Yes, castles, and now we have to
Queen
step down
D2
with the
usually.
queen.
Queen to D2, and
Bishop
now
E6.
Bishop E6,
Rook
castles,
C1 or castles. Yep.
and now we have a big moment, right?
Sometimes they play with A5, A4.
Right? Yeah.
This seems to be also one of the let's say, newish trends in this line. A5,
Exactly.
A4, try to undermine the knight on C3 by getting that pawn all the way to A3,
Yeah.
if you let me.
Put the pawn, like for example, we go A5, Rook C1, A4. Let's just put some developing moves on the board. Queen A5, and we can start to see ideas of this bishop kind of converging with an A3 against the knight on C3. Again, I don't know statistically how this defense stacks up against the rest of the Sicilian complexes, if you will. But
I'm pretty sure
this-
white is generally quite favored in this one.
Right.
That's why it was out of fashion for so long, because white was scoring so well.
Right.
And it generally is considered to be a very comfortable play for white, because you have the space, you have control of the center, and if black doesn't get his usual breaks, either with A6, B5, maybe something even in the center with D5, and that pressure on the semi-open C file,
Right.
if he doesn't get that in time, then it's going to be very difficult to get out of this very unpleasant bind based on his space advantage.
Thank you, Christian. And where would you like to take us, Nasi?
I'm going to guess Christopher Yu is very well prepared for this.
For
It
sure.
certainly is, yes.
And Hardaway was probably surprised Christopher plays a lot of
little bit.
different openings.
For sure.
Let's take a look how Jasmine Su's game's going. She's still currently the leader in the girls section.
Exactly. Even though she did lose in round 5, and she is playing who do you
She's
think?
playing,
Sorry.
yes, Jasmine is with white,
Okay.
and she's playing Yasmin Isani. I think I kind of glanced at all the games. Today is the day of the Sicilians. We have a lot of Sicilian openings.
Okay, I'm still looking for Jasmine.
I think she was at the very top.
Oh, okay. There she is. Yeah, the day of the Sicilians. You're absolutely right. So,
Reason this move knight b3 in this position, it's not very common.
No, not
No.
at all.
not at all. Knight takes c6 has been by far the dominant answer to this setup. And then the idea is after castles, with your bishop on d3, you often aspire to playing f4 and e5. Knight b3,
Which surprises me a
doesn't
little
really
bit.
fit.
This a6 and knight to c6 is not considered to be the most topical.
Hmm.
Generally, you see queen c7 and then knight to c6, leaving that pawn on a7 at least for the moment, because this is just a better 4 knights for white. The 4 knights being with knight f6, knight c3, and then knight to c6. This is just a better version because you already have that pawn on a6, and that's usually just a loss of tempo.
With the knight on b3, yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, after knight takes c6.
Knight take, yes,
Yes,
exactly.
yes.
Yes.
With the knight on b3, this is a very weird way of playing it.
So what Christian is saying is that after knight takes c6, b takes c6, we often reach a position like this, where there is a pawn on a7 and it's black to move. And here the pawn is like black has used that tempo to play a move a7, a6.
Instead of like d5 or something.
Or bishop e7 or
Right.
some developing move. And so, so knight takes c6 would have been most expected. Knight on now with the current position, I would say after d7, d5, black has achieved a great deal. She has traded off her center pawn, potentially weak pawn, brought her pieces out in the opening, and
Black should not have any issues, right?
not only that, I'm beginning to think I would prefer to have black's position in the sense that give me the move bishop e7, castles, but also give me this move knight to b4, and I will try to win the 2 bishops. And if I could split your pawns, well, so much the better. So I'm thinking after d7, d5, black's kind of past the demarcation of equality.
I would agree with you, Yasser.
Yeah.
I have another Sicilian for you, maybe
Please.
more sharp. It's Jason Liang against Andy Woodward. We have very sharp Najdorf line in that game.
Oh boy, Jason Liang, Andy. Now Andy, oh yes, I know this line well. Andy's coming off a loss, and a pretty heartbreaking loss too, as Andrew Hong actually played a really, really good game to win a key match in the junior championship in round 5. Andy's with black in this one, and it's not a Kara's attack. with these early g4, g5s, but it has a lot of the, I want to say, echoes of Akara's attack.
By the way, Andy has gained almost 6 minutes in the opening.
Oh my goodness! So
They're
he's
playing
just
a la
like,
tempo.
he's just
Both of these
blitzing.
players.
Well, then I'll leave it to you to tell me what the theoretical battle is all about. How does the line? Let's ask Christian. How does the line continue?
I'm trying to figure things out. So knight to f6 was just played. Rook to c8 seems to be the move offered by the engine, but knight f6 makes a lot of sense as well. You're targeting the d5 pawn as soon as possible, right?
Clear.
Bishop to g2, and it kind of makes sense why you would target that and why you would want my bishop on g2. Your whole play for the last few moves was based on opening up the g file. That rook on g1, right? We don't necessarily see this rook on g1 very often in this type of setup. But right now is very nicely placed. You cannot really castle short. You're going to be in deep danger if this g file stays open. So that's why he plays knight to f6, bishop to g2. And now the opening 3 tells me that bishop to c8 has been played the most in the position. A bit of an awkward move, right?
Wow, I'll say so.
But it does make sense once again if you think about what is this bishop on g2 doing right now. Generally, whenever this bishop sometimes lands on f5, you match that with the bishop on d3 because otherwise you have some problems on the pawn on h2. So I think this is the idea behind this move, bishop to c8. He wants to get the bishop on f5. He wants to be ready even to clog the g file with bishop to g6, bishop f5, bishop to g6. More of a defensive stance, but also an offensive stance against the pawn on c2. This seems to be the idea behind this position. I'm curious what
what
the
would be a
players
very
will
funny
play.
response to bishop c8?
Bishop f1.
Yes, exactly. I don't think we're going to see this repetition. But it's interesting, right? Because bishop f5, now bishop to d3, and we get the situations that we've been discussing. And by the way, I don't think you want to go back to c8.
No.
I have a feeling some f4, knight takes f7 is coming, everything is opening up, and is white who is going to have the decisive advantage. So no, don't do that. But let's wait and see what he's going to do. By the way, I'm trying to figure things out whether I can do anything else besides bishop to g2. Maybe take on b4, allow this exchange of these two pawns, but it does seem like this would favor black. I'm capturing this very nice central pawn. I'm opening up the bishop. Once I take your bishop, then I'm ready to push my pawns in the center as well.
But
I'm not very happy with this.
But isn't your engine saying white stands well?
Now, queen to b3. Now, yes, you might be right.
The tactical reason.
Tactical eye, very nice.
Yeah.
So I have to
Not
take with the
mine.
bishop.
I saw the bar and I was like, dang.
Yes.
Okay.
So you don't actually take with the knight. You take with the bishop. Very nicely spotted, Yasser.
Okay.
Yes, you take with the bishop, and now you don't have that. But maybe, do you have this? Take, and queen to b3, try target f7. No, not enough because of bishop takes. g5, and if you take
That's a
an
check.
attack, that's a check, exactly.
Yeah.
And this plays into black's hands in this one.
Nice, thank you, Christian, for that. That's a funny move, bishop c8, bishop
Yeah,
f1.
yeah. And I'm sure Andy knows it, by
Yeah.
the way. I'm certain that he knows it.
Andy looks pretty confident. He's in his prep.
But
Well,
I have
indeed.
a question for you guys.
Yes.
He knows it. But then Jason says, look, my tournament is pretty much over in terms of me having any motivation to win it.
Right.
I'm very
Winning
far
for-
behind. You want to win, because
Right.
otherwise you stand no chance, right?
Right.
You're already falling behind. So let's repeat once.
Yeah, let's see what...
What is Andy going to do in that case?
Exactly.
Is he going to shy away from the repetition, try
Right.
to get a fighting game,
right.
or will he continue?
It's always tricky when you're playing with the black pieces and you need a win.
Yes. Yeah.
So difficult. So
that-
difficult to get it.
That's a tough one, all right. Quick question for you, though, on this one. Again, I'm with the Jason Andy game. Bishop c8, kind of, I'm okay with that. I see reasons why, but I'm kind of not so okay with it, too, because
Yes.
my bishop's developed. So I would actually like to put my rook on the square c8. And if I imagine in my mind's eye that I've castled and I put the rook on c8, and this rook is on a8, then I'm thinking to myself, well, I would like to play b3, and I would like to play
A4.
a4 as a response immediately. What What about castles? What do you think of them apples, Nazi?
I think white immediately goes for f4 and tries to
F4.
open things up.
Okay, so even though I haven't castled yet, it's almost like you're trying to rip open the king side, I'm trying to rip open the queen side. And this is pretty much where I was going in my mind, that I would play the move b3. So
I have to take.
with the pawn, I would play a4. And again, I'm trying my darndest to open this guy up.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Is my king really safer just because it's castled?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You could play b4.
Follow up
I
with
will-
a3.
Yeah, and
Can I try b3 or are you going to promote?
I don't know yet. Here, I need to transfer my bishop to f6
This looks
as
very
soon as,
dangerous.
as possible, right?
white,
Yeah, exactly. And I can easily imagine that after, for example, something like knight h5 and bishop f6. And what I'm saying is there's some double-edged stuff going on. So I wouldn't say bishop c8 is absolutely the only move forced. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check Justin Wang against Arthur Go. There's a very sharp position as well. Justin started with 3 out of 3.
Yes, yeah, I remember that
And-
was brilliant.
Right now he's in second
that's
place.
Balaji. Just a second. Where is Justin? Where is he? Sometimes I
think
have to
He's on the bottom of the list.
on the bottom. Okay,
There we go.
probably-
Nope, that's Jason Wang.
Yeah, that's
There we
what
go. Justin Wang against
There
Arthur
we go.
Go.
At the bottom. Uh-oh. We have another one of those very, very sharp Catalan positions. Doesn't this look familiar, right?
Oh, it does, yeah.
95, A4. Okay, very sharp stuff. And now, talk about, I insist, D5. Whoa, that's really
And I
blasting
think-
away.
I think Black
Bishop
needs to
E7.
calculate knight f7 sacrifices. But I'll point out that Arthur has gained time, so he's still in his prep.
Absolutely. Usually a worrisome sign, I want to say. My first instinct was to play the move bishop to d6 and to develop with what I thought was a tempo. Maybe bishop e7 is all the modern rage, if you will. Is this theory as far as you know?
I think it's still theory. There's not too many games, less than a dozen games.
And how do those games go?
Actually, quite a few games.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
Jump in,
25
Christian.
games or something like that.
25.
Bishop e7. I mean, the first question is, what do you do after this move?
I take it.
You have to. You have to. Exactly.
Well, okay.
What do you do now?
I take it.
You take it. Good. Good decision. If you go back, king to e8, this is not good. After bishop to d2, I have a lot of compensation. You're
Bishop
not-
to d2.
Exactly. I'm just shying away from the exchange, but I'm also, you don't have time to go queen to c8 because I'm getting ready to attack you on the a file as well. Your king is stuck in the center and you don't get to my a6 pawn. This is going to be very dangerous for black. f4, f5. If I manage to consolidate, you're in
Okay.
trouble, right? So don't do that.
I took a
You
pawn.
have to take, and I'm sure Arthur knows this. I do seem to remember a game of Darda in this type of piece sacrifice as well. Darda from Belgium, very young, talented player, but I don't think it was exactly in this iteration. Nevertheless, it has been seen, this type of sacrifice has been seen before. Take queen to f3 seems to be the best move. Now, you cannot go back because I go e5 and I'm getting
Winning
my piece
piece
back with dividends in
Right.
that one. So you have to go c5 and you have to know a lot of theory right now because there's all sorts of checks, getting my piece back, maybe including rook to d1 first. I will be looking through these lines and I will be giving you the updated insights later on, but it does seem to be a very sharp option chosen by Arthur, and who knows, maybe white will take the bait and take on f7.
Ooh, a promising game.
Promising
lies
game
ahead-
indeed, yes.
Lies ahead for us, Christian. And I'll just ask a salient question. What about our tournament leader, Vladimir
It's a Julio Becerra game against Vladimir Akopian.
Exactly. Julio Becerra, again,
They've
he
chosen
started
a very
badly.
solid opening today.
Yeah, whoa, I'll say that's super solid. He started badly with a loss, but then he's brought himself back into contention and currently lies in second place.
He gave us two very beautiful attacking games that he won.
Exactly, in that game before the free day against Igor Novikov, that was that Benoni, where B6,
He sacrificed the pawn
B7,
way later in the middle game
right,
and got the initiative.
and it worked out brilliantly. Now, again, we're in a Petrov. It's very, very tough getting advantages these days against the Petrov. If you play knight c3, very long lines. If you play d2, d4, considered the best move. Again, very, very long lines. I've even seen Wesley So and others experimenting with bishop to d3. Queen e2 has been a long known line, but the problem is it's been considered for quite some time as excessively dull, that the game is equal. Queens come off, symmetrical
exactly
looking
what
position.
Black wants when they choose to play Petrov.
Now, if you have some ambition in this Queen e2 line, I really think it's c4, knight c3, d4. You have to go in that territory. Knight c3 is not going to pull you much of anything, and we've caught up with the players after h7, h6. I think that Vladimir is feeling very good about his opening choice. His opponent is intimidated. And once again, why is this game so crucial? Well, have a look yourself.
Right, Akopian is in clear first, but Julio Becerra trying to catch him. He's in second place. Someone needs to step up.
Exactly, and Larry Christiansen is saying, please, Julio, do the honors and stop this man. Now, for Larry Christiansen, who is Larry playing today? He is playing Jesse Kraai.
By the way, I'm not sure that opening choice by Julio is going to stop Akopian.
Well,
it's like the driest opening choice that you could have ever
right?
made. Yes.
Yeah, ever could.
And I'm sure Vladimir is very happy with the outcome of the opening.
Right. Well, I mean, the London opening, Bishop f4. I don't understand it, but it's quite the rage, and amongst the top players, Bishop f4 has been picked up. Bishop f4, d5, knight d2, bishop to d6, takes, c4, knight c6, bishop e2, castles, and we're up to date with the players.
This looks like Queen's Gambit declined, but knight should be on c3, not on d2. Right?
Exactly. If you put the knight on c3, then the idea was with the knight on c3, you also always have these ideas of getting an isolated queen pawn position with cd5. Here I would imagine queen e7, rook d8, all very, very standard moves.
Ideally pushes e5 and d4.
Yes, exactly. Now, unfortunately, Juan Nicholas has not scored. He's been having a really, really tough event. He's up against Andrew Hong, my pre-tournament pick, because I thought that Andrew, well, not I thought, I saw with my own eyes, I witnessed Andrew playing a very powerful event here in St. Louis, a classical round robin, summer classic, and he impressed me greatly. He's got a little bit of an awkward situation as well. He's facing an opponent who has lost his games, and Andrew needs an imbalance because he cannot afford to not get a victory. If
Only
he wants
4 rounds left, so if you make shows, it'll be impossible to catch the leaders.
Precisely. So he's going to go for a line of play where he's going to take some risks. Let's
What
put
do
it
you
that
think
way.
of his pawn setup right now in the current position?
I'm getting there.
Look at that.
Ben Feingold would this would come with a warning label: never ever play f7, f6. And yet, this I actually know is a variation, and the idea of the move g7, g6 is essentially to rescue your knight. Your knight is a little
You also have to
under
be
duress.
careful to not get it trapped. If you develop bishop on g7, then you have to watch out for g4.
Exactly. Now, I do know that the knight oftentimes comes back to g7 in order to, again, hunt down this bishop. And this is still, they're still in their prep. Let's go
check
around.
in with Alice Lee.
Okay.
Omia Vidarthi is with the white pieces, and as we know, she took down the tournament leader, Jasmine Su, the day before the rest day.
Exactly.
And now she's playing the top seed in the tournament, Alice Lee.
Yeah. And Alice came in under a little criticism by our commentary team here because Alice, it's one thing when you come into a Cairns Cup where you're playing the top 10 ladies in the entire world, and they're going to come and blast you out of the water, so you have to have your A game. So playing a Petrov in the Cairns Cup is one thing. Playing a Petrov in the Girls' Championship, maybe
too solid?
Too solid, and sometimes you need to have a little bit more debonair,
take more
adventure, or risk taking. Well, let's see what we've got, because Omia kind of came in with a ready with bishop e2, c5 takes, and I have seen one Nepo playing these positions as white, where he goes for these crazy castles long and g4 lines. And maybe
that's Omia's prep.
maybe Alice will be thinking, hey, if you go in that direction, I won't have to be the one taking all the risks and making all the energy. By the way, I noticed that neither player has really gained an edge on the clock, so it's sort of like they've been...
Would you take here with the knight on d5?
Yes, I would. I would take with the knight. Actually, for two reasons. I want to keep this bishop active. That's reason number one. Reason number two, I want to neutralize this bishop. So I start thinking about bishop f6.
But this looks like a great opening play by black. It seems like at least she equalized. If not, she's already better.
What?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. After knight takes d5, it just seems like you don't have the right configuration of pieces. Like, what do you do, for example?
So, for example, knight takes
Queen
d5.
takes d5. This is already bad news for you.
Queen takes d5.
Yes.
Queen takes d5.
Yes. The thing is, the queen on c2 is not very well placed. Knight c6, knight b4 is coming. And if you leave the knight on c3, for example, if you don't take on d5, we know this type of sacrifices. Knight c6, rook to c8, set up that pin on the c file, and then you try to defend with a3 and say that there is no knight b4. At some point, yes, you have to get the queen out of dodge.
Right.
But this seems like you basically folded the opening advantage as white. I'm the one that has more space in the center.
True.
You're the one playing for equality right now.
Well, it's hard to say because, I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, I spent a lot of time with Ulf Anderson. And the guy convinced me there's a lot to be said for having a solid position.
Sure.
And Ulf
Yes.
was solid in, like 3 layers of solidity. I mean, when they said iron shirt kung fu, they didn't know about Ulf Anderson.
It feels like a head shock with colors reversed, right?
Yeah. But knight takes d5. You move queen takes d5 kind of threw me off there.
So where do we castle after queen d5?
It's actually one of those funny moments, but there was a guy, I am telling you, he was a headhunter. His name was Frank Marshall. And he was American champion in the 1920s and 30s. And that guy, he did crazy things. Like, just imagine he played against you the move h4, and I don't care, you played the move h7, h6, right? And he played against you rook h3. And you just said to yourself, this guy, he's unstoppable. He's going to come after my king no matter what I do. He is going to come after my king. And you went knight c6, like a good person is supposed to, and he went rook here. And you started thinking to yourself, now he's going to sacrifice. He's going to sacrifice on g6 if I play g6.
But let's talk, guys, let's talk about strategy. also an appropriate strategy right now. You're Omiya, you're 2.5 out of 5 or 2 out of 5.
Right.
You're not having the most stellar event.
No.
You're also 300 rated, 300 points lower rated than your opponent, Alice Lee. Is this the type of position that you're looking for? This type of, maneuvering, maybe I'm going to try to outplay my opponent. Generally, I see this type of situations where the colors are reversed. The better player, or at least higher rated player, with the white pieces trying to get a game, trying to get out of the opening.
Right.
Not the other way around. Okay. That's why I'm a bit surprised by his opening choice.
By her opening choice.
By her opening choice. Yes.
Here we go. So once again, sorry, Nasi, that you're going to have to be my guinea pig on this one. I'll play H4. And you look across the board and you see this crazed man with this crazed expression, and you know he's going to come after your king. And he's just played the move H4. What do? Do you panic?
A little bit.
She took with the pawn.
Yeah, she took with the pawn.
Completely different.
A completely different approach.
Now she can go D4 and try to play 4D.
What do you do?
But after H4?
Yeah.
Maybe knight D7 and bishop F6. I want to trade your good bishop.
Okay.
One that's looking directly at my king.
Okay, so I got a checkmate on tap.
Positional suicide. Let's go F5.
No.
I don't want to play
Bishop
G6.
C4. Bishop C4 is a big problem.
Oh, I didn't see that.
No,
yeah, that ends.
I didn't see Bishop C4.
Oh my God, I'm having so much trouble already.
I didn't see Bishop C4.
There's too many. There's too many.
How did you see Bishop C4? I was looking for the skewer.
Good as well.
Okay.
Maybe knight D7 is just bad.
Wow.
I have to be careful.
Have to be careful, right? Whoa. Now, if you wanted to play H6, knight D7, if you wanted to play in this fashion, okay, I can kind of understand what you were trying to do, which was to neutralize. But I'm just saying, there are people out there that do go a little hog wild on your king side, and you're just like, my goodness, what did I walk into? Instead, we do have. Is this another one of those examples of Alice playing a little bit too solidly? E takes D5.
Maybe Alice is used to playing up. She's always playing in the tournaments where she's playing stronger players.
Right.
And it works for her to play solid openings, then opponents try a little hard, take risks, and then she can strike back.
Gotcha.
So maybe, she's just used to that.
And we do see, by the way, D4.
Knight C6.
Knight
this is
C6.
a lot more balanced position. And I don't think we're going to see those crazy H4, Rook H3 ideas here.
That's for sure. And let's take a look at the standings and to see where these two players are in the leaderboard.
Well, Alice Lee is currently in second place, but Omiya is at the bottom of the list. I think that works in her advantage. She has nothing to lose, while Alice needs a win. And
yet, when I'm looking at Omiya's situation, and it's not good, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, but the strangest thing, a victory today, really bounces her way up. Like that's a very tight pack of players from 3.5 to 2 points.
Last tied with fifth.
Something like that,
situation.
Right?
And you win a game, you're in fourth position, just behind the podium.
Knight C6 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one. Where else would you like us to go, Nasi?
Let's check.
What have we missed?
Let's check with Rose Atwell against Iris Mo. These girls are also sharing second place. One Caro-Kann today, because the rest seem to be Sicilians.
Advanced Caro-Kann. So this is what the players are spending their time with. C2, C3.
Isn't this what we saw in the first game, Julio against Shaba, where it was A5 and F6 on the board?
And I remember another game where knight D2 and knight B3 came on the board. But C2, C3 is kind of like a prophylaxis move. You're defending D4 before I even gotten to attack it. C2, C3, I'm a little bit surprised by the answer A5.
I'm actually surprised
A4.
by the last move, Bishop F4. I don't think Bishop's well placed on F4. It just walks right into G5 with a tempo.
Okay.
Something that Black plays in this line anyways.
Right. I would imagine that you have to have a follow-up, right? Because, obviously, why did I play Bishop F4? Well, for the simple reason I want to keep an outpost. So to my understanding, what White is thinking is, this is my dream. please make my dreams come true. And from what you've just described as like G5, I want to chase your bishop away, right? Would you?
I would continue with probably either H5 or, yeah, I would continue with H5.
But here, I've got the E5. Now I've got what I wanted, right? Which was always just to control the E5 square.
But H4?
And
Maybe don't get to keep the outpost.
that would be unfortunate. By the way, I could
You are
have thrown
throwing
in
F7.
F7.
So I have to take knight f6 first.
I would have, I mean, with, you know
You're
what?
taking on G5.
Come on, please.
Why am I
please.
surprised?
Why should you be
Take
surprised?
knight e5 now,
Okay, this is
and then rook g8. I think.
pause. I got bishop h5 check ideas.
Oh, I'm happy to go to d7. I'm gonna castle long in fake way. King d7, king c7.
Okay.
F4.
Okay, you're scaring me with your castling by hand routine. I don't know
Very, very
if this is
sharp.
what the players had prepared on their free day or not, but as you just described it, very, very sharp play.
But then Iris played knight e7, so we're not gonna
97.
see g5.
And this looks a little bit more restrained.
Now Rose could take on f6 and have that outpost on e5,
Unless
unless she retakes with the pawn.
we take with the pawn. Which
Here,
isn't
knight h4.
Knight h4. Are we? I can't believe we've transposed into some theory, but I do remember a game of Anatoly Karpov, very much the same setup and structure, where he did play king f7 and invited this knight takes g6. Jump in on this one, if you don't mind, Christian. Are we still? Could we be in theoretical
I don't think we're in theory,
grounds?
but we could transpose to some theoretical lines.
Let's take a look.
Right.
Let's take a look. No games right now
No
after knight to
games.
e7.
So
no.
your move bishop f4 is rare,
No.
as you were saying.
So f6 has been played before, but
Right.
now only castle has been the response in 3 games, not bishop to f4.
Okay.
So she played bishop f4, knight e7, and let's see what the engine is saying right now. Actually, it prefers black slightly. E takes f6, okay, now 0-0. But e takes f6, g takes f6 seems to be not so good because of this knight h4, bishop to g6, and just a simple knight to d2. It doesn't seem like you're stable enough on this side. So I think what the engine wants is to take with the knight on f6, which is a bit strange because you are giving me this e5
Outpost.
square,
Yeah.
which is a very nice square, by the way. But once you go knight e5, I immediately challenge that with the move knight to g6. This is the setup that I want as black. Knight to g6, now if you take, you no longer have the hold, and I immediately challenge it again with bishop to d6. So for example, you go castle, I go bishop to d6. I try to get that e5 in. If you would be able to fly your knight to f3,
Right.
and then go to e5 and set up this bind,
You're happy.
you're very happy.
Right.
But you're not. So after knight to d2, castle, knight to f3, I think knight to d7 is a key move. Get e5 as soon as possible. You don't really have a lot of ideas related to this bishop to d3 because of bishop to h5. You have to be careful as well. So you need to set that up with a move such as h3, be ready to meet this spin with g4. But that's a double-edged sword, right, in this position. And in the meantime, I just simply get e5 in. I equalize with the black pieces. So these are the key concepts behind this position right now.
Wow, thank you for that, Christian.
You won't believe this, but if we go to Jason Liang's game against Andy Woodward, we have bishop on c8.
No way,
He played
really.
that move that looked,
That's his opening theory.
and his time is 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 4 seconds.
He knows exactly what he's doing. I'm seeing a lot of repetitions possible in that game, by the way. For example, if you take on b4, which is a question I'm not sure why we didn't ask. What if I just pick up that pawn, right?
Right.
But again, you don't have the light square bishop to challenge me after the move bishop to f5. And I'm
have to
seeing
play
this.
something.
Retreat maybe knight e4.
One of them is queen to a4, queen b4, and then, or queen to a4, queen to a3, bishop d7, for example, queen a3, bishop f5, queen a4. That's a repetition. That's an available repetition.
Right.
let's
Doesn't
say,
seem
in the
forced,
position.
but it's available.
It's not. It's not forced. Yes, but look, if you're Jason right now, you're 30 minutes down on the clock. This is a difficult situation. And by the way, we've been trying this bishop f1, bishop d3. What if we try to match that bishop on f5 with queen d3 in this position?
Whoa. So just a second, hold on, you're tasering me here. You're not taking a pawn.
No, I'm not.
And you want to stop me from playing bishop f5.
And I'm also looking at some...
G6, maybe knight e6.
G6, knight
Knight
e6
e6
right now.
No way.
Yeah, why not?
You
It's
guys are
Sicilian.
trolling me.
I know.
Now the bishop on g2. Oh my goodness. You're telling me this actually works?
This might actually work, yes.
Holy smokes.
I mean, I'm guessing evaluation is triple zeros, but why didn't you include queen g6 with the check?
That's a good question. Why didn't you include that, Yasser?
I was thinking that if I had played queen takes g6 check, yeah? And you had played king d8.
Probably only move.
And if I took, you would have an option, maybe,
An
of
extra
rook
tempo.
g2.
Yes, I see what you're saying.
And if I took, I thought you were going to have to respond to this threat with rook b8 or
But
bishop
what about
b7.
e4 here?
I think I'm okay giving that bishop,
Knight e-
actually.
Really?
That knight is a very good defending piece, and if you don't have it around your
By
king...
the way, that's going to be pawn number 3.
Yes.
I took one pawn on e6. I took a second pawn on e4. I take a third pawn.
By the
on-
way, for example, if you go rook b8,
No.
now without the knight, queen g6, king d8, do I have ideas of queen g8, perhaps?
You do.
Ooh, I think that's actually just winning.
Take,
That's just a
take,
win.
and then rook to g7 at the end.
Rook
Rook to
f7.
f7, excuse me, at the end. You're just trying to be not nice. But now I can...
Queen
no,
e7?
wait. But
Queen
now I can
e7?
go queen e7.
Hold on, but
I
I'm
think I can keep two pieces.
No.
Two bishops.
Yeah.
Look, you gave up a lot of material.
I did give up. I gave up too much material.
But you
so-
can go rook f7.
Yes, you're
That just
absolutely
wins
correct.
the queen for nothing, actually.
Yeah.
But we do have a queen takes b4 on the board.
Queen takes b4 sighting.
Yes, and I'm expecting once Andy sits down, he will make a move immediately because he's still in his prep. Maybe he wants rook b8 and sack another pawn.
Ooh, rook b8.
Like my idea is on queen a4 check, I'll play bishop d7 and give you the a6 pawn as well.
I would be surprised if that's his idea, but it could be. It could be.
Is it Christmas? Christmas comes early in Missouri. That's 2 pawns. And once again, how do these two players coming into today's game match up?
Let's
What's
take
that
a look.
six?
Or we'll have the graphic later. I think both of these players are trying to catch up.
I was so looking for it. I think that Andy is a point. Yeah, you see?
There we go.
There
So-
you go. He's a point out at first.
Yeah, and it's not too far. A win would definitely give him a big jump.
Absolutely. For Jason, it would just give him a chance of getting back into contention. But for Andy, this is a huge game. It's one of those games, you really got to score on this one. I'm just going to go around a little bit the horn here. Going to check in on Jasmine. And didn't we see an accelerated and a Maruxi bind in one game? An
Yes.
accelerated drag and a Maruxi bind? Well, we got a Maruxi bind with the knight on b3 in another game. This was the knight b3 game, right? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The knight b3.
So d5 did not happen. We're looking at d5 for
Yeah.
black to quickly not just equalize, but maybe try to play for more.
Exactly. Queen c7, I think, is too cautious. Queen e2, c4,
It feels like it just transposed to a regular, I forgot what this line is called.
hedgehog.
Hedgehog, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it does feel like a little bit, this knight is wayward as well as this knight. Now, in a lot of my hedgehogs, I oftentimes, when I saw the knight on b3 in particular, I would play castles. Would you play bishop e3? Well, let me
Sure.
help you. I'll insist that you play bishop e3. I would play knight d6, d7, especially because of this knight. So let's say you play rook c1. I would play
The
knight
idea is
c5.
knight d5. So
Yeah, and I'm really dreaming of trying to incur. Yeah, this is kind of my dream. Like what I really want to do is look for
that
an
would be
outpost.
very good for black. So
Exactly.
after knight c5, I would have to either go knight d4 or knight d2, just retreat.
Yeah, and then it's always these questions in these hedgehog style positions. Is that a good bishop? Or
Not
is it
at
a
the
bad
moment.
Bishop? It's a bishop, though. And I remember my friend Ermenkov, Evgeny Ermenkov, he looked at me once. In a post-mortem, I said to him, yeah, but your bishop, you have a bad bishop. And he looked at me with these imploring eyes, and he said, Yasser, how could a bishop ever be bad?
Still a bishop, right?
It's still a bishop. It's still a bishop. We'll keep an eye on that one. I'm going to check in on the Brewington Hardaway Christopher Yu game. And guess what? We saw the
A5,
queen
A4.
on pawn on A5, pawn on A4. Christian, jump in on this one because I know it's a big theoretical topical position in the 90s. What's it doing today?
Absolutely, yes. This idea of an early A5, A4, and queen to A5 to immediately tackle the pawn structure on the queen side and put pressure on C4. That's the main idea behind it, as well as the support of the knight on C3 via A3, if you allow me to do so. So White's task right now is to try to consolidate in the center, but also on the queen side as well. He chose to do so with the move F3, which I think it's already a slight inaccuracy, which, by the way, is the most played move in the position. But unfortunately, with the new engines, I think Black was able to solve this position all the way to equality after the move F3. What I think is perhaps a more testing move in the position is Rook A to D1. I'm keeping this pawn on F2 because I want to, in fact, go F4.
Really?
And that's why I'm going with this rook on D1 and not with this rook on D1, because this one is going to be used to support the push of the pawn. You will land most likely the bishop on E6, maybe
Right.
after queen to A5, but later on this bishop will land on E6, and that's when I'm going to target it with F4, F5. Now, the drawback of this move, rook A to D1, and not playing the move F3 is that you allow the move knight to G4, which leads to completely different situations. Bishop to D4, E5 is an option for a black. Bishop to H6 is an option for black. There's so many ways in which both players can play. Definitely the type of position that favors the player that's much better prepared, in which case is Christopher Yu right now. So this is what we have. Rook FC1, Rook FC8 with the pawn on F3. But right now it seems like black is just gaining too much momentum. You have to defend this pawn on C4. You have a couple of options. One of them is to play the move knight to D5, which seems to lead to some pretty dry positions. The other one is to go B4 or B3 for that matter. It doesn't really matter. We'll land in the same position. Take, just by magic, en passant, I know, A takes B3, and now I'm going to stop you from going B4 with the move queen to B4. My next move most likely will be rook to A3. It does seem like black is getting a lot of support on the queen side, putting a lot of pressure, and I don't see a clear way for white to consolidate. Not only that, rook A3 is coming, but the knight is going to land on C5 as well. The pressure is going to increase on B3, and at some point you're going to have to transition into an endgame. You will have to play the move knight to D5, which generally leads to a lot of simplifications in the position. Black is
Christian,
fine.
if I may ask, in the current position after rook C8,
Yes.
how many games are played? Because it looks like we're still in theory.
Lots of them. 113 games have been played. And again, with old engines, this position was 0.7 for white, generally given as. Right now, if you go with the new engines for like 5 to 10 moves more, and I'm sure Christopher has done his homework,
Right.
you usually go to zeros.
Usually goes to zeros.
It usually goes to zeros, yes.
If you don't mind, Christian, from the current position,
Yes.
B4,
B4 or B3, 77 games with B4, 20 games with B3. Again, they lead to the same situation.
Exactly. AB, AB, AB.
And usually
B4.
queen to B4.
Yeah, and I
Knight to
think-
D7 has also been played, but 87 games with queen B4, only 10 with knight D7. It makes a lot of sense. You don't want to allow me to go B4.
Right.
That's going to just simply push my pieces backwards, and I don't want to allow you to do so.
And in this position, I know it looks a little presumptuous of me, but the move King G1 to F1. So what I'm anticipating is we're going to get a queen ending. We're going to get a queen trade. And I want to meet Rook A2 after the queen trade, my bishop will be on d2. I want to be able to defend the bishop. So b4, take, queen b4, king f1. And the idea is to, if you go knight d7.
I'll continue with
yeah, sure.
rook a3.
Rook a3.
How do you want to defend?
Let's say
Even though
knight
knight d7 seems to be preferred. Which one do you want? You choose.
okay, rook a3. This is more or less my idea. Knight b5.
Knight b5. Okay. Knight
You have
b5.
to
I
take
will
my
take
queen.
That. Yes.
Bishop takes, and bishop to c3, right?
Okay, yes.
So we
I
kind
thought your
of,
idea was king e1.
or even king e1. So should I be kicking your rook out and playing bishop takes g7, knight c3?
Completely equal.
Completely equal.
Completely equal, yeah. That's the problem. You no longer have enough pieces. I mean, rook a3, and most likely we will repeat the position. I have too much pressure here, and you haven't achieved anything. Knight c5
really.
is coming. I'm taking full control. If you give me one more move of the a file with rook a8, you don't want that. And in fact, you're risking being worse as well.
And the other line was when you went knight d7, let's say with the queen, yeah, b, take the move, b, king f1, knight d7, knight
First.
d5.
Yes.
Queen
d5,
takes d2,
take.
bishop takes d2.
Yes.
Now here, if you take on d5, I was going to take with the
here.
Otherwise, I wanted to take with the c4 pawn. And I was thinking with the two bishops, I might have
A slight edge, but very slight. Very, very slight.
Okay.
Again, with a strong engine, this is zeros. I guarantee you.
Oh, gotcha.
Even at this point, you let it think for 5 minutes, it's going to give you zeros.
It's hard getting an advantage.
It's very
these days.
difficult.
Yeah.
Very
look
difficult.
at Brewington sitting at the board. How do I get an advantage?
And I can tell you because I have students that play this at the university, and I've played training games with this one, and I've tried to show them the advantage with white because, you know, I've been told you allow me to play the Marazzi, you know, I'm enjoying my life. It's not easy at all.
Okay.
It's not easy at all, especially if black knows what they're doing, and Christopher is showing exactly that he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Christopher struck me in a number of interviews where he's talking with Kostya, and he's telling about his preparation. It seems like he is really one of those who is familiar with the engine. He uses it a lot in his preparation, and he just knows the positions he's getting.
But he's also a
Rook
very
C8.
good practical player as well. Like, you see how he juggles with his opening choices.
Yeah,
he
mixes
played
them around.
c6, now he plays c5. I even remember, was it against Andrew Hung when he pushed his pawn on c6?
C6, and then
Almost
further.
played c5, but
Right.
then took it back c6.
I know, he was playing a little bit there at the board. I picked up on that as well.
That was a hint. I have c5 in my arsenal as well.
Nice. Where would you like us to go?
Let's go back to Omia's game against Alice Lee. Now we have hanging pawn not hanging. Yeah, they're called hanging pawns in the center.
Let me just bring that game up. When we left it, we had seen the position after d4, knight c6. I was thinking Omia's intent was to play the move rook to d1. Nope. She captured hanging pawns, as you said. Sometimes I liked these descriptive labels that we were given. Okay, in this position, just because the rook versus the queen vis-a-vis, you start to think I should do something with that.
White moved the queen to maybe f5. I've seen a lot of times white plays queen f5.
Exactly.
Provokes g6 and then goes to h3.
Exactly. So you could get worried by the move d4. So a lot of times you want to go queen b1, but in those cases you would start with the move rook to d1, and then you would get your queen off the c-file. But what you said was the most direct. Like, you just go queen f5, and you just say, okay, I'm hanging out. On a good day, I'm going to play
If
rook
you don't
to d1.
kick me out, d5 is
It's going to be a weakness,
big
and
target,
I will munch on that weakness. And if you do play g6, I like what you just said as well. You kind of like the queen did a billiard pool shot, you know, and maybe on a good day you could post up queen h6
Sure.
and checkmate on g7, and everything is good. And again, let's take a look at our leaderboard and to see where Alice is. She's on the outside.
yeah.
Looking
Currently
in.
she's on the
Whoops.
second place and
Here we go.
looking to catch up or surpass Jasmine Su. So she's playing for a win.
Right?
And Omiya is trying to also join the middle.
Yeah,
of the
well,
journey.
yeah, I want to get back into contention.
One win here will jump you up like 5 places. So.
Because the field is so tightly packed there in the girls section. And we'll keep an eye on this one for sure. I'm just going to go around some games that we haven't taken a look at. Douglas Root versus Joel Benjamin. I remember Boris Spassky was giving me a hint of what it was like in the Soviet Union, and he was explaining that he had gone to the Pioneer's Palace, and that he had one particular opponent who he really wanted to beat. That man had a big reputation at the club, and that man loved to make batteries with his bishop
Queen
and
and
queen.
bishop.
Yeah, and we're about to see one right here with the bishop on c2. Doug is telegraphing that he wants to play queen d3. Well, Spassky had fallen victim to this man no less than like 5 times. That the checkmates were coming. So Boris had gone home and discovered a new line that he could play g7, g6, shutting down the long diagonal. And he said when he was so thrilled, when he played his new ambitious move of g7, g6, his opponent's shoulders visibly slumped. Like, oh, no, he found the answer. He was a one-trick pony. But I always thought that was a very funny story. I think Black has done just very well, equalized.
Yeah, I don't see any
in my
issues
view.
for Black at the
Yeah.
moment. But White can maybe play 95 f4 and start the attack that way.
Careful.
But we can't yet, right? That's what Joel is doing exactly, not allowing White to go 95.
Yeah, because if, for example, oops, pardon me, bishop g3, we're going to make a move for Joel. Castles, knight e5. If this was allowed, this would be almost a dream kind of setup for Doug. He'd have this Pillsbury attack with queen d3, rook lifts, and life will be good. The problem is knight e5 is just hanging a pawn. We'll take everything on e5. So that's why knight e5 isn't that good. This one looks fine. Let's continue our Rachel Lee.
Very interesting position there.
Whoa, what the heck? Just,
I think this comes from
holy
close
smokes.
Sicilian, right?
But,
I've had these positions with the black pieces before.
but where did the move? I mean, I'm ambitious. I love it. But why g4? Like what?
Why not?
What?
Yeah, normally White goes queen e1 and moves the... Well, also, usually White goes a4 first.
Yes.
To slow down Black's counterplay.
Yes.
And Black goes a6. And that way, when Black pushes b5 after trades, at least I get the open a file and I'm in control of it.
Perfect. Yeah, that's the...
But
That's
Rachel
perfectly
went for
right.
Immediate g4, and she didn't even stop there. She followed up with g5.
Now, I mean, I could understand her play if her intention had been the maneuver knight e2 to g3 and she wanted her pawn out of the way. But g5, help me out. What is she doing there? What's going on?
Well, I think she's still going to maneuver the pieces now with queen e1, queen h4, knight e2, knight g3.
It's going to be student body right. You just bring all the forces over to the king side, knight e2, knight g3. And in the meanwhile, as Black is pushing on the queen
trying
side.
to open up the center.
So here, let's say a5.
Yep.
You're going to bring... Now, the one thing about the pawns on e5 and g5 is Jovi would call it a shift. If you could shift your knight to g4...
That would be beautiful.
Then
I can
you
always play knight f6.
Right, exactly. So that would require you to play h4, knight h2, knight g4. While you're making all your maneuvers, I mean, hello. I mean,
Yeah,
I
of
could
course,
be
Black
coming...
will try to open up the center,
Exactly.
trade some pawns, some pieces, and Black always has good counterplay in this type of positions.
Exactly. It's not just play on one goal. We'll keep an eye on this one. Julio Becerra started off without a great deal of ambition from the opening. Still doesn't look like he's got much. I'm going to turn it over to Christian and then ask him, where's the action?
Good news for us and good news for Andy Woodward. take a look at this. After bishop to c8, king to b1 was Jason's choice, which allows the game to continue. So we're not going to see any sort of repetitions. No queen takes b4 followed by check on a4 and queen to b4 back. We're not seeing any of that because after bishop to f5, it's no longer possible to find those type of repetitions with white. For example, obviously, queen takes b4 doesn't work. You're losing the c2 pawn. If you go bishop f1 right now, and it's already very difficult psychologically to play this move, to be honest. He's probably not going to do that. But even after rook to c8, bishop d3, take, queen to c4 leads to a very complex endgame with weaknesses on both sides, but I have to say, mostly on white's side. This pawn on h3 is not looking good. This pawn on b4, maybe you could argue that it's overextended, but it's very difficult to get to it. So I'm liking black in this one. Right now, after bishop f5, you most likely, as white, need to strike in the center. Try to get your counterplay because black knows exactly what he's doing. He's going to go rook to c8, and then after targeting the pawn on c2 and forcing you to stay passive with rook to c1, which probably will be the case, now I'm going to start pushing my pawn. a5, a4, things of that nature. I can even go castle. The position gets pretty wild because right now we're seeing a race between white trying to get something going on the king side. Maybe h4 in this position, try to go bishop h3, h5, get this g file open so that I can use my rook, get to your king, and black, a5, a4, b3, 3 moves, and I'm there. I'm ready to checkmate you on the queen side. So it's a race, and it's a race against the clock in this one, but I have to say the more I'm looking at the variations, it seems like Andy is looking good in this one, and he needs a victory in order to catch up with the leaders.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christian, on that one.
Should we check in with Justin Wang against Arthur Go? Because I see a huge time difference in their game. That was the crazy game where knight f7's available. If you remember.
Yes.
Arthur's
Bishop
already
to
up in a full hour on the clock.
Wow. Not only that, but like he's gained time. He's got 2:02. He started with 2 hours.
It looks
and
like
2
bishop
minutes.
g5 was not the best option. We're looking at knight f7, which was very interesting.
Right, which was played, I guess, after an hour's thought. And
I'm sure he was looking at knight f7, and he was trying to make it work.
And couldn't figure it out. I suppose I play castles. Am I?
So you're not taking the pawn on d5? Then I'll take on e6.
You take on e6, and then the pawn on
and
e6
I'll play
is
bishop h3.
Yeah, and the pawn
that
is
will be
actually
my compensation.
agreed. So then I have to stop and
Maybe
okay. I took a pawn.
Like, I have some in-between moves here. Queen a1 is interesting.
Queen a1. How about that? That's a bit of a surprise move. Queen a1, knight c6.
Okay, if you play bishop b7, I was going to play queen a7 and continue with some
Makes sense.
moves.
I have to defend my bishop on a8, which is actually currently hanging, so that was why I developed.
Okay, I'll probably take on c6.
Bishop takes. Am I up 2 pawns, by the way? I mean,
Yes, you're
normally
up
I'm
2 full
very
pawns.
sated with 1. So
But I think I'm getting one back. Bishop f6.
bishop f6, bishop
He
f6.
takes d5. Now if you
He
take
did.
back with the pawn, you will lose castle.
And lose the right to castle. That's not so much fun, losing castling privileges.
This is
But it
actually
is
a
2
very sharp
pawns,
position.
right? It is 2.
Can you keep the d5 pawn?
I don't know.
Queen a3 check.
Right? So this is d5 square, e8 square is weak. You could
Actually,
potentially
maybe
take,
check was unnecessary because I'm helping you.
right?
Maybe I
Well,
could take
Yeah, you
knight
could take.
d5.
Yeah, no,
I
these
can, right?
these are very, very sharp. As we start to prepare for a break, first I want to make a slight correction of myself. I mentioned the other day that should Andrew Woodward win the junior championships, he would be the youngest participant in U.S. championship history going back to Bobby Fischer. Well, our good friend Ben Simon pointed out that I was wrong. shockingly, one Sam Seirawan, 10 years ago, made his debut here in St. Louis at the U.S. Championships as a 13-year-old. He was a little younger than Andy Woodward. So thank you to Ben for keeping me on my toes. And as we go to break, well, first of all, we got to check in with our friends at Boutique and see what the specials are. Well, check it out. Comes in an assortment of colors. Experience the ultimate chess fan accessory with this official 2024 Grand Chess Tour green crossbody. I'm seeing a lot of colors here. I'm not seeing green crossbody bag. Show your support for the legendary tournament with this iconic logo and durable 100% polyester material. Stay stylish and organized at your next chess competition or event. Own a piece of history, get yours now. All your chess shopping needs should be done at QBoutiqueSTL.com.
And as we go to break,
what do we have?
Begin talks with the senior players about preparing for a big tournament. So take a listen and we'll be back shortly.
Okay.
How do you prepare for important chess tournaments?
I'm always making sort of adjustments since I'm coach as well. I'm not really playing much. That's biggest my sort of challenge. And I have decided to play a number of tournaments in very short notice. So I had decided to work on my preparation, putting myself like as a primary event as a US Senior Championship. And it looks like accordingly what I have thinking, it works so far because I knew I'm going to be playing bad in Summer Chess Classic. I kind of took easy on it, but later tournaments, the quality of my games actually got much better. So hopefully the peak will come for this US Senior Championship.
I've been following the Chess Dojo training program, which I kind of helped create as well. And so that's been pretty rigorous and interesting. I'm also a coach, so training myself is a thing as well as learning how to coach in a way, training myself. Yeah. Been doing a little fitness too, but that's about it.
You can never really guess what you need for upcoming tournament. So you're doing your usual things, your regular things, you're doing a lot of tactics, you're trying to pinpoint openings of your opponents and see if it works. So it's nothing new regarding this tournament. It's my last step of the around the world trip. I started now in St. Louis and hopefully I'll make it back to Pittsburgh after that.
This tournament I prepared playing in senior team world championship finished just 2 days ago. I hope it was a good preparation. But nowadays I don't prepare much to the tournaments because I almost don't play chess. I play 2 tournaments a year. So that's it.
My preparation consists of several parts. First of all, I study openings, which I'm going to play. I try to be sharp during the tournament, which means I solve a lot of calculation problems. I also do what is called solitaire chess, when you guess moves from Grandmaster games. And of course, physical preparation, I try to walk, jog, so to stay in good physical shape as well.
Well, I play pretty infrequently, so it's a little bit of catch up for me. But most of these players are pretty well known to me because I play them every summer. And I just try to come into the event with some new ideas that I'm ready to maybe put them on the defensive out of the opening.
We'll sometimes play openings I'm considering at my university chess club and also study databases.
Well, actually, I've been doing a lot of physical stuff. I do 20,000 steps a day. I think I talked about it a while ago and kept up with the program. I promised myself I'll even do it during the games here. So I'll be getting up early. That'll be the zombie walking around up and down Maryland Ave, but I'll try to get my steps in, and that's a good way to prepare, I think. You think better. And I do a little computer work, but not as much. I used to be, stay up all night preparing for Novikov with white or black or Joel Benjamin, Greg Kaidanov. You go nuts, your head will eventually explode. So I'm the oldest player in the tournament, so I'm more into exercise than, cramming.
This tournament, we had less than 2 months to prepare, so I tried to see my games against my opponent in the past and the games that they played recently, and try to prepare myself by doing some puzzles or play some games.
I'm not playing that much as of late. Yeah, before, it was very professional work, sometimes training sessions. Before, I remember some 20 years ago, it was very exhausting, and this is what I was doing actually, several times, maybe several sessions preparing. But nowadays, not that much. Maybe I just can look through some games of my opponents, and that's it. I'm more concentrated on coaching more than my own chess.
The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss chess legends make history in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty, to advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. We are in the middle of round 6, but let's take a look at our current standings. We'll start with the juniors.
Yes.
Christopher Yu came into today's round as a sole leader with 4 points, and Justin Wang in clear second. Then there's a lot of players sharing third.
Christopher's playing against Brewington, so a big game brewing in that one. Haha, that was deep thought. Thank you very much. The girls.
Jasmine Su is a clear leader in the girls section, but 3 players hoping to catch her after today's round: Alice Lee, Iris Mo, and Rose Atwell.
If you see such a tightly packed field there, what one win for any of these competitors can do and really hit the trampoline. And finally, for the seniors.
The seniors, Vladimir Akopian with 4.5 points, and 2 players are full 1.5 behind him: Larry Christiansen and Julio Becerra. And Julio is playing Akopian today, so that's our key matchup in the seniors.
Julio playing it very, very solidly and making it easy for Vladimir to get an equality out of the opening. I want to take our game ourselves to the Nicholas Ladan versus Andrew Hong game. Now, the reason I'm bringing you to this particular game, and it's not absolutely crucial in our standings. Nicholas
kind of is, though.
Yeah, for
it
Andrew,
kind of is. Yes.
It is. Nicholas is playing terrible, and his results show it. But what has happened is, in a very peculiar way, with the move e6, e5, Black is suddenly taking an advantage. Why?
Even with the knight on g7.
Exactly. Well, maybe even especially because the knight on g7. The knight on g7 really doesn't have any moves, right? But with suddenly this move e5, you want to play e4, you want to drive this knight backwards, let's say, and then suddenly open up the position for the knight with the move f6, f5. And I looked at the position with Darush on the break, and Darush was saying, hey, look, e6, e5, Andrew's for choice right out of the opening. Nothing. It's one of those peculiar moments where you kind of look at the position and say, well, White didn't do anything particularly wrong. Yeah, well, I can agree. Maybe the pawn should be back on g2, but to be worse, pretty strange.
But interesting play from Andrew. Yeah, e6, f6, g6, and
knight h5,
nice maneuver.
knight g7. Absolutely. Where would you like to take this?
Let's check with Chloe Go against Zoe Tang, because I think that's the only game where White already has a huge advantage on the board.
Okay, Chloe is White, right?
And like you said, in the girls section, 1 win can change the standings.
Completely,
Completely.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, I just...
There
last one. The very last one, all the way down. Whoa, 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 that's a big wedge, in the big clamp, as we would say. Okay, this looks, no, it's not a Grunfeld. What am I saying?
This is a Nimzo.
A Nimzo with...
This is all such popular theory. But I think Zoe's choice of e5 and knight a5 just is not in the spirit of this position.
Not one bit. No, I don't like her decision. This just looks like a very nice, advantageous position for White.
Eventually, White pushes f4 and just destroys the kingside, really.
I think that's a good way of putting it. f2, f3, f4, very, very natural move, blasting open the diagonal, but...
Even with the knight on d4, I think it'll be hard to keep the knight there because after f4, I'm getting rid of e5.
Okay, so
let's say e1.
Well, there is actually one funny... I'll just point out.
Oh, e1 92. Nice. I think I'm still much better.
I think so too, actually. It's not like I would really be very happy to play this position as black. But let's just say rook to d1, knight to d4, as you were saying, Nasi. And then, furthermore, you're making a very powerful point that knights love protection, and when you can kick out the protection with a move like f4, so you can blast open. Black's game is rickety. Very, very, very shaky position here for Zoe. Not going well. And the clock times?
Oh, they still have a lot of time. Hour 22 against hour 38.
Because we were seeing some differences with some of the players. 1 hour difference. Melik set. Let's jump in. Igor is not, well, neither of these two combatants are having that great a tournament. Melik set is our defending champion. And this looks like a Grand Prix attack of sorts with bishop c4. Rex would be happy. e5.
And why didn't play that prophylaxis a3 or a4 to hide the bishop?
No, he's saying, go ahead and take my bishop, I don't care. Igor saying, knight to d7, you can have my pawn? Is that right? I mean...
I guess black gets the pawn back quickly.
Tell me how. I'm confused.
Maybe knight c4 and knight b6.
Knight c4 and knight b6, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Knight c4, knight b6. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Something's...
Which pawn are you willing to do?
Yeah, my spidey sense is tingling here.
Do you want to try bishop? I want to go after c5 pawn, but don't see a good way to do it right now.
You mean something of this nature?
Actually, we have this on the board. He takes d6. But I see that
hey, I got a red cross. I mean, and usually that's not a good sign when the red cross shows up at your doorstep on a move like this. e5 takes. So apparently there was a much stronger move. Christian.
I think bishop to b5 was the preferred move. To be honest, I don't understand it as much.
Yeah.
And I think I like e takes d6 as well.
It's easier to fall for that one. But there's something to be said, by the way, for bishop b5, because this knight really does look forlorn, right? Right. I mean, I'm ready to play knight e4 and turn the tables big time.
The idea is that you cannot go d5. You would love to play d5 and at least close shop on that side, but you can not do that right now because of knight takes d5.
Exactly. What about simply a6?
a6? Well, again, this guy's high and dry. Takes.
And after taking on
94.
94 is also
sure.
an idea, yes.
This is very unpleasant.
And you can even just simply take on d6. And then the problem is if you try to attack that pawn with bishop c6, the knight is not coming back. I'm going knight e4 once again. That knight on a5 is the root of all problems.
Yes, exactly.
Position.
True that. The current position, however, I think bishop b5, now that I'm looking at that move, is really strong. The current position, however, is a little bit confusing because takes, knight here, so many pawns are hanging.
And you got rid of your bad piece. You
got
rid of that knight.
The knight on a5 was the bad piece.
Yes. Yeah, now it's much better than what it could have been for black.
Igor. Okay, but let's play a few more moves if you don't mind. b2, b3. I'm playing against this knight.
Say, I'll take that.
Which has no role, let's say.
Queen e7 or c7?
Sure. e7.
Right.
And
yeah, my knight on b6 is the bad
kind
piece.
Kind of looking a little bit ugly.
I do need to find a way to get my bishop to c6.
Intriguing, and maybe the knight just doesn't belong
go to b6 and
on
go to other side and go to f6.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Knight to f6 makes sense to me too.
And Dariush is telling us don't even take on c4.
Just
but
go
I
back.
want to get rid of that knight in the
I
corner.
know, exactly. It was sort of like this bad piece, so we...
Well, now he does have a path to go back. He can go back to c6. Earlier in some lines, it was always trapped, right?
Right. It just looks so weird to leave that knight hanging there. Like, I start to wonder about positions like this where I pause for just a moment because I want to move my knight and, to try to exploit this bishop takes a5 possibility. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Does Cristian have any updates for us?
I do, yes.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, you're never watching.
No, I mean,
like,
Christopher Yu.
Let's take a look at this one, guys. Brewington versus Christopher Yu, because I have a feeling this was, the last move was an admission. An admission that you didn't get anything out of the opening, an admission that you want to make a draw as white. Brewington wants to make a draw. He could have kept the game going by avoiding the queen trade with, let's say, something like queen to c2, knight d7, and then perhaps knight to b5. Try to jump on b5, not on d5. Keep control of a3, keep control of this pressure, and maybe at the right moment try to harass this queen on b4, maybe with bishop to d2. But what he did in the game was in fact knight to d5. And this just leads to simplification, massive simplifications. In fact, if black wants, he has a clear path towards a forced draw. Queen takes d2, bishop takes d2, knight takes d5 right now. We're expecting in the position. You have to take with the c-pawn. You cannot take with the e-pawn because of bishop to f5. Your rook doesn't have any squares that it can go to. Rook a1, rook b2, all controlled by the bishop on g7. So you have to take with the c-pawn. And at this point, rook to a2 is a clear way to try to make a draw. Take on e6, rook takes c1, rook takes c1, and not rook takes d2, because this allows me to go rook to c8, forcing you in a very passive stance, bishop to f8. But what you can do is throw in a check. Bishop to d4, king f1, rook takes d2. Now, the easy way out for white would be to just go rook to d1, force the exchange of the rooks, opposite color bishops. This is just simply going to be a draw. So if Christopher wants it right now, he has the draw in his pocket.
Thank you, Cristian. Knight to d5, yeah, does feel like everything's just kind of getting hosed off the board in that game.
As well,
yeah,
so,
exactly. Yeah. Going to our game between Jason Liang and Andy Woodward. We had been speaking about that game in the first part of our broadcast. I want to just pick up the moment here once more. F2,
it's
F4.
Getting very sharp.
Yeah, it was that bishop on F5, right? We went bishop to C8, bishop to F5. And in these positions where, we're castling on opposite sides, I wanted to ask you your take on this position and whether you would like to play it. I wanted to include the move rook c8.
Rook c1?
Rook c1 because F2, C2, F2, right? Castles. So I'm really walking in to the fire, if you will, along the G file. But
White's pieces are in the way of the attack.
A little bit in the way on the G file, aren't they?
To me, it looks like black has done more so far.
Yeah, right?
And a5, a4,
it's
e3
clear.
Is very clear.
Right.
With white, I still have to figure out how to maneuver pieces to get some threats.
Yeah, whether you want to include h4 on the board,
Right.
whether you want to bishop f3.
Put the queen on the g file somehow.
Right.
Maybe bishop f3 and queen g2 is an idea.
Exactly. If you don't mind, Cristian, jump in on this one with us. We're looking at the game between Jason Liang and Andy Woodward, a big time gap between these two rivals, and we are including rooks. The current position is Andy to play after f4. We
were expecting this move f4, right?
Yes.
We said that he needs to do something in the center. He needs to strike because he's falling behind in terms of speed.
That's right.
So rook to c8.
Yeah, rook to c8,
Let's
rook to
continue with
c2, and then we were castling.
That's a very good move.
And then we were just asking a question: who's attacking? Whose attack is faster?
I think blacks. I think blacks.
Blacks?
Yes.
That's what the engine says?
Yes. Yes. Rook to c8, rook to c1, castle, best moves in the position. And Look, maybe if you let it think, he's going to go down to zeros. But right now, the trend is obviously in black's favor. You have to find very passive moves, very strange moves, like king to a1. You see that a5, a4, b3 is coming. I'm opening up the queen side towards your king, definitely in the position. So instinctually, as white, you're trying to do something, again, on the g file. You're trying
That's what we were trying to do.
Exactly, but that's too slow. If you do that, you're going to fall behind. Yes.
Bishop f3 and queen g2?
Yes, that's probably a good way to try for something. Queen to d7 seems to be the best path forward.
Really?
Okay,
Yes.
queen g2?
Queen g2, g6.
So simply g6.
Yes. And again, the engine, you see the bar. Up, down, up, down. It doesn't really understand this type of very strange positions.
h4, h5?
Yes, h4. Now queen to a4 seems to already be lost for white. Never mind. Never mind.
Never trust this engine.
This engine is just going back. I'm telling you, I've analyzed so many of these neither type of positions. If you don't have a strong engine, it's so misguiding.
You're going to walk into a checkmate.
It's so misguiding, yes. So you wanted to go bishop to f3.
Right.
I kind of like this, at least from the practical aspect.
Queen d7 is not that's an engine move.
Sure.
a5 is...
You want to go for it? Okay.
Let's play normal chess.
Yeah.
a5.
Queen g2?
Queen g2.
White's ahead here.
Normal chess.
g6.
And probably h4, right? Is it h4? No.
Whoa, you see that?
It keeps going up and down.
That bar.
It's take and bishop to g4. We've been trying to exchange this bishop for so long.
Right.
This is the way to do it.
Bishop to g4.
Yes, this is the way to do it.
Now I understand why queen d7.
This bishop's so strong.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Because I was trying to get a4 and a3, and if you don't mind, we just continue. You're going to play c4. So if I take on g4
with the bishop, right?
Let's try. Yeah. And a4. So obviously I want to go a3.
Who's first?
That was my whole question.
Who's first?
a3. Oh,
no,
you just go queen h3.
Queen h2, queen h3. Yes. You're way too far behind.
Way too far.
Yes. Obviously, I'm not going to go.
Right. Comply.
I'm not going to allow you to go queen c3 and checkmate me like this.
Yeah.
So yeah, right now, once the H file, or at least one of the files, H or G, opens up, then you're in trouble with black. So still a lot of things can happen. Again, looking at the clock difference though, Andy definitely with the pressure right now.
All right. Very, very cool. We're going to keep an eye on this one. And
let's check with Alice Lee.
Our prohibitive pre-tournament favorite, Alice Lee, came into this competition
she's playing Omia.
Expecting first and only first, but she's had her difficulties, let's say, in the first 5 rounds.
Queen f5 did happen in this game. Omia started with rook d1 first.
Okay.
We left it here.
Yep.
And I'm not sure about Alice's queen a5 move.
That's a very surprising move. Normally, in the hanging pawns, you're trying to build up your play so that you can get in the move d5, d4. Yeah. A very natural move is to play in the center. Queen a5 moving away from the center.
I like Omia's response. Immediately queen f5, and on g6. What do you think about this, Yasser? She went queen f4.
Right, looks okay.
It looks good, right? I was only looking at queen h3, but queen on f4 looks very annoying for black.
Well, the other reason I like it...
It still keeps the pressure on f6.
Bingo.
Exactly.
Okay, when you're playing with the hanging pawns, and the reason why they're called hanging pawns is it's not so easy to keep them well defended. The pawn structures of the hanging pawns mean they can't protect one another. So in this particular situation, we can't do it. It's illegal, of course, but bishop takes f6 followed by knight takes d5 is, we're tremendous. So we always have to be mindful of this diagonal. And so we start to think about, well, what are we going to do when our opponent plays knight a4 and bishop takes f6?
So I'm going to guess Alice's next move will be rook f to d8, just defending the pawn.
Okay,
so
rook.
How does white continue to put the pressure?
Okay, so let's say I'm like Boris Spassky's opponent. I will play...
Can I try knight h4? Well, I think not try, but my only move is knight h5.
Okay. So, funnily enough, I really wanted to play knight just a second. I want to play
instead
knight
of knight a4,
knight
g5.
g5.
Is strong.
So in this case,
Oh, you're stopping knight h5. But what
but I'm
about
really eyeballing f7 is what I'm
if
trying
I
to
go
do.
h6, you're going to start sacrificing?
Oh yes, oh yes.
Already?
I'll bring out my inner Michael Tall. And knight takes
Oh,
d5.
nice. And bishop c4 coming. Yeah, this looks lost.
This looks bad. Looks bad.
Knight g5 is not easy to find, though. You have to see that knight f7 idea.
True. One of the reasons why I would really find the move knight g5 compelling, though, is that if you did play d4 in these cases, again, I'm looking at, that knight's actually in a pin. You played rook on f8 to d8, and shockingly enough, the f7 pawn became exposed. I want to say
this reminds me
Christian,
of maybe a painful game for you, Nazi, against Jennifer Yu.
Which one?
Now that you mention it,
it was very similar.
My third loss, my fourth.
You were with the black pieces, right? If I'm not mistaken. You were hunting the queen.
I remember. Yep. Mm-hmm.
What have you done, Nazi?
Oh, that game kept the evaluation bar was up and down whole game, but
bouncing like.
But it's very similar.
Yeah.
It's very, very similar.
Yeah. Well, you're off the Christmas list. You know that already.
It happens. It happens.
Thanks for sharing. Excuse me, but isn't Alice Lee in a little bit of trouble on this one, Christian?
So.
Because
I'm
looking at the position, and I love the move Queen F4. By the way,
yes, it's a good move. It's a good move, and right now maybe drastic measures are required. D4, just like a pawn sacrifice like this, Alice is not going to do that. Now the question is whether a very natural move works. Like
well,
just
we were
rook
looking
to D8.
rook d8, knight g5.
It's a problem, yes. Knight to g5 is a problem. h6, knight takes d5, right?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Rook takes d5 seems to be the move. Rook takes d5, h takes g5. Some crazy stuff is happening right now. And I'm seeing all sorts of like rook sacrifices, bishop coming to c4, the knight on f6 on pre for the moment. And if you have to play the move queen takes a2 as the only best move in the position, this is really bad news because you're not even looking in this direction.
Right.
You're not considering taking pawns. You're considering not getting checkmated.
That's your fear.
On this side, that's the big fear. So definitely very difficult variations that she needs to calculate. Alice Lee is in trouble, guys.
That's what I'm thinking as well.
She's in trouble. Did she make a move?
Queen a5.
She did play rook fd8, I'm telling you. That's the most natural move in the position.
Indeed it is.
Rook fd8.
If Omia finds knight g5.
Knight g5. Ooh, man. This is not looking good.
And by the way, again, visually speaking, I find the move knight g5 very, very attractive because it's, in a sense, I'm putting the knight in a pin. The knight can't move, not because you lose something of great material behind it. You lose a pawn, but it's checkmate. And I'm just thinking that after knight g5, I've got this devastating blow. Knight takes d4. I go h6, knight f7.
Apparently we don't even need knight
f7.
f7. Immediately knight d5.
And even knight d5, with or without capturing on f7. I wasn't even sure because I found this very compelling. And for Alice Lee, she can't afford.
She needs to win. She can't afford to lose any more points.
No.
We only have 3 games after today left.
Exactly.
So.
The good news for Alice, I think, is she still has to play Jasmine. But at the moment, if Omia finds knight g5,
it's trouble. But she needs to connect that with knight takes d5. It's very important. Knight g5, h6, and now you don't go back, obviously.
Right.
But you have to calculate, and she will spend some time perhaps calculating knight takes d5.
Right. I'm looking at this position, Christian, and I'm just seeing so many very, very tempting sacrifices. Can I play knight to d4? Knight to e4.
So d takes e.
Oh, sorry. D takes E.
And then
yeah.
HG, right? for
Bishop
the
C.
tempo.
For some reason, I was thinking Bishop C4. Good morning, St. Louis. Where's my coffee? Let's
But the thing is,
switch.
if she doesn't find knight G5, then black is more or less fine in this
Yes, the
position.
critical moment.
So for a moment, I play H3. Why is black fine? I'm just actually kind of curious
Now
because
I'm
it
going,
just feels.
I'm ready to play
still-
D4.
You're ready
it
to play
seems that I'm ready to play D4 right now.
D4.
Yes,
and
that's
if I-
one of them. Knight H5 is also a big question that you might not have a clear answer for.
Knight H5 and D4, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
And those are not the only moves. But it does seem like if you don't take action right now with Knight G5, which is putting a lot of pressure on black's position,
Right.
black is going to be able to consolidate.
Okay. Last quick look. Tell me about knight to E5 for just a moment.
Knight to E5, yes.
That also looks very attractive.
That's a
Right?
very decent move. Now I'm going to
Because-
have to start pulling the brakes. Take on E5, exchange, and
Right.
queen C7. Try to
Uh-huh.
exchange the queens, yes.
Uh-huh. Because otherwise I was dreaming. You know what I'm dreaming. I mean, I'm on I'm on this the long diagonal.
Pathway to heaven.
Yes. Yeah,
In
stairway
that one
to
for
heaven.
sure. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Still, it looks good for white. Rachel Lee. Shall we go over to Rachel Lee's
Yeah, I
game?
think she's close to winning her game.
Wow.
here.
that happened Fast.
Yeah.
That was the G4, G5. We were kind of having so much
She
fun with
managed
that
to get
move.
all her pieces on the king side, and
Rook E8. Okay, that seems a little passive. Again, we were talking about get your queen side punch in. Play for B5, A5, Bishop A6. She played Rook E8, Knight E2, and we understood that the knight was maneuvering over to the king side.
I really didn't like this D4 move. I think it's positional mistake.
Many times it happens that we have a queen on H4, and one of the winning moves is bishop on G2 to E4, weakening the control over the E4 square, not to be recommended. By the way, are we ready to go?
Can also go to E4. Yeah.
Bishop to B7, bishop A6.
She has a very clear plan, queen H5 and bishop E4.
Oh my goodness, that is...
And there's so many sacrifices coming.
Okay, so you've laid the table. Rachel has laid the table beautifully for an attack. Finish it for her. What should Rachel
there's more
play?
than one way.
Even
Right.
there's more than one way.
I like knight E4 with the knight F6 ideas as well.
Okay, so this is a problem. I mean this in a genuine way, that oftentimes I have a square, the E4 square. I want two pieces on the square. I want my bishop on the square and I want my knight on the square. How did you just, and
Well,
you did
good
it
news
very
is
quickly.
that no matter which piece you choose to put on E4, you're still winning.
I was going to say, no matter which piece you choose to put on E4, it's definitely the wrong piece. So I was thinking that you were going to play bishop E4. And the reason why I was thinking, because I was thinking that you were going to go, that way anyway and get in the whole queen H5 stuff. But you like knight E4, and let me just make a move.
Black's problem is that counterplay doesn't exist.
Well, I'm dreaming.
I think I can give you my entire queen side and just checkmate on the king side.
Well, I'll go down with a full tummy. So how are you going to do it? Knight E4, C4, let's go. You're going to play knight F6 on me? Going to make me look bad?
Or start with queen H5 to be sure.
Oh.
Because I'm not in a rush. Knight F6 not going anywhere.
It's a little bit scary. If I do kick you back, I'm not happy about this decision, by the way. But I do at least kick you back if you play queen H6.
Queen G4.
Queen to G4. Okay.
I'll take it back.
I've been dreaming. Actually, now that I've been dreaming, let me dream big.
Yeah, dream big. Knight F6.
Okay, I munched.
Take with the
Oops, sorry, G pawn.
G pawn, because I want to push F5 next move.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, right?
Yes.
Takes. It's not play on one goal. Knight takes
F5.
Rook takes E5. We're still We're still in there
Still
throwing
alive.
patties.
I want bishop h6.
Rook f5.
Rook f5. But somehow you're surviving.
I survived. Not sure exactly how and why, but visually, you brought us to this game because you thought,
I mean, Engine
smash.
also says the eval bar is all the way up.
The attack looks so menacing and so strong. I can very well imagine that white is for choice. Big time in this one. Christian, what do you have for us?
Big news, guys, in
Christopher
game.
Yu.
Brewington versus Christopher Yu exploding. Christopher once more out of this position. Knight takes d5 was not played. We've seen how that one was resulting in a forced draw. Knight takes d5 and then rook takes a2. What he did was rook to a2 first, and this opens up a can of worms right now because you're pretty much forced as white to take on e7.
No choice.
Yes. If you don't take, if you play something passive, such as rook to d1,
worse.
now I can just simply take, in fact, and rook
c.
to c2. I'm going to recapture my piece with dividends. Now I'm a pawn up. You're in trouble right now. The best thing you can do is hope that you have enough compensation after rook to c8. Probably not in this position. Either way, it's going to be a very difficult defense, even if you do find some sort of compensation. So don't go for this. You're pretty much forced to take on e7. And this is what we're going to get. We have a move right now. Knight takes e7 on the board. Knight takes e7 is on the board.
He has backing down.
He has to at this point. King f8, knight takes c8, rook takes d2. Now, two pieces are under attack, so I'm going to get two pieces for the rook.
Take the
knight
pawns.
takes some pawns.
Right.
Exactly. Take some pawns. And now the big question comes, do you take on d6? Probably not because of e5. You probably have to take on e2. Not knight takes b7. Not knight takes b7. And this is the key, because after knight b7, knight h5, my pieces are starting to swarm around your king, and you're not in time to exchange the rook.
Gotcha.
It's very important that you get to my rook.
I have to start with
rook
a
a2
rook trade.
Can no longer be met with rook to a1, so I have this escape square. For example, if you try to go rook to e1, I go rook a2, no more rook a1, my rook stays on the second rank, and you're in trouble. We have more moves. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view and see what has happened so far.
I think we have this position, we'll analyze it.
That's right.
Yep.
That's exactly what they're going for.
So we're going to see rook takes e2.
We're
So
expecting
instead
rook
of
takes
knight
e2.
b7, what should white play?
Instead of knight b7,
King
f1 seems to be, again, it's all about exchanging that rook on the second rank. And by the way, we might even have a third option. Not taking the knight, not taking the bishop, but in fact playing knight h5.
I apologize.
It's at the very top.
Go up.
Is it at the very top? Because
One of the.
There we go.
That's the one.
There it is, at the fourth one. So you recall way back when, right back here, after the move queen b4, I was proposing king f1.
Right.
You know, just kind of as a, that's just, you know, pattern recognition talking. I played these positions on both sides and getting ready for this ending that we're seeing. Takes, rook takes e2.
That's one.
And I loved what
but again, it's
you
not
were
the only
saying
move.
is harass the rook.
Yes.
Harass the rook. King f1, rook d2,
rook d1. Try to exchange the rook.
And
you need to exchange that rook. That rook on the second rank is too active.
I am chasing you as much as I can. Maybe maybe that's a draw, but there's another move here that's
knight h5.
That's kind of compelling too.
I love it.
Because you're
not taking any of the pieces?
Yeah, right.
Well, now is the transition into knight takes b7, rook takes e2.
That's a transposition you want.
Exactly.
This is feeling very, very good for black because you've got the knight f4 business, and in this particular case, whether you include the bishop check or not, I was a little bit afraid of e5. Maybe I shouldn't have been. There's no rook a1. You can't chase, as you were mentioning, Christian, the bishop. Knight h5. That's a
Very
weird
strong
move.
Big move right now, yes.
Weird moment. you can't take the knight. Let's just finish on this note. Take the knight, oops. This one
in exchange,
is just a full exchange. And
since Christopher's thinking, he's clearly considering knight h5.
That's one of the marks of being in good shape. You're finding the critical moments, and then you stop and think and ponder and find the best option.
So after knight h5, the best move for white is bishop d3?
Seems like
just
it.
to get
Say what?
Just to
Which
get
is not a move anybody would want to play.
Did you say bishop?
That's what I'm being told.
I'm saying that there was that game of Jose Becerra, Igor Novikov found b6, b7. I have not, I've been around, that move, how many times did you see that move in such a position?
Never.
0. Yeah. Tom Williamson, our producer, when I played in Tata Steel, bishop d3 was the way to go. I bet.
He doesn't even know how to spell Tata Steel. Exactly. Don't be silly.
And it was Hogavain. No, not it.
Let's go bishop d3, just to show you the idea.
D3.
Just to show after knight h5.
Yes.
Just to show you the idea of bishop to d3.
I've got it on the board.
Rook takes d3.
Okay.
And now once again, I can hunt that rook down.
With the direct.
I'm not taking on b7. Forget about it. I'm not going into those type of situations. I want to exchange the rook. And this is just going to be a repetition. Rook c3, rook c1, rook d3, and so on and so forth.
And then after knight f4 instead, after bishop d3, what's the idea now?
But
are we going to
just go rook d1 now?
And then we're going to go into a position like this.
Unless you mate me, which might be the case. You might be able to mate me.
Also, white could have played rook c2 instead of rook d1.
You're basically trying to force me to take on d3.
Oh, sorry. I could have played
rook c2.
Oh,
force him to take, but now your second rank is safe.
Yes, and maybe now knight takes b7 with knight c5 ideas coming after I get rid of this bishop to d4 check.
Right.
But no more mates.
At least no more mates.
Wow.
Yes.
Crazy stuff. And again, the fact that Christopher has gone into a think in this key position tells us, as we were saying, he's in good form. He's in good form, and he's looking at knight h5. So many crazy games are going on. Shall we take?
We have a blunder alert in game Jason Liang against Andy Woodward.
Christopher Yu has played knight h5. As I switch to the game of Andy Woodward.
So this last move, knight d7, seems to be the wrong move, because now after bishop e4, white has a huge advantage.
What have we been talking about? Exchange that light square bishop.
Yeah.
You have a golden opportunity to do so right now. What is Andy thinking about?
Well, the crazy part is I actually really like the knight on f6.
Exactly. This knight d7 feels very strange.
It feels like it's a really good knight, and I was kind of thinking like rook c8, rook c1. I wasn't 100% sure about castles, by the way. You know what I oftentimes like to do in these positions is I oftentimes like to just play the move a5.
Leave the king on e8.
And leave the king on e8. Maybe the king actually can go to f8 because my rook isn't trapped.
It's a good rook on the h file.
Kind of, right? But Andy's knight d7 giving up the e4 square, I'm not a fan. Just a second.
Let's check bishop e4.
Well, it's a very natural move, I must say. Bishop e4, let's go.
I have to take, and then let's say I play g6, because I'm not going to castle and walk right into a checkmate.
That's mean of you. g6. Pause, because I can resist anything except temptation, and I'm very tempted by the pawn on b4, but I'm also tempted by this one. Takes with the knight, otherwise I have d6, right? Bishop can come to d4. Once again, similar threat as before. I want to take the knight and play d6.
Knight f3.
Knight f3. Queen takes b4. Give me a rook.
This position is too open for black.
Actually, I apologize. I think this is even stronger.
Right.
Queen to e3, because now I have threats of knight f6 check as well.
Take your bishop on d4.
So we transpose.
I'm not
anyway.
touching the rook.
Not touching the rook, obviously. No.
This
okay.
looks very dangerous, though.
I mean,
It
you're
does.
still much better, yeah.
I'll rather go with the pawn.
That knight on e4 is so strong right now.
No, black has too many weaknesses here.
And you
Agreed.
cannot castle anymore because h4, h5 with the pawn on g6 comes like a thunder in the position.
Yeah. Andy, but he could see this. I mean,
So,
he knows
Maybe
his
his idea
opponent.
is to take on g5 here and go into two bishops versus bishop and knight. And now bishop f6, let's say. No, I'm not taking on f4.
Okay. I like bishop f6.
There's probably some concrete line, though, that forces to open e-file. It's like bishop d7, then f takes e, and bishop d4, just trade everything.
We have a move. Let's see what it is. Bishop e4 on the board, guys.
Yeah.
Nicely
Jason found the
spotted
best move.
by Jason.
Wow. This looks easy play for Jason. I mean, again, black's king, it kind of caught
Something tells
in the middle of the board.
Andy just simply completely missed this move, bishop to e4.
Well,
must have been a blind spot.
Yeah, again, whenever you get into these middle game positions, well, out of the opening, your goal is threefold. Your fair share of the center, good development, save king. Black did not accomplish the third element of the plan.
But also, you know what the best path forward, perhaps, is for white, to go bishop f1, bishop d3. You know what white wants. White wants to exchange those bishops. And right now, you're just giving it to him in one move.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to play bishop g2 to d3. Yes, that's exactly right.
And that was the repetition we've been seeing previously.
And moving the knight d7 just simply allows white to go immediately bishop e4. And suddenly, Andy's
in trouble.
On the back foot. We left one, Alice Lee, on the back foot a moment ago.
Amia didn't find knight g5. She went with the second best move, I think, knight e5.
Knight e5. Okay, I got the red cross. I got the red cross treatment. Not the move.
So the red cross, what it means is not a mistake, but a missed opportunity. So the question mark, obviously a mistake.
Right.
Red cross, missed opportunity.
Missed opportunity.
Yes.
So you got stop signs, yield.
I don't know about
missed opportunity.
Yes, but that was a missed opportunity.
Warning crossing, danger, watch out for those deers,
Exactly.
Knight e5. Okay, missed opportunity, but knight e5 nonetheless. Nasi, take it away. I like this move.
Oh, yeah, we discussed this. Yeah, white's still slightly better.
Right.
But at least Alice avoided the most dangerous move, knight g5.
Okay.
But we were discussing
How
that
does
queen
she-
trade. Knight
How-
takes
Knight
e5 and queen
e5.
c7.
That's right.
This
Knight
was the
e-
position.
And that was where I was making my stairway to heaven or something.
By the way, this is not something that I see Alice playing so easily.
Yeah, she doesn't want
just to exchange the queens like
necessarily.
this, accept a slightly worse endgame.
Right.
It's not in her style. It's not in her position right now, to be honest.
Right. So takes, bishop f3.
You can see Alice at the board.
Ideas of
Does
knight
not
b5.
look very happy. It's not what you want to get today out of the opening.
No,
absolutely not.
By the way, compliments to our crew, the World Chess Hall of Fame. I mean, when we get a chance to look at those cameras and see the players at the play, they bring up that video feed right away. And thanks to, I mean, they've got to get into position, with all of their cameras and stuff.
They're quick.
I know. I mean, they've practiced. They do the drills, you see. During the off season, they go to the World Chess Hall of Fame. They get in their laps. They just love chess season when it comes around. Alice in a little bit of trouble. Where would you like to
One
guide us?
position that I really like is Andrew Hong's. He's playing Nicholas Ladan. And it's a very strange opening, but current position, I think, is in favor of Andrew. Take a look at that.
Okay, when we left it, he had just played the move e5, and we thought, yes, indeed, Black was beginning to seize the initiative. And look at that. Oh, that's a beautiful pawn structure. Yeah, reaching into the position. And F2.
Such a strange position. We're so early in the game, right? This is move 17. White doesn't have a central pawn. Black's knight's on G7. No one has castled.
That's bizarre. Keep going. Yeah. And well, let's start with castles, shall we? I mean, I appreciate that you can play H5 but
Wait, just played that, but what about bishop G3? And yes, I'm not gonna be able to castle myself, but I messed up your pawn structure.
You did.
And I can play queen B6 and start putting pressure on those pawns. And black can maybe castle long.
True, everything you said. I'm not going to lose the E3 pawn with check. I will match you.
I will trade.
Queen B3.
I'll trade and.
You will trade.
And game should be better for black, better pawn structure.
I agree. Pawn structure better, but at least somehow I was actually afraid that I might be going down in a blaze of glory. I don't doubt that Queen B6, by the way, is a very good move. I was more. I'm going to say I'm a little bit more nervous about moves like H5 here. Maybe, sorry, not with the trade.
Immediately.
Yeah,
That is definitely scary.
Well, okay, I'm going to make
Maybe
a bad move.
Queen A4 or something. White can start
perfect.
counterplay.
Okay, Queen A4, Bishop to D7.
Should I centralize with Queen D4? Force you to castle now that you committed to H5?
Aha, that's clever of you. That was very clever of you. I played H5 and then you forced me to castle. I still have Knight F5 though as a good answer to G takes H5. Wanted to tell you a quick story. Maybe you have something similar as well. Have you ever been afraid of an opponent?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Definitely. Okay.
Don't ask me who, but yes.
Yeah. In my entire career, I was only afraid in one particular game.
Really?
Really. I love playing against Anatoly Karpov, world champion. I love playing against Garry Kasparov. I love playing against Vichy, Kramnik, those guys. I mean, I always thought that was like great. Kamran Shirazi was an international master, and we were playing together in the U.S. Championship in Berkeley, California in 1984. And Kamran had lost all of his games. Oh dear, all my rivals were beating Kamran, and Kamran was a very, very dangerous opponent. And so I had to win the game because everybody else was making wins against him. But I went to the game very, very nervous, thinking that, he has played such a bad tournament. If he beats me, he kind of turns his tournament around a little bit, right? So I went in the game very, very nervous. And then he made a mistake, and then it was just all smooth sailing. But that was like the first and only game I ever felt nervous about. And in this game, Andrew's in the same situation. He's got to win because Nicholas has lost all of his games. So he cannot not afford to win, if you know what I'm saying.
That's true, but at the same time, I'd be thinking, there's no way he's going to have 0 out of 6.
Exactly.
He's going to stop at some point.
And Kamran, the same thing. It was like, I don't know, an 18-player tournament. Maybe it was 16-player, I'm not sure. Kamran finished the tournament with 1 draw.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like the worst tournament of his life. He made 1 draw against Roman Djindjiashvili. It's like,
He didn't have an option to quit.
Yeah, where's the quit option? I like to quit.
That's probably my greatest fear. Actually.
What's that?
Whenever you play this type of closed events.
Yeah, you just have a bad tournament.
What if I score 0 out of 9? And until you score that first half a point or point, you keep thinking about that. Right. Imagine starting with 5 losses.
It's
That's
terrible.
definitely in the back of your mind. 0 out of 9.
Get out of here.
Can it be possible? Can I actually score no points in this tournament?
Right.
That is his fear right now. That is Ladan's fear right now. And perhaps, Andrew, with his stance, very aggressive stance, by the way, that E5 that you guys were discussing earlier in the game, he's definitely putting pressure on him.
Kostya, a number of Kostya's interviews, Jesse Kraai comes in, Joel Benjamin recently comes in, and he says, well, you won today, how do you feel? Glad to get that first win under my belt. Like that takes the fear factor out of
At least
tournament.
I'm not. At least I won a game.
What do you have for us, Christian, in the Julio Becerra game?
That's exactly what I was looking, and I was just asking myself: is White already worse? Is Julio already slightly worse in the position? Look, very symmetrical.
Very symmetrical.
Bishop to d7 was played. There's only one problem that white has. This pressure on f2. How do you get rid of that pressure on f2? This bishop on c5 is implacable. So for example, take rook to e1 doesn't work. You cannot pull the brakes.
Bishop takes f2.
Bishop takes f2, you lose a pawn. So definitely not something that you want. He played a move f4. Right now after bishop d6, already the engine is saying black is starting to pile on the pressure because you created a weakness with this move f4. Now you exchange, I take back with the rook. You can no longer play the move rook to e1. You play g3, you lose the pawn on h3. Your pawn structure is now weak for a very long time. f5 perhaps is what he's thinking to be playing, but after d4 right now, this one, I'm gaining so much space. I'm gaining access to so many squares. And imagine this, I go c5, bishop comes to c6, pressure on this diagonal, the knight comes to d5, pressure after my knight lands on e3. There's so many new worries that white has in the position. And also, think about it this way, this is not the type of position Julio excels in.
No.
We've been told he's an aggressive player.
Right.
He likes to sacrifice. We remember that game against Melik.
Right.
Melik gave him the whole menu. What do you want to sacrifice? There. He won that game swimmingly. But this is not the type of position that he wants to have against Vladimir Akopian. And right now, look, black is slightly better. If he finds, and he did find the move, bishop to d6 is on the board.
You gave me a clue to the current position. You said that Julio likes to sacrifice.
Sure.
D4?
D4.
Probably.
Exchange
Yes,
sacrifice.
yes.
If
And you know what?
take,
I'm not.
Well, no, wait a minute.
I'm not.
I mean,
I am not taking, and that's the key.
but show our audience why you may not necessarily want to capture.
Probably you have some difficulties. You're losing. By the way, it's still complex.
So clear,
perhaps
right?
Pick up f7 at least.
I'd start with
you
munching
get
the
this,
pawn on f7.
Maybe you could take on e4 first, and then so that you keep the two bishops, right?
Right.
If you take on f7, I take on d2 first. But yeah, the position still remains very complex. Nevertheless,
Maybe
this
Julio.
is what Julio
happy,
wants.
Happy year with.
He didn't. He took on e8. Yeah.
He-
No, d4, c5
I thought-
was the big problem.
Okay. The other thing I was thinking is, if I play in the game bishop to d6, d4, c5, well, in this case, taking on e8,
But now
on e8,
you're giving me the e4 square.
yeah.
And
But-
d4 followed by knight e4 is coming.
Mm-hmm. I can't disagree. It is easy play for
Maybe
Black
now
to be
rook
sure.
e1. Let's see rook e1. Maybe you can try to pull the brakes.
Thank you.
Finally, you're not losing a pawn after rook e1.
Right. I can challenge the e file, and I feel a little bit better about my position
So
in this
let's
case.
see. What can I do right now?
What about d4?
D4
I'm going
first.
after the g2 pawn because I want
Okay,
to play bishop
okay.
c6 very quickly.
Do you want to take on e1 first, or you want to go d4?
Well, she's
Let's try
She's
this one.
kind of got a. She's pretty. She's enjoying the proceedings,
So on
the
bishop
tidings.
g2, you have to play g5.
Oh, she's really trying to take that pawn. Huh?
Oh boy, she's the
94.
training has worked incredibly well. I'm so proud.
Thank you.
Look at this. She's going gangbusters. I love it. None of this has happened because Julio has played, by the way, traded, and he did play the move bishop f3, maybe recognizing that d4, c5, bishop c6 was going to be, well, not curtains, but at least a problem. He played the move bishop f3 on the board. We'll keep an eye on this one.
But let's take a look at Akopian's line score, how
Which
he
has
got
been
here.
impressive.
So he started with 3 wins,
Wow.
perfect score, then 1 draw and another win. I mean, he's been tied for first or led every round since the
And
beginning.
he's got a 1.5 point gap. I mean, it's getting over early.
Yeah.
If he wins this one.
If he wins this one,
finish
we
2
just
3 rounds
we just
early.
start, the victory speech, making the lines. As
Yeah, Julio
Bishop-
needs to now play for a draw, find a way to somehow hold the position.
Yeah.
It's very, very unpleasant.
Why is it so unpleasant? I'm seeing 4 versus 4, 3 versus 3.
Let's go D4, Yasser. Let's
D4 immediately?
Let's be aggressive. Let's
Aggressive.
take some space, yes.
Knight.
Disadvantage, better
Knight.
pieces.
Knight to...
Let's go C5.
C5.
Why not?
Okay. I'm an idiot.
You're not
Okay,
happy.
I'm not
Knight
happy.
D5?
I have to play Knight E4. I have to start after D4, Knight E4.
Okay, I'll take that.
You'll take it. I'll take with the pawn.
With the pawn? Okay.
Well, now it's 4 versus 3 on the queen side.
Perfect. Yeah, but it's 4 versus 3 on the king side. Take that back. I don't know. F6?
So you're playing E5, right? I was going to play F6 for that reason.
Right, that was my plan. I definitely was thinking in terms of E5 and maybe on a good day, I don't know. But if you play F6, I would play H4, okay? Just to play for G3 without hanging my pawn.
Okay, I'll start C5 now.
Right, and then it's like your majority versus my majority, and maybe you have a
should
a
still
pull.
be a little bit better, yes.
Let's keep going.
I agree.
C4. Why
C4, let's go. Yeah, out we come.
Pushing King C7.
And Rook
C7,
C,
Rook D1.
Rook to D1 is my intention.
Yeah.
And
Maybe I should have played
I don't want to lose a pawn. That's true.
Bishop C6, so your rook has to go to E1.
Okay.
Good move.
D4, by the way, is on the board.
And then go for C4.
And now, yeah, the big difference is you forced my rook to play a little bit more
Also,
of
did
a
I have
passive role.
F5 here? Instead of C4, just F5 should be winning a pawn?
Oh my goodness,
that
you're
would be game
absolutely
over.
right.
I mean, you have E5. But you
So
will lose a
G3
pawn, right?
doesn't actually work that well.
Yeah.
I can actually go into a bishops of opposite color ending where I think my chances of a draw are pretty high.
But
Yeah?
are they? Is the question. Let's go into that because I think that
Really?
is going to be discussed. I don't exchange the rooks. I go bishop e4.
Oh, very nice.
I'm not sure if this is that easy.
Black
I go
will
king
torture
d7 next.
White
so-
for next 100 moves.
102.
Yeah, this is going to be torturous.
Absolutely. Well, we reached that time in our broadcast where we take our second break of the day. What do you have for us, our viewers, I should say, on our break?
Well, as we go to break, Begim caught up with the 2 members of the girls' competition, Megan Paragua and Chloe Go. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Hi, Chloe. Welcome to St. Louis. It's great to see you here.
Hi, it's good to see you too. I'm really excited to play.
Chloe, you got the wild card for this tournament, and it's going to be your first time playing the junior girls. How are you feeling about it?
I'm really excited. It's my first time playing in girls juniors, and I think I've been to St. Louis, this is my second time. So I'm just going to try to play interesting games and play well.
Have you faced any of your opponents that are playing here?
Yeah, I've probably played like half of them, some like from 2021, but I've played some of them like in more games than others.
Coming from New York, do you go to the famous Marshall Chess Club? Do you engage in, does it help to grow your chess?
Yeah, I try to play at the Marshall every month. There's like a monthly tournament like Marshall FIDE Premier that I try to play. There's a lot of strong players that play there, so I think it's good competition and good practice to play.
What motivates you to play chess?
I've just been playing for so long and I've always enjoyed the game, and I think I'm a competitive person and chess is like a more intellectual sport. I've always just enjoyed competing and like just playing.
Chloe, what's your goal in this tournament and as a chess player in general?
For this tournament, since it's my first time, I'm just trying to get games that I'm proud of and like not focus on the result too much. But for chess overall, I want to get higher titles and just try to win more tournaments and just improve in general.
And see where it leads, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
Hi Megan, welcome to St. Louis. It's great to see you here.
Hi, it's really nice to be here. I think it's my first time here, so I'm really nervous but excited at the same time.
Also, you're the youngest player in the tournament. How are you feeling about that?
It's like I'm not really nervous that, oh my goodness, these people are like really older than me. Well, I'm normal to playing them, so I guess I've already overcome that, so I'm not really nervous or scared about that. I mean, I've never really played in these tournaments because especially like we're all around the same level. But I think it's going to be a tough, good learning experience.
Also, what are your expectations of the tournament and what's your goal?
Well, I don't really have expectations, because it's my first time. I just really hope that I have good games and have a fun time here.
Also, you won the World Cadets Brewington Rapid recently. How was that experience and does it give you more strength and confidence?
Definitely gives me more confidence. It was like, I don't really play in another country against other people, like from other countries, so I think it's really kind of new to me. I think this is also like my first time playing World Cadet in person, which is like a new experience. But it really helped me have more confidence because not everyone can get it, and it just really helps me and takes another step into my chess career, if I have one.
What makes you love chess and drives you into the game?
It teaches you a lot of stuff and helps you make friends. That's one thing. I have a lot of friends because of chess. Chess is very interesting because it's not always going to be the same thing as it was before, especially that it's a different opponent and different moves. And it's like, you never know what's coming next. It's like a whole movie. It's like there's a plot twist, there's a beginning, and there's an end.
You mentioned that if you ever have a career, right? But if you ever have a chess player's career, how would it be and how do you imagine yourself?
Well, maybe I can teach other kids or adults even too that wanna improve. Maybe if I become woman world champion at some point, maybe then I can take a break from playing chess seriously and just teach for a while.
That's awesome.
Nice. Thank you.
So you want to become the best in the world and then pass it to a new generation.
Yeah, like Judith Volgar.
That's awesome to hear. I'm so glad to hear that, and good luck with the tournament.
Thank you.
The 2024 Grand Chess Tour returns stateside for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, followed immediately by the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. Elite grandmasters from around the world will leave it all on the boards in the capital of chess in America. With multiple time controls from classical to blitz, the quest for the GCT crown will finally come to a close. Don't miss chess legends make history in epic back-to-back events for the dramatic conclusion of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 6 of the National Championships, and let's take a look at our standings. We'll start with the juniors.
Let's do it.
Coming into this round, sole leader was Christopher Yu with 4 points, and in clear second, Justin Wang. Then a lot of players trying to catch them.
And in the girl standings?
Jasmine Su is the sole leader in the girls section with 3.5, and 3 players share in second: Alice Lee, Iris Mo, and Rose Atwell.
And finally, in the seniors.
The seniors, there's Vladimir Akopian that no one seems to be able to catch yet.
Big gap.
And Larry Christiansen and Julio Becerra share in second place.
Vladimir Akopian playing against Julio Becerra, so that's a huge game going on. I want to go to the game between Brewington and Christopher Yu for just a moment, because it was explosive. There was a tactical explosion that occurred right here, and the players were following a forced sequence of moves after the move Rook A2. This was all instigated, by the way, by Christopher. He could have captured on D5 and probably gone into an equalish drawn ending. But because of his decision, we got this position and Knight H5. And this was a crucial moment where we feel that Brewington messed
Well, he had to
up,
find Bishop D3.
which is a very, very, very awkward move indeed to find. But the problem is, this rook is really doing a terrible job. It's terrorizing, in fact, the G2 pawn, the white king. And the idea is to get black to make a decision. If you play rook takes D3, then I'm going to try to trade rooks with the move rook to D1. What Brewington did was a very human move. He played the move bishop F1, rook takes, rook D1. But you know what? At the end of the day, there's 2 minor pieces versus rook and pawn, but the 2 minor pieces really have very good squares.
Actually.
Is it 2 pawns? Sorry.
Yes, 2
You're
pawns.
right. Apologies.
But black's minor pieces are very good, and my bishop on F1, not great.
In fact, because the pieces were so good, I didn't realize it was 2 pawns. I like Christopher's position, and again, this is a very, very big game. A victory by Brewington draws Christopher right back.
Practically winning.
For black.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
objectively maybe white can still hold on.
Right.
With the best moves, but from a practical perspective, this is such a difficult position.
So many marquee matchup games, and I really want to get to them. However, I would be remiss if I didn't bring and mention the game Douglas Root versus Joel Benjamin, because I am mystified by the move F to F4. You take a flexible pawn structure, if you will, and you make it incredibly brittle with the move F4. I see this move as black, and I'm instantly thinking to myself, I want to play H5, I want to play G6, and I want to play knight to G4. So I start with H5, I'll play queen to E7 to defend the knight, then I'm going to play G6, and I'll bring my knight to G4, and in my mind,
I maybe play immediately bishop D1, and that's the. But you still
bishop to
have queen
D1?
E7, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Still going for queen E7, and I'm thinking in my mind's eye, if I ever get G6 and goodness knows knight to G7, knight to F5. I mean, I'm strategically. It's
Too many
magic.
holes in white's position. C4, E4, G4.
Magic. The other thing that kind of goes through my mind is I look at queen B. I want to play C5. I want to see. I want to play C5.
So in the game.
I want to play queen B6
first.
Yeah, kind of a prelude. Get you to defend this pawn. Play C5, and blast open. And the move F2, F4 weakens.
Definitely.
Weakens E3. By the way, C5, which actually looks like a pretty decent move to me. My screen there went red cross.
Missed opportunity, yeah.
Oh, missed opportunity. Of course, not bad move. Just simply maybe
there was something better.
Better. And
But same goes for white. After Rook D1, we see that also missed opportunity.
okay, Rook. I like Joel's position, but again, we do have so many marquee matchups.
Should we go to Omia's game against Alice Lee?
Yes.
We have some updates in that game. After 95, Alice went for immediate D4.
So Rook D8, knight E5. We all felt that the move knight G5 was really, really strong move. Knight E5, D4, knight A4, and are we up to date with the players now? Okay.
After knight A4, so what is Omia? Does she want to take on D4 or play knight C4 first? Trying to understand the idea behind knight A4. Why didn't she play, let's say, knight E4?
Right.
I think she's trying to hold on to as many pieces on the board as possible so that she can target the pawn structure. That's the key. She wants to target that pawn structure. And the way to do so, by the way, knight to A4 also stops the queen from ever picking up that A2 pawn, which was kind of hanging, kind of in the air. So she probably was like, I don't want to analyze any sort of queen takes A2 and maybe I'll trap or not the queen. So I might as well go.
Very concrete line, bishop D6 here.
Bishop D6,
Bishop
okay.
to D6. Wow, that was going in a completely different direction. So your idea is knight takes, rook takes, queen takes, hello. Bishop takes H2. So you're defending your knight tactically in this case.
Could I take on D4 first? Can I start with E takes D4? I don't know if it helps me, but
C
trying
takes.
to understand. C takes.
Knight takes?
I would say take with the rook.
I'm not sure I want to take that. Yeah, queen to H4 was...
Just to kind of get out of dodge.
And maybe now that I look at it, perhaps I shouldn't start with E takes.
Yeah, yeah. By the way, a knight takes C6 is a bishop to D6 it's fair.
It's a challenging move, yes. Because now I think knight C6 is forced. Whether you take on D4 first or not, you have to trade.
I can take on F6 also, but that does look a little bit out of place.
Slightly, right?
Queen F6, bishop takes E5, queen G5. There's something to be said about that.
Yeah, but only slightly, because it still feels that white is hovering. You know, bishop C4 on a good day, and maybe there's also trickies along the fifth rank, right?
Your pieces are a bit
strange,
hanging, right?
Yeah. I'm just, I'm just wondering, right here, how about this move? Queen to C.
Queen to C7.
Queen to C7.
Knight C6.
Knight C6.
You can't take the queen.
No.
Bishop F3.
By the way, good move.
Noticed your threat.
You did. Knight to D5. Normally speaking, I don't like pinning myself. I would not, but in this particular case, I'm doing it because I'm winning a tempo, I think, I hope.
It's very delicate position.
Yes, I feel that each move, has a very, very high quality to it. You have to be precise here. Knight A4. We're going to keep an eye on this one. We're a little undecided what's going on.
We have to go to Jasmine Su's game because our tournament leader is in big trouble.
And where is she playing?
She's with the white pieces against Yasmin Sani.
Okay, so Jasmine. There we go. And she's with the white pieces, you're saying.
She's already down a pawn.
Whoa. This was the knight b3 game. Remember I was trying to play knight d7 to knight c5, and you weren't obliging me by capturing my knight on the... Okay. By the way, this looks like a very good hedgehog for black. Okay, h7, h6 is a fine move. You're kind of preventing bishop takes h7. But some things to be said for knight c5 as well. h6, knight a4, oh my. That feels just going in the wrong direction, isn't it?
Yes, I'm not sure what her idea was, because now it's an endgame, and... Sorry, white's not down pawn yet.
But it's getting closer and closer is the problem.
Yeah, it feels that way.
The problem is it's getting closer and closer. And that last move, knight b6, that feels like black is ready to become boss of the game. The knight on c4 will be incredibly powerful.
It's also this annoying bishop d4 check. I will kick your king farther away in the corner.
Exactly.
And all black pieces are just better than white pieces, so no question about it, right?
Exactly. Perfectly
it's a very one-sided game.
Truly. This is one of those, oftentimes when certain things go really well, they just, like it's a model game. For the hedgehog, where, white starts with a bind, and then you get in b5 break. And then you get activity as well as the break.
It's a dream come true.
Totally. Yasmin for choice, absolutely in this one. And
where would you like to go next?
Oh, I'm going to go to Christian.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at Nicholas Ladan versus Andrew Hong. We left it off after this short castle. Bishop takes g3 was his choice, which perhaps was unnecessary.
Right.
Because right now you cannot castle short anymore. You're opening up my rook. It's a very powerful rook, by the way.
Right.
And I can have some dark squares control as well in the absence of the dark square bishops. Knight coming to d4, rook perhaps coming to f4. So I really don't like this decision by Andrew to exchange on g3. And he followed up with queen g5, queen b3, obviously, defending the pawn on e3, and queen to e5. And Ladan right now took on e4. Absolutely wild move, wild decision right now. Knight takes e4. The idea, obviously, if you take with d-pawn, that's a check, and that's another check, you're getting mate.
Right.
On the d-file. So what you have to do after knight takes e4 is two things.
Take with the knight.
You can take with the queen, which is obviously the main choice.
Right.
And now we kind of understand why he did this. Queen to c3 targets the knight, targets the pawn. You cannot defend this knight without losing the rook on a8 after queen takes c6. So what you have to do is right now perhaps set up something on this diagonal. Queen takes g7, queen takes c3, king goes to h1, seems like the best move in the position. King h2 allows queen takes c2 with a check. Rook to f2, very natural move. Queen takes g3 is a problem. So king to h1, and the lines are absolutely wild. Castle is your only move.
Rook f7.
Rook f7, only way for white. Queen takes g3, rook takes b7, queen takes h3, and some sort of a perpetual in the position.
That's crazy on too many levels.
The funny part is that king to g2 was much better for white. He should have played king g2.
Which is a very natural move.
Very natural move, just defend. Don't go for crazies. Knight takes e4, unnecessary stuff.
Sorry, I'm still mystified. Knight takes e4, queen takes e4.
By the way, rook to b8 is another move that we will discuss in just a second.
Sure. Queen c3. I thought you were going to say d4.
Oh, d4.
D4 defends
No,
the
d4
knight.
loses after e takes d4
And it defends
because
c6.
you are stuck in the center with the king and rook e1, bishop somewhere is coming.
This is hard to believe. What about just knight e6?
Knight e6, rook
I'm up a piece.
You would
d1.
think so.
Okay.
This is
bishop
absolutely wild,
f3
by
is
the way.
coming.
Yes, bishop f3 is a big problem.
Yeah.
And if you take, I take on c6. I think this is the problem, yes. Taking on c6, king e7, rook e1, or queen takes a8. Wild stuff, and by the way, very good stuff here, right?
Right.
Like d4 is definitely tempting.
Right, you would think about it at least.
It's tempting. I can guarantee you, Andrew right now is thinking about it because...
But bishop b7 was weird.
And by the way, e takes d4 is the only move in the position.
Yeah,
Anything
sure.
else, you lose. But e takes d4, it gives white the decisive advantage. This game has blown apart right now.
Love it. Thank
crazy.
you. Thank you. My goodness.
3 results. Anything can happen in that game.
Totally wild position. But
Yes.
knight takes e4 really was a stunner.
I mean, I think if I saw that move, it would be impossible to resist.
Of course. Christian, sorry to interfere, but you mentioned that Andrew has another move.
Rook
and,
b8.
Rook b8,
And that's
yes.
also very compelling too, right?
Rook b8, which forces the exchange of the queens after queen c3. Queen c3, queen takes, knight takes, rook takes b2, and how do you assess this position? Now the question is, you're Andrew Hong, you're playing a player that has lost every single game up to this point.
Right.
Do you want to go into this? Do you want to keep more pieces and more opportunities on the board? With queen takes c4, right?
Correct.
So more craziness on the board.
So rook b8.
But that's always the dilemma, right?
Yeah,
when
you
you
don't
get
wanna
crazy
lose.
position, you also get a forced position,
Right.
which perhaps will force your opponent to find the right moves.
Right.
In an endgame, maybe you can outmaneuver a struggling opponent.
Right.
It's a big dilemma right now. Queen takes c4 or rook to b8 and go into that endgame. Which one will it be?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes when your opponent shocks you with a move like knight e4, the solace of a safe ending is sometimes, like it's something to be embraced, like a safe harbor.
But at the same
in a storm.
time, you think that you're playing an opponent who is having a
Bad
very
result,
rough tournament,
right.
so you don't trust his calculation. So maybe you think, take on e4 and then play d4. I'm up a piece.
Right, and then you start to look further. What was really confounding to me was this line that Christian was showing us.
Bishop b7.
Bishop b7. Now, first of all, is that a diagonal? I mean, because it's going to take you 2 moves to bring the bishop back to life. Queen takes g7.
Take with a check on e3.
Take with a check on e3. So
h1 was the only move. Rook f2, queen g3, and black picks up more pawns.
So you have to play this crazy move, king h1, right?
Yes,
And then it was castles, and then it was rook to the 7th. And I mean, you can take bishops and pawns, and the bottom line was there was some perpetual.
Perpetual, yes, with queen g3, queen h3.
Queen h3. And
could I just play queen b6 here, defend, and then just push c5 and win?
well, also I was thinking, can I just push the queen away from the rook? So hold on. So let me say I go he takes.
Okay, rook b7.
Rook takes b7. So yeah, okay, I'll take one check long because I like the h3 pawn. And then I'm going to try to kick your queen away from the rook. I had so many questions for this one.
So queen e7.
Okay, now I was thinking about this one. I thought your queen was going to stay on f7 there actually, not to go. So in this,
Looking at some sacrifices, but
okay,
queen f7 looks good.
Rook f8.
And then I go back to g7. Am I getting mated?
I hope so.
Yeah, it looks like that.
So I mean, I had so many questions that But bishop to b7. I mean, come on. I mean, that's some great stuff. Where would you like to guide us, Nase? You've got
Let's
the controls.
check Jesse Kraai against Larry Christiansen. It's a very interesting position.
And that's an easy one to find because it's on the top of my screen. Okay, Larry with the black pieces is nursing an isolated queen pawn position. Normally speaking, you want to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. With this move, queen to c3, I spot a tactic. Knight takes h6. Larry put his king on h7 with the idea knight takes h6, king takes h6. Not a position that you're going to see that often. Bishop to d3, saying, Larry, why did you put your king on h7?
And we've caught up to
d4. Yeah, knight e4 has a drawback. Small detail.
Small one.
Small detail. So we're assuming that the other detail here is that in case of bishop g6, we want to go
knight h4.
Knight h4 with the idea of knight takes and bringing the knight back.
This looks very good for white.
Is it? Is it?
No.
Well, I mean,
queen e5 maybe, and
queen e5 is one movement, one move to consider. Another one, I mean, one of the things I've learned in my games with Larry, for whatever they're worth, that guy is the master of the counterattack. I mean, it's like every time I thought I had something going, brewing, wow, he found some ways of very, very intriguing position. And let's just see the leaderboard for these two players, as I know Jesse needs a win.
Jesse needs a win and Larry needs a win. He's in the second place right now, but if he has any chances of catching Akopian, he needs to win the remaining of the games.
And now that you mention it, Julio Becerra is playing against Vladimir Akopian. And when we left it, we kind of thought that Vladimir had an edge, but he played it very well. Julio did. He recaptured with the bishop. Remember, I was recapturing with the pawn and getting myself into a little bit of trouble. Bishop takes e4.
Julio knows he's not better, so he's happy to make a draw now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would be playing rook e1, b3, a4, trying to trade off everybody, and it looks like
rook e1 a little bit scary. That in bishop endgame it might be even worse. I think I would keep the rooks.
Really?
Yeah.
What is it about the bishop ending that you think might?
Well, if we were to just evaluate the position, my pawn structure's worse, my bishops are more passive, my king's more passive, right?
Right.
So, but in the rook endgame, same things, when you evaluate same things, it's like, but it's a rook endgame, even if I'm down a pawn, usually I can save it, right? So my hope will be that I'll be able to trade bishops and save the rook endgame.
I see. I see this as more of a kind of a fortressy thing. So I'm trying to keep your pieces out of my position. So what pieces of yours can come into my position? Well, I think I can block your bishop. Let me block your rook, and I think I can block your king. So so where is Black's king's path into the position?
It's not clear, yes.
Not clear, right? So I'm thinking I will trade a pair of rooks. That takes away an aggressor. I'll put my pawns on b3 and a4.
Julio's listening to you.
I know, I have to speak a little lower. I know I've got, my voice kind of carries, you know. I have to be careful. This looks balanced. Rachel Lee was throwing some punches earlier. I mean, she brought everybody to the king side. Yes. Let's take a look at that game.
Position looks...
Because when we left it, remember I had asked you about the e4 square?
Right.
And you said, put the knight on e4. And I said, but two pieces want...
both want to go there.
Yeah, maybe even three. Maybe there's a rook that would like to go to e4 transiting through. Okay, well, here we go. I mean, talk about laying the table for a massive check. Knight e7, and we caught up to the players. Is it time?
It should be, right? Because there's no other way to improve our position.
Indeed.
Might as well go for it.
Well, and the beautiful thing about commentary,
It's not our piece.
And we get to take our moves back if we're wrong. Let's have a look-see. Knight f6 check. Well,
Have to take.
let's take it. Discover check.
Let's cover knight g6 for now.
Let's cover.
I think
Let's
sack
take it.
everything and I'm gonna resign.
Right, let's take it.
Yeah, the last move rook f3 and it's game over, right?
Okay, so far so good.
Are you
If I
looking at
take,
f6?
yes, if I take what you just said,
yeah.
checkmate, rook f3, rook up, and rook over, that is a checkmate. But black says, I'm not...
It's not checkers, so I don't have to take the bishop.
Exactly. I'll throw a patty your way. If
So
we
let's take
take,
on f6. So at the moment it will be materially equal position, right?
yep.
Wow,
But the good news from black's point of view,
you can trade queens.
if we can trade
That's
queens,
huge.
and my chances of holding go way, way, way up.
Maybe we should have taken with the bishop first. Would that make a difference?
Oh, let's have a look. Takes, takes. It may
Take with
make
the
a huge difference. Takes. Because in this case, we're
Knight
threatening
f6, there's knight
with
e7.
a double check.
Very nice.
So knight
Wait,
f6.
is it mate? Knight e7, king h8, queen h4, knight h7. Take there, and then rook f3 should be made, right? Mm.
Wow, that's nice. Now, see, that's a very...
If only bishop was on b7, then this whole line wouldn't work.
Right? Christian, jump in and tell us where the action is.
Alice Lee is in trouble.
Alice Lee's in
Alice
trouble.
Lee is in trouble. Take a look at this. Knight takes c5, we left it after knight to a4. Take, knight d5. And she says, okay, give me the pawn. I'll take it.
I'll take the pawn.
She should have played bishop to f6 right now. This was the most important move. In this position, queen to g3 has to be played. And now rook to e8. Not easy stuff. And to be honest, playing the move bishop to f6 when you can play bishop to d6 and support this very beautiful looking knight to f4 coming in the position is not an easy decision.
Very
so I
tempting.
understand why she did it. But now after queen to g5 seems to be that she is in huge danger. For example,
Really?
knight to f4 is completely lost after bishop to a g4. I'm a pawn, I have the compensation, and despite the fact that you're taking on g2, it doesn't really matter. You take a pawn on g2, but you don't have a follow-up. You take with the knight, you need a lot of moves to try to create something. Your queen is nowhere close to this diagonal, right? So you're very far away. I take on c8, your rook, I can take on c5 and set up this battery on the long diagonal as well. So you get checkmated.
Continue. Bishop takes g2.
In this position?
Yes, sir.
D takes c5. Not the only move, but
Bishop
D takes
takes
c5.
f1?
Bishop takes f1, probably I go queen f6.
Checkmate. And then
That's it.
I was waiting for him to take my bishop so I
Take the
could
queen.
take his queen.
Very
No. Uh-oh.
That's the big problem. I'm setting up this battery, you're dead in one move.
I agree.
That's
with
checkmate
that.
in one move.
Yeah,
right?
that's it.
So,
yeah.
not looking good, guys. And to be honest, queen g5 is kind of forced. Like you're
Clear.
not actually going to go queen to
No,
e4.
no.
Maybe you will, but
No.
it's sort of easy to calculate and understand that this position you've basically lost everything. You've lost
Your
all of your
advantages.
trumps in the position.
Yeah.
Not only that, but
Queen
queen
g5
h5,
has
queen
been
e5.
played.
Yes, queen g5 has to be played, and it was.
Can Alice go bishop f4? Does that achieve anything?
It's a move, but it also ties the knight defense of, queen h4. It's just, it doesn't really achieve much is the problem, right?
Just down a pawn?
You're down a pawn, yeah. Where is your compensation in the position? So if you take on d4 right now, let's say rook takes.
Uh-oh.
Even worse, yeah. Rook to d1 is coming.
She made a move, by the way.
Okay, let's go rook
Actually,
c2.
Alice is...
Queen c7.
Queen c7.
C7.
This seems to be another mistake, guys, and this might actually turn to be a decisive advantage right now.
Really?
If I take on c5, which is the most natural move.
Check.
You take, I go.
Bishop
What do you
f4
do?
is a natural move.
Bishop to f4, queen h4. I don't have a lot of squares, so I might as well. I might as well keep contact with these two squares.
Right?
Allow me to take on d5 and go queen f6.
That's
One more
not-
move. That's all I'm asking.
That's not pleasant, right?
Probably not, yes.
Wow.
It's looking bad, guys. Still some work to be done, but right now, Omia Vidyarthi might be on her way to getting her second victory in a row. And what a scalp this would be.
Wow, 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 wow. We'll keep an eye on this one. I'm going to turn our game to our attention to the game between Jason and Andy Woodward, when not too many moves. In fact, very few moves have been played
Andy
since
spent
Bishop
a lot
E4.
of time after Bishop E4. He's down to 30 minutes.
Bishop takes E4, Knight takes E4, and Jason is cooking. The rook
It's
on
only been
G1
20 moves played, and Andy has 30 minutes left.
versus an hour and 4 minutes.
Versus an hour.
Wasn't this the game when he was up by
he
2
had
minutes
the
or so?
Opening prep where he had 2 hours and 6 minutes.
That's what I wanted to say, yes.
Yeah, but he missed Bishop E4, and now he knows he messed up and has to somehow fix this position, but I don't see, we didn't find a way how.
No, we did not. I mean, first things first, the rook on G1 is attacking this pawn on G7. I do not want to castle. Trust me, I'm not doing
just
that.
me.
But imagine I play King F8, defending the pawn, so to speak, by hand, and keeping
But now-
G6 a little bit in reserve.
F5 is still dangerous, right? So I can move maybe rook D to F1?
Rook on D to F1. Wow, 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 wow. You're just building up a beautiful attack there, aren't you?
Because white can take it slow. Black's counterplay is 3-4 moves away before I have to defend.
That's precisely the way I feel about it too. I know that you're way ahead in. But okay.
By the way,
you
if
know
I
what?
played Queen G2, were you playing in G6?
Rook H7.
Rook H7. Okay.
So I'm thinking if I played the move Queen here, I think you were going to go Queen to G2, right?
Yes, with a tempo, sure.
And then I was going to go Rook H7. So again, I'm just. It's grim.
Looks very dangerous.
I'm trying my very best to hang on, but I mean, I know that all your pieces are in prime position.
If I played B3, will you take on D5, please?
Yes. tell me why.
Knight G5.
Or even Knight G5. I was a Knight G5, of course. Exchange sacrifice. What choice do I have?
Maybe you'll be happy with this. At least you're not getting mated.
You
right?
know, anytime I'm not getting mated in this
this is
position, I feel
actually
like
a relief for black.
a success.
Yeah.
Hard for me to say success, but we definitely think Andy's on the back foot. One quick look at the Becerra game again. Yeah, this is what I was saying. Julio is going to put his pawn on B3. There's no way that Vladimir's king can penetrate.
Can there be a way, though?
Can there be a way?
I don't know. Let's see. So if I go B4, you go B3 instantaneously. That's not an option ever. I have to go for C4.
Yeah.
Can I do it right now? Let's just do it right now.
And then should I play C3? Or should I play G3? I don't know. I'm sorry. Apologies. I want to recapture with the
let's
king.
go G6.
Yes. I want to recapture with the king.
King D5?
Yeah, the material is
King
just
D5 and
take.
Check
D5
Go
back.
back.
King D5 back. And I
Maybe
guess
have
I
some
wait.
B4 ideas. I don't know. How do you do it? How do you wait?
Not easy to wait, is it?
Maybe King D2?
I feel that I needed to have my pawn on B3, so wait a minute. So how did you start?
I started with
Percy?
C4.
C4.
Yes.
Okay, let me try G3 again.
G6.
G6?
Yes.
And if I play B3,
Yeah, and set up a fortress.
try to.
King D5.
King to
Then
D5.
you're just standing, let's say. Oh, you
Take
want to
it.
take?
I want to take it.
Mm-hmm.
And
What was wrong with just not touching anything? King F3 and stand? Before he took everything on C4. Because we didn't have a weakness. I mean,
I
our
was
weakness is
afraid-
C2, but he can't. No, don't take on C4.
Don't take on C4.
Yeah, and here just King F3 and stand.
King F3. Okay, so tell me how I'm going to stop.
Bishop C1 and
Now your bishop. Now your piece down.
I am, but
bishop
maybe
somehow-
there's a fortress.
You will have no tempi. So,
true.
like, what do you do whenever?
Well, my king can move.
Somehow I wouldn't want to bet that this is a fortress. that's the only thing.
King F3.
I don't know.
It could be, but
this might not be the
My moves are easy: King F2 and King F3.
Okay, but can I force you out of moves? King F2 and King F3. Can I force you out of moves? It's King F2.
Sure. King F3.
King F3. It starts to get a little bit.
Maybe here I have G4. Go back. I don't have King F2 anymore.
It gets a little bit scary. Another quick question for you. Imagine this position. Imagine I play here.
Okay, H4.
Imagine I go here.
I'm standing, yes.
Here.
Okay.
Here. Here. Again, you're a piece down.
Oh, you're going to play B4. Because I had hopes my bishop could come out.
Exactly.
But no, I'll take. Oh, you started with B4.
I start with B4.
I think this is the way you win.
Yeah, isn't this funny? Because in a sense, your bishop can never move, right?
This is nice.
So yeah, this is how we could potentially lose it. But I do think if we put our pawn on B3, capture once, then we hold it.
Let's keep going. Let's try this one.
Alice got a lucky break because opponent Omia did not take on C5.
By the way, just before we leave the this for a second, I wanted to go to the game of Jasmine because when we were leaving it, we sure thought that Black was doing really, really well. Takes. We're up to date, and oof.
Yeah, I think that's still the case. Two bishops.
Well, this is a bishops of opposite color position I would want no part of. I mean, because I feel like the majority on the queen side isn't going anywhere. Mm-hmm. So the 5-3 majority is, it feels like two pawns, in fact.
Two extra pawns.
Two extra pawns. So we think Jasmine could be going down, but Alice Lee?
Yes.
Shall we go once again? Where are we,
position.
Alice?
Yeah. Play this move G3, which looks logical, but...
G3?
Now some...
Whoa.
Interesting options for Black.
It's funny, because bishop takes H2 check is mate, right?
It's knight
so,
F4.
I mean, yeah, right? I mean, you start to look at these things. Of course, I understand Queen H4, don't get me wrong, but just for the visual, the visual impact of that beautiful bishop on B7.
But after Queen H4, maybe I can...
Do I have a rook?
Do
I have a lift?
Yeah. Rook D5, threaten Rook G5, checkmate.
Exactly. Do I have a...
almost checkmate. This looks very scary.
It's something that you'd want to consider.
And this game is they're repeating. This is Justin Wang against
Jason Liang.
Arthur Go.
No, Arthur Go.
Our apologies to Justin. Obviously, he's doing great in the tournament.
He's in second place, and
we just haven't been following the game because not too much happened actually. It was just one of those games where the pieces kept getting traded. Jump in on this game of Alice for us, Christian, because we don't like the move G3, but is it okay? Missed opportunity.
No. And in fact, knight to F4 is...
Really?
It's the move, yes. Knight to F4. It's very interesting. Queen to H4. Now the engine is saying that suddenly, nope. You see how it drops? Up to 2.5.
Wow, look at that.
And now it's all the way down.
Wow.
So the point being that rook to D3 is the big defense in the position, right? You go rook to G5, rook to G3, and now your attack goes nowhere. You will take, I will take back. I have H5 covered. I have two pieces for the rook, but most importantly, I have beautiful action coming on this long diagonal. Game over for Black. But this is the key, and it's so difficult to be honest. After rook to D3, rook to E8 seems to be the best move in the position, and White's pieces are completely clogged right now. Like, what do you do? Knight to C3, right?
Okay.
To defend. Now I go rook G5, and now I take on D4. This position is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. From a humorous perspective, this is impossible to calculate, guys.
Truly. Oh my.
I don't think she's going to go knight f4.
But if she does, I don't think Omi is going to take it.
But I think she has to. I think she
bishop?
But there's bishop knight h3
leaving this knight around bishop g4 is the only way to defend against that. f5 comes in the position. Now the only move is d5.
Oh, that's easy to find. Super easy.
d5, yes.
Crazy.
Sure. No.
Are you alien?
Knight f4, she's going to take. She has to take.
Yeah.
If she doesn't take, then she's in deep, deep trouble. But knight to f4 is a very difficult move to make.
What are clock times on
40,
these two?
45 minutes for Omia and 39 for Alice.
So plenty of time for the players. I was about to ask the time control, but obviously it's a single time control. The players will be playing on increments after their first 2 hours. G2, G3. Again, knight f4 looks really good. You know, I actually got to the rook lift, and I more or less, I'm ashamed to admit, I stopped.
After rook d3, right?
Well, no,
After
I saw
rook d5, we thought it was over.
But this is a great rook lift, and I might, like almost have stopped here because.
Isn't there just bishop a6?
Rook
even?
e8.
But bishop a6, I can let you take on d3. I take on c5, you take on d3, but king h1 now hides.
No. I love keeping the diagonal open, but rook e8 is a star move.
Yeah.
That is just.
Again, the engine from the start of this whole variation says that white has a decisive advantage. And then you get to this point, it sees rook to e8, and finally understands that black actually has tremendous compensation.
Wow.
And we know Alice is amazing at calculating, and
she's capable.
She can definitely go for knight f4.
And to be honest, what else? What else do you play?
Exactly, but also in the
you're
words
a pawn down. Like
of
what's
Jackie
your next
Gleason,
move?
hamana. This is a hot position. And by the way, that knight to that's a checkmate, right? So when Christian threw out bishop g4 and f5, I'm looking at these checkmates, right? I mean,
on both sides of the board.
The d5 move, I don't understand at all.
Well, we're closing this bishop so that we can take the knight. And it's not checkmate on h1.
Yeah. So then is d5 winning?
Well, it was your move. You tell me.
No, d5 is
it was Anjan's move.
Well, it was like d5. Wow.
d5 is zeros.
Zeros.
Triple zeros, of course.
The typical.
How?
How?
Queen f7, rook f8. F takes g4. There's a lot of ways in which you
Queen f7, rook f8.
At some point, I will take your bishop, you will take my knight.
Gotcha. Rook f8 somehow does make a good impression, though, I must say.
Will Alice find the move knight to f4?
Wow.
Because to be honest, if she gets to that situation after the rook lift with rook d3, rook d5, rook d3,
again, knight f4.
I believe she's going to find rook to e8. If she gets to that point on the board, she will find rook to e8. Exactly. To calculate that all the way from afar, that's a completely different equation.
So a rook lift so that we can play rook to g5. And by the way, rook to g5 comes with this checkmate idea. We don't take the queen. We're not queen hunting. We're king hunting. How about that one? So
I was going to say bishop g4 check on rook g5, but it also ends in that beautiful mate.
Checkmate the same. So rook here, anticipating rook g5, rook g3 with a winning position for white, but we don't check. Instead, there's rook on c8 that's doing nothing, suddenly jumps into the game.
That's very nice, because white cannot play bishop f3. That would be blocking the rook g3 idea.
Exactly. Precisely. Yes. And now we're back, we're cooking. My goodness, we tried knight c3.
How do you defend?
And then came this rook check, rook here.
Just take on d4.
And we take what? We do?
I think that was the line.
Yes. We just take on d4?
Yes.
So if we take here?
You probably take on c3.
And
Let's calculate that, and now you take on g5.
Take on g5?
Maybe. Queen d4. Now I go f6. I probably have to go f6.
And this is a funny one because you're about to greet me with queen c6, and you're the one on the long diagonal.
Now we make a draw.
Coach, my brain hurts on this one.
Yeah, let's let Alice think about it.
Yeah.
What
have you got for us in the game between Brewington and Christopher Yu?
We haven't looked at this in a while.
And Christopher's our leader.
And he's winning right now.
He is.
So bishop to b4, this is where we left it. g3, rook to a5, missed opportunity, but we're not going to get into that. It's not such a big missed opportunity. Normal move, f5, c5, but now you're creating another weakness. Sure, you want to exchange my pair of bishops. You want to play bishop to c4, exchange one of the bishops. Well, you can only exchange the light square one. At the expense of a pawn, no problem. Good move. But after knight to f6, bishop to c4 is not the correct moment to do so, because I can just simply play rook takes c5, and that stops you from exchanging. Yes. Stops you, and once you go rook to c1, now I can shy away from that exchange with bishop d7, preserve my bishop pair. Now I have, if you try to go e5, there's a very nasty check coming on c6. I don't see the compensation right now. Two pieces for a rook and a pawn, but the king is so exposed. I have an incredible control over the dark squares. My activity is off the charts in the position. Every single piece that I have, maybe with the exception of the king, is working with one goal, and that is to get to your king on g2. So I'm looking at the position, rook to c5 is on the board. This one
and
is...
Brewington just...
I'm not going to say hopeless.
He did a head shake to
but it's looking
suggest
that
he's not happy at all after this move, rook takes c5.
And look at the clock as well. And this is something that Christopher has been excelling with in this tournament, his time management. 1 hour against 18 minutes. That's a huge time difference with this type of position on the board.
Thank you, Christian. And Christopher looks to be cruising. Also, by the way, Nicholas and Andrew Hong. Remember, that was that crazy position. Should we play tactically and go for the queen takes e4, bishop b7 variation, or wait a minute? Let's chill out. Let's go into an ending. Well, Andrew said, like, just a second, discretion's the better part of valor on this one. Let me just tap the brakes a bit, and we've caught up on this game.
Yeah, black looks better.
Yeah.
For sure. White's pawn structure is terrible. Pawn on e3 is very weak.
Right. And the nice thing is the king is actually a little bit safe in the center. I don't have to worry about getting hunted with the queens off the board.
Black just needs to bring the knight into the game. Can't stay on g7 for too long.
Right. Knight to e8. By the way, if the knight does get to g5, there's a big tickle going on there. Also, I want
Andy's in big trouble. Jason
versus Andy Woodward. When we left it, what were we going to do? What were we going to do about the g2 pawn?
You were planning king f8.
I tried. I mean, I wasn't happy. Andy said, well, let me post up, attack the knight, queen to g2, defends the knight, rook to c8. You want to trade this one for this one? No, thank you. Go away. Queen c7, and we've caught up with the players.
Thinking to take on e5.
Okay,
and
that looks like a very good move.
Bishop d4.
It looks like, seriously, it looks like a very, very good move to me. You're threatening to take, and you're threatening thereafter to play d6.
Winning.
Ooh.
I don't see how black can survive this.
Grim.
Or even keep the game going.
I mean, I don't have...
Rook h5?
Yeah, I don't have any other suggestions than rook h5. At least in this case, I can recapture with the rook. I can't suffer the consequences of
I wonder if queen g7 is winning here? By the way, Alice did play knight f4.
No way.
She did?
I tell you, Alice has
Queen e4
Nerves.
under the piece.
Yeah, nerves of steel. I'm sorry, we're going to lead this one. We think Andy's in big trouble, but boy, knight f4. Coach, pick up the action on that one, because we still weren't really too sure. We were making heads or tails of this game.
Should we go back to this Andy Woodward game?
Oh,
guys?
okay.
Because I'm seeing Andy falling down to his last 20 minutes against 55 with a very difficult position. This is how it transpired. Bishop e4, he took on e4, followed it up with queen to c4, queen to g2, best move.
Right.
But look at how the position changed in the last few moves.
In White's favor.
Your bishop on f5 was a tremendous bishop, right?
Right.
My queen, I was trying to get it on g2, right? I was trying to find ways. Bishop to f1, bishop d3, and then queen to g2. Try to get closer to the action on the king side. Right now, I achieved everything. I got a very centralized knight, and we've been talking, we've been drilling this point for a very long time since this rook landed on g1. You want to open up the g file.
Yeah, he's got it.
My knight is already on e4. Beautiful knight in the middle of the board, controlling absolutely everything, and I've achieved everything that I wanted 5 moves ago with white. You haven't. You haven't done anything, in fact, with black.
Doubled on the c file, that's it.
Exactly, yes. Queen c7, take. This is what we have. Bishop to d4, huge threat in the position. Take, followed by d6. Guess what? I'm also looking at your pawn on g7.
Yasser was trying rook h5 here for black.
Yes, but
throw me under the bus. Right? I thought I was just
so I cannot take because you take.
Grimly hanging on. Yeah, rook to
G6?
d2. G2.
G6, right?
On
right.
move, probably.
Yeah, let's go here. Let's try to set up, increase the pressure.
Right.
What's your next move now?
I don't have a good next
That's
move.
the problem. That's the problem. And you know what my
A5?
big threat is? No, if you go a5, I think I can take on f7. I take on e5 and take on f7. Isn't this just winning?
Queen
no,
C2.
never mind. You have queen takes c2.
C2.
You have some crazy stuff.
E4 is hanging.
Yes, at the end.
At the end, that's crazy.
Everything hangs. But just the simple rook f1 seems to win. You cannot push the f pawn because I take on e5 and take on g6. I get to your king.
Right.
And if you cannot push the f pawn, how do you defend the pawn on f7?
Not easily.
The answer is you cannot.
Yeah. Thank you, Christian, on that one. I'm going to go to the game of Omiya and Alice Lee, because Alice Lee has played this move knight f4.
I think Omi is going to take a long think here after knight f4.
By the way, I see on my screen, I don't get the Red Cross medic.
Instead, you say 2 exclamation points.
Double, and the thing went, Christmas tree blue lights. That's not a turquoise blue. That's not a...
I think it's just green.
Green? I got a blue screen. What green? That's
I say green.
Was that a AstroTurf green, or is that a...
Forest green.
Forest green, thank you. We got to get it right. Knight f4. Okay,
There's only
look,
2
these
moves.
are challenging.
With a take or go bishop g4? There's no other
Exactly,
moves.
because we've got a threat of mate in 1 as well as mate in 1. Knight takes e2, mate in 1. So we've been looking at bishop g4 and takes.
So we're going to see most likely takes.
Takes, queen h4,
Rook d5's coming.
because we've got to cover the checkmate. Rook d5.
Can I go bishop g4 here?
Exactly in this moment,
Right.
yes? Okay. Pause.
Because on rook g5,
Yeah.
I can go d5.
And then I play
temporarily block your
h5.
bishop.
Rook g5. h5.
I guess f3 here?
Oh dear. There's a mate on h8 that I hadn't noticed until you played f3. There was one.
Oh, you should go f5. Very nice.
But that's not the end of the story. That's still.
Continue f3.
We still continue. And.
F takes g.
Okay.
Oh, you can go h5 now. After f takes g, now h5. Because now you're threatening rook g4. Okay, I guess I have to play h3.
This is a very, very peculiar tactical group of tricks. Wow, 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 wow. We've been missing lots of games because so many of the games have just caught our attention. By the way, just Rose Atwell versus Iris game, that is another game that's crucial to our standings. And
I think black is looking better.
I'm just still counting the material.
Pieces.
An extra
Black
pawn.
sacrificed a pawn, yes.
Okay. But what's the rook doing on h8? Why isn't the rook on f8?
Because there was no castle.
Okay, Christian. Crazy games.
Big moment right now. Take a look at this one. Nicholas Ladan versus Andrew Hong. Andrew did go for this rook to b8.
Yes.
And we thought that his position is actually dominant right now.
Okay, but...
You have a majority on this side. You're facing these double pawns on the g file. Not so good. Just simply activate the king.
Yeah.
Also, you're taking a lot of very important squares away, especially this f6 entry point.
Yeah.
He didn't. He played the move bishop to a6. Huge mistake. Allowing rook to f6. Yes. Rook to f6 came on the board, and what do you do now? I'm threatening to take the pawn. You cannot go king d7, rook f7, picks up the knight. So you probably have to go back to b7, but now my bishop on d1, perfectly placed. I go knight a4. Knight a4, knight c5.
No. Why did I force your rook to come to f6?
And then you go back with the bishop b7. Makes absolutely no sense,
No
right?
sense. He's playing rook f8. He's playing bishop a6.
Is this his idea?
He's got to be. He's got.
He may have missed that one.
Knight takes a d5, ladies and gentlemen. I take. This is what he missed.
I had a different idea for you. I had the idea you could play rook takes c6. And I wanted to give you rook f1 checkmate.
Yes.
That was a bit of a surprise.
If I cooperate.
Knight d5.
Yes. Knight d5. And
oh, my goodness.
Actually, it is white who has the slight advantage. You can still fight it off after take, and maybe
rook f2.
Rook f2. But the best thing you'll get in this position
this?
is some sort of perpetual.
Right.
Some sort. And you might need to work for it.
You might not even get the perpetual.
You might need to work for it.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Oh.
A big moment, guys, and big miss, I have to say, for Andrew. Perhaps we can see the Hobbit cam on his reaction, because he must not be happy right now. Look at
Well,
him.
he's looking askance.
Oh,
like, why did I
goodness.
play bishop a6? I could have started the whole operation with king e7. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
And Nico understands what just happens.
By the way, in Alice's game, we have rook on d5.
We have a rook on d5
Knight
in Alice's
was
game.
sacrificed, yes.
Well, now she has to go rook d3.
Rook d3 only move, and then that would be the key moment, whether or not Alice will play rook e8.
Yes. As you can see,
Well, we're looking at this line bishop g4 here. That's also interesting.
This one
And
hurt
then
my head
d5.
as well.
With no pawn d5.
Pardon d5, pardon me.
Can't
I was
play
playing
h5.
can't play h5. F5.
F3.
F3.
Takes. And
Takes,
h5.
takes. H5, H3. And I trailed off just because, like I said, my brain began to malfunction here.
Too many options here.
Too many. It
Simply
feels though
bishop
that
d5?
this king should be a weak piece, right?
For sure.
So that
Bishop d5. Problem is, if you take with the bishop, I'll sack my exchange.
I will never. No, this bishop is a cruise missile.
Right.
And it's eyeing the king. So I want to keep that in my pocket. So I feel like White's king is the one vulnerable, although I wouldn't stake too much on that claim that I just made. Omnia having, by the way, she took the knight, and she had to have it in mind that she wanted to play rook to d3 here, because there's simply no other move. I mean, you can't play knight takes c5 because
We're
there's
just
bishop
looking at our
h2.
move, bishop g4.
Correct. That must be what's going on in her mind, that she's thinking about bishop g4. I would mistrust that move, though. It just doesn't
looks
look
wrong.
Trustworthy at all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Andy is just is losing in his game. And this game we haven't really looked at. Let's check with Jason Wang against Daggupati.
Right. I'll go there. I just want to say one other thing, that Alice has a massive threat in her position. The threat, I think, is actually bishop h2. So, for example, if we do play knight c3, you know, completely ignorant to everything, but we also have this.
Very nice.
I mean, and rook to
g5.
g5 check. We have it in the other way, rook g5 check, but we also have it in this way too. So, sorry, you wanted to go to
Jason Wang against
Jason.
Balaji Daggupati.
Now, because that's a game I haven't come to, I haven't memorized it and put it in my. Jason.
You just
Wang.
passed it?
Oh, sorry. I did.
Right there. There.
Yep. And what do we have?
Oh, there's some symmetrical. Well, on the queen side, it's symmetrical. On the king side, black has some double pawns.
Right.
Is there knight d5 here? And bishop f5 coming?
Okay, let's have a look-see. Knight takes d5. That's a very nice tempo against the queen.
I think if you take e takes d, bishop f5 should be good enough.
Checkmate.
h6
also,
only move. Take on c8, take on d5. I picked up way too many pawns.
Well, that's pawn number 2. And this is pawn number 3.
And he's played it, knight d5 on the board, but of course Balaji did not accept the sacrifice. He played queen g7 instantly.
But that goes to show that he did blunder the pawn. When he went in for this, nobody voluntarily gives up the d5 pawn for free. And I mean nobody. And after this, we start looking for a knockout. Is there a knockout, by the way?
Knight b6.
Looks like a good start. I don't see another
G7.
move.
Should we just double? I don't want my
That
knight to
looks
get dropped
good.
there, but on rook b8, I have knight d7 planned, so.
Right. You can even start, if you like, with knight to d7. Maybe something to be said for that. But you want to steal a tempo. You want to play rook c3. You could
But
also
now I'm
maybe
worried about knight takes d4.
kind of a counter
Right.
attack in the center, which makes me think that maybe you should
Start
just
with this.
You can just be direct about it.
Yeah.
Why be coy? Knight to d7, with the idea that
Yeah, very healthy extra pawn and a good position.
indeed. We'll keep an eye on that one. By the way, there was a very funny moment. It looked to me that in the game between Alexander Shabalov and Gregory Kaidanov, the players were having a bit of fun here. Check this one out. There was this big moment, exchange sacrifice. Tigran Petrosian. King h1, bishop takes d5. But maybe this was asking too much of the position. You didn't have to take the pawn. Oops, what? Oops, what?
Okay.
Oops,
okay.
what? And suddenly, I think the game is,
I mean, black is still slightly better.
well, why?
I just have central pawns, that's why. That's all.
What you got? I got the central pawn. Not so clear to me now, see, because I've got this outpost, c5. So in my mind, knight f2, knight takes e4, knight c5, I'm cooking with gas. Your bishop's hanging. Where are you going to go? Tick, 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 tick.
b2.
I'm cooking with gas.
Take on a3.
Munch, munch.
Take back.
Yay. Jumping, jumping.
Yeah, this is...
Tick, tick, tick.
Queen b... No, I can't do that.
Yeah. I've got bishop c...
Right.
I was thinking bishop to d5.
c4.
c4.
Right? Bishop takes b4.
And I start going into some positions. So I think white gets to bail out. At a moment there, I thought that white was in really, really big trouble. Speaking of which, we haven't seen the game between Julio Becerra And our tournament leader.
I think they still have that equal
Not much
game.
has happened.
Nothing has happened.
Not much has happened.
Looks very.
Really not a game we should be focusing too much of our attention.
What do you have for us?
Well, I'm still looking at this one, Brewington versus
you?
Christopher, and Christopher did advance his position. We left it off somewhere around, yes, bishop to c3, so finally you managed to exchange.
Get rid of the
my
two
bishop,
bishops.
but unfortunately it's kind of too late because still this knight has been activated right now. I'm putting a lot of pressure on your last extra pawn in the position. You have a rook and a pawn for 2 pieces, but this one might be falling very soon. And this is what we have right now. b4, last move, cement this bishop on c3, rook a5, rook a3, get one of your rooks to defend that pawn on b3, knight d7, knight c5. Good luck defending that pawn on b3.
Exactly.
There's absolutely no counterplay for white. This game will be over soon.
So Christopher, you cruise
commanding
control.
lead, guys.
Yeah.
If he wins this one, he's going to.
Andy Woodward loses.
Andy Woodward most likely will be losing. Now the question is, what is?
Jason
almost
Wang
called
drew,
him a wonder again. Hung, Andrew Hung. What is he doing? He played bishop b7, by the way, in that one.
And this is
why this
standings.
game is so crucial.
Yeah, if Christopher wins his game, and he's close to doing so, he will extend his lead even more.
Especially
Justin
drew
his game.
Drew his
so
game,
that will
yes.
give him a point lead. Andy will have lost. By the way, Omya against Alice Lee did
play
rook d3.
That's it. This is the moment.
Rejecting bishop to g4.
This is the moment, guys.
And rook
e8 is on the board.
Oh, Alice.
She found it. She actually calculated this whole thing.
She played
Amazing.
fast too.
Amazing.
She calculated this. When she sacrificed, she played knight f4. She had this position in her mind. And right now, Omya is taken aback. Wait a minute.
Wow.
That was not a move I should have seen on the board.
Exactly. I did. Who won?
You were supposed to check me to give me some sort of brutal checks on the g file.
Right.
Not the simple rook to e8.
Right.
Simple but effective.
Okay. Are you ready to have a mind melt?
I'm ready.
In this position, this exact position, rook to h3.
Okay.
I'm threatening check on h7.
If rook g5, you want bishop g4?
Correct.
Okay, I'll play h5.
Beautiful. Well done.
What? Oh. Okay, but
And the realization.
Bishop h2, right? But bishop h2 here? Oh yeah, I'll still
Too
be
much.
down.
That's too much.
Isn't that just
Too many pieces.
like what? And now you play queen c6 and I
Yeah.
resign or something. But that is a funny move, rook h3, right? I mean, it's like what?
So what if I
rook
play-
e8?
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
Bishop f3 here.
In this moment.
Yes.
But then we've got rook g5.
King h1.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, rook h5.
Yes.
Rook h5.
And isn't that now that you're on? Why do bishops love long diagonals? Because you get situations like this all the time.
Do I have any compensation after queen h5? If you didn't have that f8 square for your king.
Life would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Why do bishops like long diagonals? Because
Wait,
of
so let's try.
situations like this.
Rook g1 check.
King f8.
Bishop a3.
Right. Whew.
I have rook and a piece.
True that. Is there an issue on this long diagonal again?
Should be.
Like, can I do something
Rook takes.
a little bit funny? I guess
Bishop
you have
c5
bishop
check.
c5 check. It's a
Oh no, then I'll take and king g2. I'm good.
king g2.
Yes.
Yeah, you can't play rook to g3, but king g2, nice. That's fine. Perfect. My goodness, what a Donnybrook this game has turned out to be.
I think Omya has to go for this. Just sacrifice queen for rook and a piece, and there's some little compensation.
Bishop f3. That would be quite the boss move, I must say. Bishop f3, rook g5,
King h1.
king h1, rook h5. I did everything okay.
Check.
Rook g1. I don't want to move into this
King f8.
diagonal. I have to move into this
Bishop
diagonal.
a3.
Bishop to a3. Wow, 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 wow.
Let's see,
And
she's about to make a move.
He's just
Bishop?
going for it. Bishop f3. Yes.
Wow.
Bishop f3 on the board.
Maybe it's not that simple, right?
Not at all. Are you kidding me? No, I mean, to my mind, this is a 3-result game.
3? I thought it was 2.
No. Why isn't white in here with a shout?
We played the best moves for black, right?
Didn't we?
Maybe not.
Did we? Did we?
By the way.
Yes.
Okay.
Say
Can
it.
I do a crazy move?
Crazy is welcome.
Rook to e3.
That
Okay,
is really
but-
crazy.
Coach, are you licensed for this?
We'll see.
Let's start with bishop c5, right?
Bishop c5, my idea was
Queen
queen
c5?
takes c5.
Okay.
Yes.
And then rook e3, you still have...
Bishop takes and queen d5. And I thought that maybe I would.
Just a second.
What do you think?
Let's
Yes,
be a
I
little.
will take that.
Rook g5 check.
Yes.
No choice.
I will
No
take that.
choice.
Bishop takes c3.
Omnia has to play king
h1.
h1. This is a wow. This could be the game of the tournament. Unfortunately, there was a time where we had brilliancy prizes, something the players really, really aspired to. The reason for the brilliancy prize was, first of all, to recognize the best game of the tournament, but at the same time also to encourage those players who are having a bad performance to win a $1,000 brilliancy prize with that kind of thing. This game is wow.
For sure.
It's a wild one.
This is great stuff. This is what chess players live for. These kind of crazy rock'em sock'em games. But I like what you were saying. King h1, rook h5. I didn't know. I'm going to ask Christian to make heads and tails out of this whole mess for us. Bishop a3.
Yeah, bishop takes f3 seems to be the best move in that position.
Bishop takes f3, rook takes f3.
And the very obvious move, f6.
Bite me.
Oh, f6.
f6.
Yes, f6 to make space for the king.
It is simple. King just goes to f7.
Okay, just a second.
Let's see.
How simple
The
is
move
it?
has been played.
Knight takes, king goes to f7, pawn goes to d5. Remember our rule, knights love protected
But this has to
outposts.
be a little too slow, right? My queen is so awkwardly placed. I want to attack the d5 pawn.
I don't know.
Queen
So what if I go
e5?
queen d6?
Queen d6, good move. Whew. Again, I've got a rook and a minor piece.
But what's your threat right now?
I
Do you
don't
have a threat?
know if I have a threat so much as a plan. I
Maybe
want to
just
just
96 trade bishops.
yeah, I want to just kind of cement my knight on a good square.
So let's say I go.
By the way, king h1 on the board. Of course, there was no choice in that.
It's a fight.
It's a huge.
With the
huge
engine,
battle.
obviously, it's not going to be a fight. But with this complicated position, this is definitely going to be a fight.
And that's why I felt it was a 3-result game. Nasi, we've got so many marquee matchups. Tell me where the action.
I think Christopher Yu's
About
close
to win?
win
He's
in
about
his
to win,
game.
yes.
Okay, well, let's go and see our tournament leader wrap things up.
Yeah, Brew doesn't have pawns anymore, so it's just rook against two pieces.
And there's another pawn that's about to fall.
Where is
And
the game
b3
now?
pawn is probably
Don't go knight
lost.
d2 though. That is the
Oof,
big
that
threat.
would be
That
a
is the
big-
big problem in the position.
It would be a huge blunder, but king d4, going to d3.
Yep,
I have to go king e2,
that is good enough.
and then maybe rook f5.
Ooh, that's
Completely
nice.
dominating white's
Yeah,
position.
the minor pieces are
King d4
just
is
too
a nice
powerful.
move, by the way. Very nice move, very professional.
So the idea is that we're going to meet any check with rook to d5, and then later, after any rook trades, we can either go knight to c5 or knight to d2 to pick up the b3 pawn. King d4, all of black's pieces harmoniously.
We should show
placed.
why knight d2 directly wasn't working.
Right, knight d2. You know, this is like why chess is so painful. Sometimes, you know, you've played such a marvelous game and you end up with such a...
By the way, how is
Rook
this
c3 and king f4, it should be a draw.
You
King g5.
probably getting enough counterplay.
Right.
So
But what if I
Maybe
stay
if
on
king
e5?
didn't go to c6, you had a better. Maybe you went instead
e5,
king
yes.
e5. That would have been better.
But still, it's white is getting some play for sure.
Yeah.
Finally getting some hope.
Right. And it's sort of like, no, this is not what I wanted.
But yeah, in the current position, white can resign really.
Yeah, rook f5 check on tap for
King d3.
Knight Christopher.
d2 is also a threat right now.
Yes.
Now it is.
Knight
yes.
d2 is a threat. No, he has to go king e2.
And then rook f5
King
probably.
e2, rook e5, right?
e5,
e5
yeah,
and
that's
then
good too.
A check on d7.
He's
probably.
going for the rook move.
Rook where?
That's not going to
What?
Rook e2?
Rook e2,
What?
knight d2, and then I pick
Yeah.
up the pawn on
Rook e2, knight
b3.
d2.
Yep, rook e2 on the board.
Rook e2, we're looking at knight d2 now.
Sorry, rook f5 followed by king d3. How do you defend your rook?
Not easily.
Is my rook trapped? I have to go back to a2.
Yeah.
Painful. Yeah, looks like a domination here for Christopher Yu as he's got full control over the position. By the way, that bishop on c3, so powerfully anchored, just also defends against all kinds of checks. I love this move, rook f5 and king d3, by the way.
And
I
rook
think
f5, you cannot even stay active with king g4 because of knight f2, followed by rook h5 checkmate, if you don't give me the rook.
He
Knight
went for
d2,
knight d2.
okay, that's good enough.
Simple and effective.
King g2.
Just take on b3.
Knight to d2 check, king f3.
That's all
Take
she wrote.
the pawn.
Take the pawn.
King
It's
to
good
c4.
advice. Good advice, yes. Sir.
Knight to d4.
He's going to take on h7.
Yes. Take on h7.
But the weight of that b
Oh,
pawn.
actually, could Christopher wait and not take on b3? And defend the pawn? Or no, you have rook d7 coming. Oh, you have rook d5. Okay, so h5 here. Let's be
Boy, you are cool. I can see a very sharp shade of sadism there going on. But yes, seriously, no, that's a very good move.
And if you go rook g7, now
G7.
a double attack against your rooks.
This is cute.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, and with this win today, again, Christopher will be putting, I'm not going to say a hammerlock on the tournament, but he will have a full point lead. He'll be knocking down
Let's
a
not
rival.
forget.
Yes.
He started with 2 blacks, so I think in the last 3 rounds he has 2 whites.
That's
Yeah.
right.
So he'll be up full point ahead and 2 whites.
With 2 whites to go in the last 3 rounds.
That
So
is
he
a great
will
position. A great position to be in.
be truly.
And by the way, this is, it almost feels like his comeback tournament. I haven't
Indeed.
seen much of Christopher Yu in recent years.
Right.
It seems like he's been offline, let's say, a little bit.
A little bit. Sorry, I wanted to come to the game of Nicholas Ladan and Andrew Hong for a moment. When we left it, we really did think that Andrew overlooked something. That in this position, you know, with the very natural and easy playing moves, king to e7, knight to e6, life was good. The king covers this f6 square. What Andrew did was he attacked the rook, and the rook posted up, threatening the pawn on a6 and threatening the pawn on d5. I reckon, my guess, is that Andrew simply missed this idea. Whoop.
Yeah, absolutely.
And his bishop drops
No,
off the board.
Now, in the current position, if you can
Yeah, I'll
refresh,
catch up. Yep.
he might be even worse after e4 here. My idea is if you take the pawn,
Yep.
you got bishop e3.
Oh my
Or-
goodness. E4 actually looks very tempting right now.
Bishop to e. So you're looking at rook f7 check, right? So go ahead and kill me. Knight c5.
Let's give a check on f7.
I'm sure there is a. At the moment.
Look, once I see a check on f7 like that, I have to give it.
Right? I mean,
no chance I'm going to.
Wild horses can't stop you.
No chance.
Actually, did I even need bishop b3? Maybe I should have given check right away after d takes e. Yeah, rook f7 here.
Rook f7.
Yeah. And then rook d1 after.
Rook to d1.
Yes.
I'm not happy.
Oh, you're going to d8.
I'm running. I'm running like a rabbit. That was a great line from...
Knight e4. Oh, okay. Take one move back and take knight e4.
What? When?
Here, right here, knight e4.
Ah, so in this case, if I take the knight, I'm losing my bishop.
And then rook
if I
b8
take
is also
the
hanging.
bishop, you got...
No, I'll take your bishop and then there's rook b8 threat.
Ah, even simpler.
Mm-hmm.
God. Ooh,
this is over, right?
Ooh, yeah, without question. King c...
Knight d6. This has to be terrible.
It is. Oh my. So
Do you
you're
have to go
starting with e4.
You do have d4 to keep the d file closed.
Okay, that you had me at keeping the file closed. Yep.
Okay. So here I can start with a check or immediately bishop b3.
Starting with a check, is that so clear, Nasi? I'm going to play...
King d6, right?
I'm going to be as confounding as I possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Or just plain old ornery.
Plain on what?
Ornery?
I don't know if that means.
Ornery? That, geez, help me out here. Ornery kind of means to be the other side, to be refusing, to be obnoxious, to be, you know, I don't know how, ornery, argumentative.
Okay.
I want to be
challenging.
Would think. Wow. Now we're talking. Challenging. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but we think Andrew, his advantage has slipped completely. Nicholas has to find the move e4.
No, it hasn't slipped. He's worse now.
He's worse.
He's worse now.
Yeah, well,
not only with e4, rook f7, he's worse. g5, he's worse.
All of those moves.
There's a few moves in which give white the advantage, and these are not. These
difficult
are fairly
moves.
natural moves.
G5,
G5 especially.
Yeah, right. I mean, but if you were going to say all of those moves, Jesse Kraai versus Larry, and whoa.
Yeah, Jesse's position looks
first
amazing.
Impression is like Jesse has a hammerlock on the dark squares. Ooh, Larry
So
looks
rook
to be.
e7 has to be played, right? Rook d to e7 because it's hanging.
Yes, excuse me. Yes, rook to d e7.
Now the question is just how does white improve? Because we already have pieces on all perfect squares.
Exactly. Something to be said for h4, just taking
H4.
away.
Absolutely, very nice.
I don't know if rook g5 check is a threat, but he has played rook e7 as you
No,
expected.
h4 is great. That's like
just little and small improvement,
Mhm.
right?
No, it's huge. It gets rid of rook g5 and black's counterplay, and now black's pieces are so cramped.
Yep. Yeah, and maybe
King g7 and just move back and forth, but Jesse played bishop c2 very quickly.
Very quickly.
Allowing the check.
Okay, just
Rook
a second,
g5.
excuse me. Bishop c2 very quick. Now, check. Suddenly, am I excited or not?
I want to go to f1. Yeah, so that allows queen h2. So king
But
h.
f6 is hanging. So,
Yeah, but
I'm
there's
just
so
saying.
much to calculate. Let's see. Queen h2.
Yeah, at first blush, it's something you don't necessarily want to allow. Oops.
And then
Check,
G1, rook e3.
check.
Maybe queen g1 was better. And then rook e3.
Okay, just a second,
That's right.
Queen G1
Or Queen
check.
H1. Not sure which one's best.
King, Rook E3. Now, of course, I don't want to take with the pawn, but if I take with the king,
Queen E1. Queen C1.
Queen C1, nothing.
Oh, you can. Yeah.
No.
Nothing here.
No,
Not much.
no. It was just we thought. Okay, so from Jesse's point of view, he doesn't feel the move Rook G5 is disturbing, so he's just going to reroute his bishop, I presume, to a nicer square, and he's eyeballing F4 and F5.
Yeah.
Can't blame.
Mm-hmm.
Can't blame him for wanting to get those moves in. He looks to be in
Maybe
pole
he's
position.
welcoming Rook G5. Yeah.
Yeah, I like Jesse's position a lot. I'm going to turn it over to you, Christian. Tell me where the action is.
Well, Alice hasn't played Rook H5 yet.
She has not.
She has not played Rook H5, and I'm wondering
Does she have a
what
choice?
is she think. Exactly.
Does she have
a choice? Is
What
the
about
question.
C takes D4? Let's just make a move that delays Rook H5.
Yes. C takes D4. In fact, I can take on B7 now.
Take.
F3, only move.
F4 is hanging.
Queen to E7 seems to still be better for black, but this is some
E7?
crazy
Oof.
stuff. You take Queen to E2 is the big problem. You take, that seems to be worse.
Oh,
Queen
wow.
to G1, Queen takes D3. And this is still not over,
This is
by
not
the
clear.
way. The variation is still going on.
Right?
Bishop takes D4?
Bishop.
What?
Yes.
And covers everything.
And then you
Yeah.
finally,
Hey, wait a
finally
minute.
you're there.
I know
Yes.
Christopher Yu, he likes the two minor pieces versus the rook. He's going to
Finally.
be very happy.
I mean, you are feeling a bit strange with only the queen around the king, right? You
Right.
felt the need to bring another piece next to
Right.
the monarch. But yes, this is the situation right now. She still hasn't played, and what worries me for her,
Alice?
for Alice, if I was in her shoes, is the time management. She's down to her last 15 minutes against 27. She's spending a lot of time on this decision. Rook H5, and we know, once you get that queen, the game is not over. It's a 3-result game right now.
Exactly. King H1, we were looking at Rook H5. You said she is considering another move, C5.
I'm not
takes
sure what she's...
D4.
Maybe C4. Can we look at C4?
It's legal.
It's a strange move, but it is legal indeed.
What is the
So if I
exact
take-
idea? I take?
If you
Rook
take, I take
H5.
on F3.
You don't even take on C4. You
And then
on
I take on
F3.
C4. So I take on F3 first.
All white
First.
pieces are hanging.
And then I take on C4. But all black's pieces are also hanging
That's
there.
true.
That bishop on F4, rook on
But that's
G5.
made in one.
Correct.
Okay, that's got my attention big time.
Where do you put that rook?
I'm not sure I want to move the rook. I'll defend the rook.
So if
But now I
take
have rook H5, right?
Queen G2.
Rook
Then rook takes H2.
H5, and yes, exactly.
You can't do that. You have to move the rook.
Eh.
Rook A1, just to be safe.
Rook.
By the way,
Hiding in the corner.
can I show a nice variation?
Please.
I just spotted it. It's
uh,
a silly variation,
go
but it's
for
still,
it.
I think it's nice. Keep going, yeah. After queen H3, rook H5.
Rook H5, yeah.
I was thinking, what if I go rook C1? Forget about the
Rook
very simple bishop.
C1.
Yes,
Okay.
forget about the simple bishop takes C1.
Okay.
But you can go rook takes H3,
Yes.
rook takes C4,
Yes.
and now I go rook E1,
Oh.
king G2, and rook takes H2.
Oh, that is a nice
It's a
one.
nice looking mate.
That is.
You would love that F3 square to run, but
Right.
your rook is in the way.
That's a nice checkmating pattern to be sure. We like those checkmating patterns. We never see checkmates in these national championships.
Imagine having to go through all of these lines and decisions and options that you have for both sides, to be honest.
Exactly.
It's so difficult.
Oh my gosh.
That's why she's spending so much time.
So you're saying C4 is an option. C5
Yes.
takes D4 as an option, and the
Yes.
and the most steady looking move is rook
Okay,
H5.
I'll blow your mind
By
for
the
just
way,
a second. This was a draw. Yes.
Julio Becerra has made a draw.
Against the
Boy,
Akopian.
it kind of like looked to seize the draw from move
5.
5.
let me blow your mind for just a second.
Okay, please.
So queen H3, we understood. Rook H5,
Right.
easy. But what if I go rook
All
to
the way in
A1?
that was our key move. Bishop to c1, threatening rook e1 mate.
Yes.
Rook c1.
Well, rook c1, queen takes c1.
Very
Right.
nice.
Nice.
But bishop c1 is such
Gorgeous.
a visual. I mean, look at this bishop. You're looking on this side, right? This bishop still somehow protects this rook
Right.
after bishop c1.
It's magic.
It's incredible. Yes.
It's magic.
Just
Like every
see.
piece is hanging.
And let me check. If bishop to c1 is not the only... Okay, queen to d5 seems to be working as well.
Queen f4.
But this is much more complicated. Queen f4, rook
This
f5.
is again rook against two pieces, right?
Yes, and now I have knight c3 ideas. You have to go queen b7, the only move so that you attack the bishop on b2 as well. Yeah.
Nah, good luck with that.
Not that easy.
Not
But bishop to c1, what
Wow.
a move.
Our apologies to the rest of the field, but this game of Alice Lee and Amya just took over the show. It's,
Wild.
it's
Wild
an
stuff.
amazing game. And I mean, I think it really does defy analysis. King h1, we're expecting Alice to play the move rook h5.
Let's see. I'm not
she's
sure.
about
There's
to make
She
so
spent
many
so
moves.
much time. She spent so much time on this decision. I think she's going to go for c4.
c4 would
I think
be
she's
an
gonna play
amazing
c4.
find.
She was about to make a move, but she hesitated.
Look, she spent too much time to go rook h5.
She's reaching for her c-pawn, I
She
think.
doesn't seem so sure. Well, how can you be in this position?
By the way, I mean, the line that we were initially calculating with that rook to g1 followed by bishop to a3, that's not easy to assess.
No, that was the 3 result line. Rook h5.
If she finds c4
queen
and that bishop
takes
to c1,
h5.
oh my goodness.
Rook to. We just came through an incredible line that went like this.
Down to her last 10 minutes.
Check. Rook takes. Rook takes. Give me a mate on f1. We can't play queen h3.
Oh, wow.
c4 is on the board. She plays it.
Amazing.
But does Amya have to take c4? What if I just play rook c3? Because when I take, my knight on a4 is just
Well, we
hanging.
want to play rook h5. We want to play
Right.
those variations where we don't allow, you know what I mean, that d5 takes c4 business. If you play rook c3, forgive me, it's not.
Okay,
I'm going to go
my-
rook h5.
I think we shouldn't trust the engine, but I see the question mark on c4.
Yeah,
Really?
You shouldn't trust it.
Yeah,
Okay.
You shouldn't trust it, but it's not so easy. So the best move apparently is rook to e3.
Rook to e3.
why?
Yes.
What?
That's
Yes.
obvious.
It's just hanging a piece.
Correct.
Well, but the rook ends up support. You take the rook. I
Okay,
take.
but what's wrong with rook c3? Because if you go rook h5, I still have the bishop a3
Rook c3
ideas.
is a good
No.
move as well. Yes.
No,
Yes, I do.
no. I go king h1.
You go what?
King h8, sorry. See, last time I had to play king f8.
I see, but
But now with your rook on c3
I'm
and
not
your
sure.
pawn on
Can you wait
d8.
with
I go
d5?
d5.
You almost made it.
Wait a minute, f6.
f6, right? Rook c4.
Or,
Rook c4?
sorry, why do I play
Oh,
f6?
should be 5 immediately, yeah.
Big
Yeah.
moment right now. Rook to e3 or rook to c3. They all lead to some sort of a queen capture. Black is going to
But
capture
by the way,
white's queen.
this variation
play
with
rook
bishop
c3.
to c1, that's a really a puzzle rush visual.
It is. It is.
Uh,
and she might miss it.
I
Omia
mean,
might be, look, I'm taking on c4, we exchange, there's no more pressure on this
I'm so
diagonal.
happy, I'm so
I go rook
happy.
a1, I hide everything,
right?
and then bishop c1 comes. And
And
that's
you
the
resign.
cold shower.
Right?
You resign, basically.
It's amazing move. Amazing
It's
move.
resignation on the spot.
Wow.
Let's see. A big,
I
big
would just
moment.
trust Alice because she just spent almost 30 minutes to play c4, so I would not take it because I trust she calculated
So that
something.
you would go rook c3,
c3,
rook
yeah.
e3 in your mind's eye. You know, rook c3 is fine. Like, really, that's a very, very good move. But for me, rook e3, where I get the added bonus defense of the bishop on f3, I would find that move very compelling. And we do have a handshake, and I think Christopher Yu
just won his game.
Yeah, I mean, he is putting his stamp on this event as he takes a big lead with 3 rounds to spare. Again, we have been following this game of Omya and Alice Lee for quite some time, but we have other marquee games that we need to also pay attention to. Help us out. Where should we go? Should we check a look on Nicholas?
Stay with Alice's game, but
I know. I just wanted to. By the way, Nicholas,
Did not play
I
E4.
don't like this move, Rook F1. Just a second, Rook C1. What happened? H4, Rook G5, Rook what? What did you do that for? Rook check.
maybe Andrew's better again.
I mean, it's just the script is flipped again, because now suddenly, I mean, at one moment he was doubled on the open file. Fantastic. What do you do with when you don't? You penetrate Rook to the 7th rank.
Can Andrew just play
Please.
Rook F8 and get rid of that active Rook
I
on
would
F6?
love to do that. I mean, even thinking Knight C5, but I probably will blunder C6 in that case. So yes.
Yeah, Rook F8, let's get rid of White's only active piece.
Truly.
And
And
then-
if I do get rid of the only active piece, then what's the pawn?
Black should be better.
Absolutely.
Pawn structure
Andrew.
is just really bad for White.
Oh, and for Nicholas, he's going to feel like, boy, he really, he let it go.
It's still not over yet, though, right?
Why?
I think positionally it should be over, but
Positionally, black is for choice, for sure. Wow.
How bad is it? I mean, that structure on the king side, now that I managed to block that pawn on h7, you know, it's going to do something to your mobility. Like, for example, what if I go bishop b3 now?
Bishop b3, rook c5, I
Now knight
maintain
e2, right?
Maintain the pin.
Or king f2. Let's say king f2. I'm not in a hurry to go knight e2.
King f2, king e7.
Right. Now maybe I can go king
Well,
e2.
so while this is a positional squeeze,
Sure.
we have a very interesting position in game Jason Wang against Balaji. If you remember, Balaji probably blundered that knight d5 tactic.
Oh,
He was
yes.
down a pawn. But now trying to figure out what's going on.
Whoa. So where we're talking about the pawn blunder right here. Knight takes. So the idea was that, oops, if you recapture, there's a bishop f5 with the double threat of mate on h7 and the rook on c8, and then the queen picks up a third pawn on d5. Hence, knight to queen to g7, knight back to c3. Okay, we were looking at knight b6, and look at this. The counter, the counter sack.
Ooh, bishop a3.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Picked up all the pawns on the queen side.
He
but-
did at the cost of a piece, though.
Right.
And I'm assuming.
I see
we're
a question
going-
mark on his last move, queen b2.
Really?
On the board.
Oh, okay.
Now rook
Again,
d2.
I wouldn't
Rook to
trust the
d2.
question mark too much.
Well, I'm pretty much feeling that white's in charge now because this bishop is eyeballing active plans like takes, followed by f5, f6, and black's king is suddenly in a mating net. Just a second, we do have more
He played
moves.
queen g7. Okay, do we trust two question marks?
That I can trust. I feel like I should.
That's a double question mark. Yes.
Takes on f5, and wow,
Yeah, I think that's it.
that
Bishop
looks
f5
very
and-
very good for white.
Yeah.
Full stop. Just g takes f5, and I've got this huge threat of f6 in the position.
Now you have to take on
Yeah,
f5.
that's sour.
And here
way-
I pause because
Bishop f5?
bishop f5 is good, very good. King f3, thinking about rook to
Queen's-
g7.
On queen c3, you have queen f5, right?
Exactly. That was my. I'm not going to call it a deep point because it's pretty shallow. But yes, that was.
By the way, we have moves in Omya's game against Alice.
Let's do it.
She did not take on c4, played rook c3,
Wow.
That's good news for her.
and rook
Wow.
h5 quickly played by Alice.
Wow.
These girls, they are calculating such difficult position and making the best moves.
It's crazy. It is crazy.
So now Queen H5 seems like the only move.
Forced.
Yes.
Yes.
All
because
right.
if you do go Queen to G4,
yes,
perhaps it's not that obvious actually. Rook takes H2.
Rook
King
H2.
G1.
Yes.
Now I just trap your queen. F5.
F5.
My queen's trapped.
She might. No, she took.
Oh,
she
wow.
took that rook.
Yeah.
Queen takes H5.
Wow. Okay. But Queen H5 was forward.
And now we expect the rook to G1, right?
And should the king go to H8 or F8?
That's a big decision.
I was thinking that
big decision,
the whole point of C5, C4 was to get the rook to block the bishop so that rook G1 check, king H8 was very clever by Alice.
And now most likely she will spend some time after rook G1 as well because...
So both are playable?
Both are definitely playable, yes.
Both are playable.
We do have an interview. Kostya is with the tournament leader, Christopher Yu.
Thanks, Nancy. Here with Grandmaster Christopher Yu, who just won a huge game against Brewington Hardaway. Christopher, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
How do you feel about the game?
Good. Yeah, this was my first time playing the Dragon.
Wow.
And the lucky, it's been a lucky tournament. I didn't expect, coming into the tournament, I didn't expect to score as good as 5 out of 6 in the first 6 rounds. Pretty much a dream tournament for me so far, but still, I guess my opponents have made some mistakes. I think.
Yeah, let's take a quick
he
look
got
at the game.
surprised. He got caught off guard by my opening. A4, Queen A5, Rook A B1, Bishop E6, Rook FC1, Rook FC8, B4 takes. Queen B4, and this was, he played Knight D5, takes, and now I found a nice move, Rook A2. Ignoring the check on E7, the point is here. Now I'm threatening the bishop and the knight at the same time.
Right.
So
you're getting the second minor piece.
Yeah. This was my favorite move of the game. So after knight takes D6, I was calculating rook takes E2, rook E1, rook D2, rook D1, rook E2, rook E1 draw. Yeah, and if rook takes D6, he has E5, forking the rook and knight.
Right.
But I found this move knight H5.
Knight H5. Very strong.
I think this is what he missed. I think he saw rook E2, rook E1 and wanted to repeat the moves, but after knight H5, now he's under a lot of stress. I was trying to see what happens if knight takes F7. Maybe takes knight G5, bishop G8. And these bishops are really strong. He has free pawns, but the bishops are so powerful that I'd much rather play black here.
You see a lot of threats, right? You got check, you got knight F4 coming.
I like H6, bishop E6, knight F4, bishop D4, a lot of danger, if rook, it's, even though he's up 2 pawns in material, but I'm up like two pawns in initiative.
Right.
the value of the initiative, yes. His rooks on C1 and B1 are very passive. So this was kind of, I was inspired to try to go for the attack today. Bishop F1, rook takes D6, rook D1, rook A6, rook D2, bishop C3, rook C2, bishop B4. I was imagining some tricks like G. This is kind of stupid. Like G5 bishop D. Like let's say white makes some random moves. This could be a puzzle rush tactic here. Yeah.
How much time, Chris, do you spend during the game looking for these like fantasy? Do you do that on your opponent's turn? Or you just notice them, huh?
Okay, obviously, yeah. He weighed G3, so already he's giving his king the space, so I can't get that to happen. There's another trap if he goes here, bishop here. I think I can take this pawn.
Oh, very nice.
This would have been another funny variation, but.
Yeah. Well, Christopher, actually, we got some games wrapping up here.
Oh
but,
wait, actually, and then it was completely. It was actually completely winning for me after like. Oh yeah, after like here. The two pieces are much stronger than the rook. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Christopher, congrats on a fantastic win. And you're holding on to the lead. We wish you the best of luck in the rest of the event.
Thank you.
Okay. Back to you.
Our congratulations to Christopher. Indeed, things are really heating up in this round 6. And I'm looking at the game of Nicholas and Andrew, and suddenly the tide has shifted completely. When we left it, we just saw this move rook c4, h6 by Andrew, and he's captured, and suddenly it's white's king that is vulnerable, as Andrew is looking to press a kingside attack with the move rook g4. Looking good here, but it's been the Alice Lee show. But not only that, Alice's opponent has played absolutely incredible. Stunning. What's her rating? Omi's rating?
Her FIDE is
2080.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know,
right?
She's playing like a grandmaster here. I mean, who is that masked girl?
These last few moves definitely has put on display her excellent talent. She's calculating brilliantly.
They're truly remarkable stuff. And by the way, while Christopher was doing his discussion, Nasi and I were looking at an amazing move for Omya. B3 takes c4, inviting, please take my rook.
That's best move in the position.
B3 takes c4. I've got ideas of c4, c5. I've got ideas of rook e3.
And who's better?
Who's better?
Who is better in this position?
Isn't that a 3-result game?
Oh, it certainly is.
I mean, my goodness, with the king on h8. So we're sitting here going, our minds are racing to try to keep up with
They have to play this in time trouble, because they're going to reach time trouble soon.
They're going to reach time trouble.
Rook e3 is also playable, I think. Just pin the bishop.
Right?
But it does feel like he wants to take that pawn, right?
I
You can connect the pawns like that.
B3 takes c4, connecting
She's
the pawn.
going for it, I think.
Is she really?
Yeah,
I think so.
She's hovering over.
Hard to tell from this angle, but she withdrew her hand, right? This was like one of those.
And Alice has 11 minutes, while Omya has 16. Practically speaking, who is it easier to play for after b takes c4?
Good question. My answer is maybe black.
That's what I would say as well.
Because the queen with f7,
I do have
f6.
targets. I still have targets for my queen.
Right, but the knight on a4 is out. If you shifted that knight into civilization, put the knight on e3, and I might be saying, I'd like to play white. I mean, with the knight on e3, knight on a5.
She played the move.
What did she do?
But I didn't see anything being captured.
Yeah, she
oh
did.
no, she did. She did take. She did
Best
take.
moves for the last like 10 moves of
She's blowing my mind.
incredibly complicated position.
Omya is blowing my mind here. And for Alice, I mean, Alice is also thinking to herself, wait a minute, I'm the highest rated player in the field. This is why I'm so strong.
Why are these girls playing so well?
Yeah, why is everybody playing so well against me? Never mind. I mean, what is going on? B3 takes c4, a crazy, powerful move. Winning a pawn, just asking black.
At least f6 seems like an easy move, right?
Okay, f6.
At least f6. You're covering that diagonal up. Finally, you have some threats. You're not worried about me taking on c3.
I am worried about.
You should move the rook, no?
I know. I was just, but.
Rook g8.
You were supposed to take my rook.
No.
Why not?
Because I was going to take.
And then just defend. Rook f8 for now. Because you only have two pieces for the queen.
That's true.
Yeah, but look, I have.
And queen c4's coming.
Hold on. So let's say I go here. I've got 2 minor pieces and 2 connected pass pawns, and your king is a little bit not beautiful.
Queen D7?
Queen F4.
Queen
D7.
Queen D7, Queen F4. Queen D7.
Queen D7 is also nice, yes.
You have to go to B2. Otherwise, bishop takes D5, right? I think.
Really? I mean, it's crazy. Queen D7, I have to go to D.
Why would we give up more material? I mean,
I have no idea.
Let's not give up more material.
It was just one of these things. 2 bishop.
Queen C6 here. And
Truly.
Let's just move the rook after F6.
Okay,
yeah,
F7,
rook,
F6?
Rook B3.
Like rook B3 or something.
So you can't take on C4.
Just some normal moves.
Normal.
I know. The position...
We left normalcy.
I'm starting to white.
Right? Because the
C5's
pawns.
come in.
Yeah, exactly. C5, D6. We left normalcy way back. Way back.
Once knight F4 happened on the board, normalcy disappeared.
Exactly.
It's such a splattered board.
But F7, F6, that move, by the way, if you'd asked me what a natural move is, for me, the move F6 is very natural to close down this diagonal, and not necessarily that I want to capture the rook, but at least I give myself that option.
We have Queen D7 on.
Whoa. Queen D7.
I see
didn't
2 question
see
marks.
that move coming ever.
Is there knight C5 simply?
Obviously.
Maybe even start with rook E3.
No, Christian.
Or rook E3.
Knight C5.
Okay, knight
Queen
C5.
H3. Queen H3 is our idea.
Queen H3. Wait. Because again, that king is so
Okay,
weak.
who's checkmate? Rook G2?
Rook G2?
And some discovery move, so rook E1 is a mate.
But
I can't move the bishop.
if you move the bishop,
Bishop G7 maybe?
Bishop to G7 maybe.
But
now
bishop
you have
E4,
no
right?
threat.
You can cover knight E4 or something.
But there's no threat.
I mean, rook E1 is the threat. Oh, the H2 is protected.
H2 is no longer attacked.
Wait, so, no, but rook E1 and bishop E5.
And a little update in the... You're coming back. Oh my God.
Coming back. You told me. You told me
my
that there's some
God.
threats, so might as well.
Crazy.
Okay, sorry, what are
So a
you
little
going
update in Jasmine Su's game. She's currently leading the tournament. She was lost, remember earlier? We don't have to go there,
Yes.
but she's saving it now. It's equal.
Is she? I have to go there after you mention it so much. It's bishops of opposite color.
She's only down 1 pawn, but this is definitely... She has a fortress.
Wonderful defending. You know, winning championships isn't about just winning one position. Sometimes it's about saving lost positions. And if she does save it, our congratulations. She'll be very, very deserving. She's still got work to do, but sorry.
Yeah, we should stay with Alice's game.
If you don't mind. And
So
again,
knight c5 has to be played.
I am just in awe of these young ladies. They are really playing an absolutely incredible game. Queen D7, double question mark according to computers. Why?
Alice's
Christian,
idea?
why? Why is it the double question mark?
After rook g2, like knight c5.
Knight C5. Knight C5 is the crucial move, right?
Yes.
And then Queen H3 is Alice's plan.
That's right. And now rook to G2. We've been going through the line perfectly.
Okay. And
Yes.
then?
What do you do right now? In fact, you only have one move.
I
Believe
was
it or
thinking
not.
F6. No.
No. You will never guess the next move.
I will not.
I'm not.
If you play H6,
I'm not going to torture you. The only move to stay in the game
Is?
is Queen C8.
To not lose?
C8.
To not lose, yes. To
Wow.
not be in a losing position.
That's
Wow, Queen C8. That was not on my agenda of things. I was.
Then I can start like
I was
pushing my
forward
pawns,
looking.
right? I can move my knight e4 and then start pushing the pawns.
Knight e4 is a move, yes.
And knight g5, like there's so many
Knight
ideas
e4,
now.
rook g8. The position is absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Omya just needs to find knight c5.
I have no idea why I'm going to suggest this move, but tell me why I'm losing after f6?
Can I take on b7?
I was going to take on c3.
I take back.
I was going to take on f3.
Oh, f3 is hanging. Good point.
Rook to e3 paralyzes you right now.
Rook to e3.
After
queen.
f6.
For a second, I thought I was trapping your queen with bishop g4, but you have queen h4.
So
rook
after
e3.
f6, rook e3 paralyzes
you. More or
That
less.
is nice. Wow.
And if you try to save the bishop, for example, bishop a8, now I just simply go knight d3. I do have a very significant threat
Yes.
outside of just attacking your
No,
bishop.
now the rook is. How do
You are
say,
indeed
blocking.
paralyzed, and
Yeah.
everything is protected for
Gotcha.
If you look at the body language, neither of them look happy.
because they have no idea what the
winning.
assessment of the position is.
Yeah.
And without the engine, it's absolutely impossible to
They
know
just
what's
both
happening.
look very stressed.
Truly. And for Alice Lee, what a crucial game this is. She's a half a point out of first, but her the leader of the
Jasmine is saving her game.
is saving her game. And Alice was hoping that she would be able to leapfrog, but Omya has just played some incredible moves. And here again is the standings coming in to today's round.
Right, Alice is sharing second place, and if Jasmine draws her game, Alice needs to win in order to catch Jasmine.
And by the way, how is Iris and Rose? How are they
Rose
doing?
is completely winning.
Is she? Okay. So Rose has a chance of
Catching.
blasting into the lead as well, catching.
Yeah, after
Jasmine.
today's results, the standings can change completely in this section.
Yeah, just shuffle
By the way,
cards.
knight c5 should be played, right? I mean,
Of course.
What else do you play? That's the first instinct, isn't it?
She's probably making sure she's not getting checkmated.
Correct. Yes. For good reason. I would be doing the same thing. Now, okay, let's try this out. Knight c5.
Right.
Queen h3, rook g2.
Queen h3, rook g2. Yep.
Like, oh, she's not gonna play it.
She's not playing knight c5. What's she?
I'm not sure. Maybe bishop d1 to defend that knight. What if I go bishop d4? She was trying to move something on the king side.
Why not go bishop to d4? Well, because
Oh, rook e3 now.
rook e3.
Rook e3 just seems to win.
Oh my goodness. You know, I like these mate in one threats, you know, but it's very rare to make a move where you have two different mate in one.
That is very unusual.
It's
Oh, she took the pawn on
She
h5.
might be going for that, yes.
wow.
Very tempting.
Okay.
Very tempting move as well.
Joining the Pawn Grubbers Club is Omya there. I'm not sure I like that
Isn't
move.
a4 hanging?
That's the problem.
Taking on f4 is losing
Of course it is.
after bishop takes f7. So what you have to
Taking
do...
on a4 is losing.
Yes.
After bishop f7.
That is correct.
Let me process that for
And
just a
now
moment.
if you go rook f8, I have rook g3.
Of course, another one of those
my God.
double threats of mate in one.
You take on b2, I go rook g8.
Mate, you take on f7, I have g8 mate, or taking on e5.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous. So you don't?
No.
So that's the trap that
What you
Omya
have
is setting.
to do is take on
feels
d5 first. Sacrifice the bishop.
Okay.
And then take on a4.
So there is queen e4 check somewhere?
Correct. Queen e4 and queen to f4. Queen to f4.
Oh, that is an amazing discovery. How do you like that?
This
Turning
is
the tables
some wild stuff, guys.
completely.
I mean, this is some absolutely wild stuff.
That is amazing.
And Alice has 7 minutes on the clock.
Queen f4, you would threaten mate on h2.
And bishop
You'd,
on
by the
f7.
way, you take away rook g3 ideas, those whole rook g8 mating patterns. It's
Such a
crazy.
beautiful
Is she
game.
going to find bishop takes d5? I mean, if she finds it, this is absolutely brilliant stuff.
So she should start with bishop takes d5.
Because once my bishop lands on f7, you no longer have bishop takes d5 because I take with the bishop back on d5.
Of course.
That is an amazing point as well. And then the bishop is really
That's
dominant.
it. The bishop is beautiful.
Yeah, and we're looking at g8 as well.
So let's
this
start
is
with bishop d5.
This is an
Takes
amazing
back,
game.
queen a4. Can I just go rook a3? Because I just want to trade your black square bishop, and then I'm not getting mated.
Yeah, you're trying desperately, Nasi, to play a normal game.
I want to simplify the position so I can calculate.
You're trying because your brain hurts,
hurting,
right?
yes.
Desperate.
So bishop f3.
And then take on e5.
F4, take on
rid of that
e5.
Six
Get rid
minutes
of
for
that
Alice,
bishop.
by the way.
Oh my goodness.
Alice needs to find
6
all
minutes
of these things
for Alice.
with 6 minutes.
Not easy at all.
What about queen f5? Is queen f5 like a more natural move? I'm trying to find some natural moves. For example, queen f5. I'm attacking that bishop on h5.
Okay, but let's be clear. Alice played the move queen d7 with two ideas. Give me the knight and give me checkmate.
Right.
Right? So playing a move like queen f5 is, away from
True.
her plan of queen takes
But it's
a4.
responding to bishop h5.
She took the knight.
She took the knight on a4.
Oh my goodness, she took the knight. Now she's
white
lost.
is better.
Now she's lost.
Wow.
Lost is strong.
Well, after bishop f7, I think
Objectively lost.
Objectively
I need to specify
the
that
eval
because
is +5, so she is lost.
this is not a
Unbelievable.
position that you can think about it objectively. This is a practical position. There's absolutely craziness happening at every single move.
I want to zoom in on their faces just to see if Omiya understands that she's winning now.
She has to play bishop takes f7.
Or she played something
Oh no,
else.
she took on d5. Never mind.
Okay.
I scared you guys. Sorry about that.
Dude.
It happens.
Dude.
It happens. She actually found the right move.
She played, Alice played included bishop d5
She
as you
included-
recommended.
Yes. Brilliant.
He's like, you go to the doctor's office and hey, doctor, what's the problem? You've got cancer. Just kidding. Just kidding.
It happens. It happens.
Wrong patient.
Wrong patient. You are Jason Chirila, aren't you?
Look, that's what happens when we don't see the bird's eye view. We don't see the moves. Andrew Hong, by the way, has won his game.
The
Nicholas
pain, the pain continues for
0
Nicholas.
out of 6.
But for Andrew, that was crucial. If he was going to give Christopher chase, well, there you go. As the final position looks, oof, devastating.
So now, is rook a3 the only move for white?
It's the best move. I wouldn't call it the only move, but it's the best move, yes.
Geez, the rook on e8 is defended. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, why is rook a3 the best move? Why not playing the pin?
I think
By the way,
Omiya's going
another
for-
result, Shabalov and Gregory have made a draw. Those players, unfortunately for them, are not vying for first.
But the problem is the mindset right now.
Omiya
She took on f7. Now it's
no.
over. It's over.
Oh no.
This is over right now after queen to e4 followed by queen to f4.
That is just such a beautiful
double attack
trick, though. First, you get
Big
the
blunder.
pawn to come to f3.
You don't have to, by the way.
And
Immediately
then
queen f4 also.
Queen f4
wins.
also.
Oh no, but then there's rook g8. Isn't
No, it
rook
doesn't
g3? What?
No, I can take on f7. Rook g3, queen f7. I have an
And then I
extra
take
rook.
with a queen on g8.
Oh.
I take with a queen on g8.
Nice, of course. Of course. You take. Oh. What a. Wow. I don't.
Alice made a move. I don't see it yet. Queen e4
That's a
check.
check.
She knows it now. She's got it.
For Alice, by the way, what a sense of relief. Right? I mean, remember earlier in the tournament, she just gave us that moment of this incredible emotion as she realized she was winning. But wow, queen e4 check. And by the way, handshake in this
And
game,
Andrew,
Andy
goes down.
He did.
Yeah.
He was
Jason
losing.
Liang won his game
Wow. Big
against
result for
Andy
Jason.
Woodward. It's 2 losses in a row for Andy.
That last.
That hurts.
The before the free day, the loss to Andrew Hung was.
I think Alice has got this already.
Yes. Now we
check?
can go around the horn. We're very happy. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check with Jasmine. So I think that's a draw, right? Yeah, that's a draw.
Yes.
Not much to look at here, but let's check with Rose Otwell. She's
in contention.
She was winning. Looks like she still is. Yeah.
She is.
She's up 2
white
points.
Pieces. Yeah. This was the one. The game I questioned. Why is the rook on h8 and not on f8? So, 2 extra. But clock's a factor.
10 minutes for Rose, 4 minutes for Iris.
Let me just get a sense of the last few moves. So White's king essentially marched across the board, and we've got here.
I think it's 2 healthy extra
Two
pawns.
healthy extra pass pawns. Here, I would, by the way, be inclined to put the knight maybe a little bit more defensively, closing down on the queen side, but rook d1. But let's take a look at the standings as we have a number of results.
Yeah. Let's take a look. So Christopher Yu won his game and extended his lead. Andrew Hong, after his win, now jumped into the 2nd place.
Shared second. Yep.
Shared second with Justin Wang, who drew his game. And Andy Woodward remains in the 4th place after his loss. And sharing with Brewington Hardaway, who also lost his game.
Exactly. I don't know how the seniors are stacked up, but I know that Vladimir got nicked for a draw.
Yeah, which is good news for him, extending his lead because Julio was one of his competitors.
Right.
So we had 2 draws so far, and waiting to see how Larry does, if maybe he can jump in clear second.
Exactly, but he was suffering a little bit against Jesse Kraai when we left it. And in the girls section, do we have a... Oh, no, nothing has changed for the moment. Except we think Rose is winning. She just played, by the way, a very decent looking move to my eyes. Rook to d1. She's eyeballing capturing the pawn, kicking the knight, the support of the knight. That's a really good move.
Yes.
That's a very good move.
Oh, yeah, she has good position, extra material, and more time on the clock. 3 times more time.
Wow,
Should we check Jason Wang's game against Balaji? Because I see white king on a6, and I just want to...
Like what? Okay, we're going to go to...
He was completely winning, and I think he still is. Just Jason Wang. Right there.
There it is. Sometimes I think I go, what? There's a king on a6. That was the one we were an extra piece up.
Yes.
But the extra piece was when we had a king on e2, right?
10 minutes ago. Yeah.
Right.
Now the king is on a6. Went on a walk.
Long walk.
It took a long walk up the board. By the way, that rook g3 check is actually pretty visual. But sometimes you just got to stretch your legs.
Because queen h7 checkmate is hanging.
It's right.
A big checkmate on the board, yes.
And by the way, something about the queen checkmate hanging.
E5. Okay, I like that.
By the way, put your trust in absolute pins.
I like
now there's no rook over.
Oh, I can't use my rook now.
Exactly. No rook over. You're stopping queen a1 check. I don't know if that was important
Queen a7 is the only check. King b5, and then king starts to walk back.
Walk back. It's done its job.
Picked up a couple of pawns.
Yeah, oh boy. So we think Jason, with his extra piece, is winning this game comfortably. That's the Omya game. Arthur made a draw.
By the way, Joel Benjamin is also winning his game. We haven't checked that game in a while.
Okay,
Douglas Root is going down.
If you don't mind, I'm also going to just check in on Chloe and Zoe, because this is...
earlier, I think.
I don't even know.
Completely winning.
I don't even know how to call this game
But now
because
things have turned around.
totally isn't.
Chloe's in big time trouble. She has only 1 minute on the clock.
And isn't Zoe ready to just capture this bishop and?
How do you stop me?
E6.
B2 is coming.
E6. Threats of mate.
It's tricky.
Let's just go back. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but Alice Lee has been our story. And we think she is about to crown an historic game.
That's a
one of the
checkmate in
most
one move, isn't it? Or am I
amazing
missing
games
something? Am I
Checkmate
missing
is
I've
something?
ever.
Queen H2. Yeah.
That's a checkmate in one
Yep.
move.
We
One of the
see
most amazing
finally
games I've
checkmate
ever.
on the board.
This is a checkmate. Historic. Not only the checkmate on the board, but boy, what a game.
And you see a
I
wry
mean-
smile on Alice's face.
I
She
mean-
knows. This was a masterpiece, I have to say.
Wow, but for Omya, I know she's lost, and it all losses hurt. End of story. But
She fought a good
don't,
fight.
yeah, don't knock yourself. That was Alice
Playing
earned
someone
that.
who is like
Wow.
300 rating points higher than you, and you put up a fight like this,
That is just
she should feel very good about her game.
absolutely tip of the hat. Seriously, young
By the way,
lady.
guys, Alice,
Wow.
3 in a row.
Yeah, Alice is coming back.
Which is what we expected at the start of the tournament from
yes.
Alice. That's why we all picked her.
But she started
Prohibitive.
off very poorly, 2 out of
Right.
4. But right now,
She's putting on the gas.
5 out of 6, is that?
5
No,
out
I'm
of
missing.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 5.
4 out of 6.
4 out of 6,
Yeah.
yes. That's a pretty good result. And right now, is she catching up with Jasmine? Let's take a look at what's
We
happening
think
with
Jasmine is holding.
Yeah, her game's a draw, so
So that means
They will share
right
first
now,
place, yeah.
They will
Alice
be
and
sharing
Jasmine
first.
are in first position.
Wow.
and so will be Rose if she converts her win-in position.
Let's take a look once again at Rose. Oh, Rose just played the move C4. Okay.
I don't know. Is this that easy?
Yeah, I think so. E4 knight is about to.
Be under
You can just take rook d5 as
Yeah.
she has done, and yep.
mind.
Queen's about to come off, and she has 3 extra pawns. It was
Wow.
2, right?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
By any measure, that is a lot of pawns.
What a day, by the way. These games have been absolutely mesmerizing, all of them.
Yeah.
I think the free day really put some energy in the tank of the players. But we will break from our action.
We have Kostya with Jason Liang.
Thanks, guys. Here with I am Jason Liang, who just won a very nice game against Andy Woodward. Jason, congrats on the game.
Thank you.
What were your overall thoughts?
Yeah, so I think after around move 14 or 15, that was when my prep ended. He came to his game well prepared overall, but I think he was telling me after a game he couldn't recall his prep after, I think it was King B1.
Mm-hmm.
So, because he was looking at, instead of that, F4 immediately.
And at this point, you've been out of book for a couple moves already, you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I knew up to like castle's queenside, but I didn't want to go F4 immediately because I thought bishop F5, and if I go FE5, then there's rook C8. And yeah, it's funny, black has huge attack on C2. I didn't see way to defend against this, so yeah, I went King B1 first. But yeah, I could have went F4, bishop F5, King B1, so I think this transposes bishop F5, F4.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this knight D7 move. He spent a lot of time on it, but I think he should have gone for either EF4 or even E4, I was considering. Yeah, just to keep the position a bit more closed. Because the problem after knight D7 was I got this bishop E4 move in.
Right.
And now my attack comes very easily. So maybe he was thinking bishop takes G5. But then bishop takes F5, bishop F4, bishop F4, EF4. And now I can take on D7, which is very important. So I don't allow knight E5 and the blockade.
Right.
Yeah, here I think queen F4 works because black still can't castle because there's rook takes G7. with a mate.
And king is just stuck in the center otherwise, right? So
yeah, so I think I'm close to winning here. So he went bishop e4. Knight e4, queen c4. Yeah, this was all natural. Now I play queen g2. Again, not allowing him to castle. Rook c8, b3. Yeah, here I felt like I was pretty much winning, because once I get bishop d4 and the knight has, well, no way to defend itself. So he tried bishop f6, but now I get in rook f1. Yeah, this rook h6 move I actually missed. I thought I was going to go like queen e7, but I think this was the most stubborn defense, so I had to find a plan here. So I went rook f2. Basically,
and sorry, this is tricky because like he's allowing you to like give this check on g8, right? And then it's like not so.
I don't think I have anything there.
Gotcha. Right. So
king
rook
sits
f2.
on e7. Right. So rook f2, I defend my c2 pawn, but after queen f1, my idea was I attack f6 and a6 at the same time. So I thought this was very nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, after rook h4, now I transform my advantage. Win a pawn.
And yeah, king is just kind of caught in the center the whole time.
Yeah, here I think I converted very nice. There was some things to calculate after rook h4, rook f4, rook takes h3. So here I thought rook takes f6 was good. Or was it here? Okay, for some reason I thought he had rook h1, but my rook's on f1. Or maybe it was... Okay, I don't even know. I thought black had rook h1 here.
But yeah, it looks like everything's just winning for white.
Yeah.
Well, Jason, very nice game. And we'll wish you the best of luck in the rest of your tournament.
Thanks very much.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you.
Our congratulations, absolutely, Jason. We've got a lot of games, remarkably, at this stage of our broadcast.
8 games are still going on.
Yeah, and well, let's just take a look at them. Well, Jesse Kraai versus Larry Christiansen. That game, well, I thought that Jesse had much bigger advantage, but he's still
playing
for choice, right? I mean, he's an exchange up. Larry can clip a pawn, rook takes, king back, but this pawn on f7 is, I want to say, the keys to the black king palace there. So
no, I feel this is very close to a decisive advantage.
Right?
The problem is you cannot take the pawn on b4.
Because
I take on f7.
Yep.
King h6, and now I go h4.
And that is
the problem.
That's the problem. The rooks are too powerful in this case.
I think we're about to have a checkmate in the game, Jason Wang against Balaji.
Okay.
We should check that out. Yeah, that one is going to be over in just a second.
Sorry, where is that?
It just missed it right there.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is the white king hero of this game?
Truly. Check.
To f6.
Rook
f8.
Then rook f7 and queen f8, right? That should be the mate.
Good enough.
Are we going to see the actual mate again on the board?
I think so.
Second one today?
We never get a checkmate. Now you're thinking you're threatening me with 2
We're gonna
in
see
the same
it,
round?
We're going to see it.
Yes. Or he'll resign
after queen f8.
After queen f8, yeah.
Yes. Rook e7 is, you don't usually play it.
And
there we go.
And Jason also goes with f6 now.
Wow.
But we have Kostya with the star of the day, Alice Lee.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with I am Alice Lee, who just won a very nice game against Omiya Vidyarthi. Alice, your thoughts on the game?
It was quite an interesting game. I honestly don't think that I played that great. Like, I definitely did not calculate everything thoroughly. But it was very interesting. It was an imbalanced position. So, I mean, I'm happy that I was able to win.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask you about this amazing move, knight f4, after which all the complications started.
Yeah.
Maybe you could just take us through some of your thoughts at this moment.
I'm not sure how amazing knight f4 was, yeah. But, okay, so when I played bishop d6, then queen g5, queen c7. Okay, actually here I just missed because previously, if you go back, I was planning on playing rook e8 instead of knight d5 on move 18. But then I realized she has rook takes d4, and my original plan was to play bishop d8, but she can take on rook takes d8. And so yeah, then I kind of was forced to play knight d5. And after e takes d4, bishop d6 is really the only way to gain some chances. I might have played a bit too quickly here. Like after queen g5, I mean, maybe knight f4 was possible, although I didn't like d takes c5 too much. And then she has like the open diagonal. So I played queen e7 first, which I thought was nice. I'm not sure if g3 was the best move, but okay, it went into complications. Now after like here, maybe I could have tweaked this a little bit, like maybe taking on d4, and if bishop takes d4, knight f4. But then of course there's still rook takes d4 that I have to consider. Yeah, but okay, I play knight f4, and basically she has to take, it's forced, and queen h4 is also forced. The thing that drew me to this line was like rook d5, and if bishop c1, rook g5, queen takes g5, bishop takes h2 is checkmate. Yeah, but I knew like she had rook d3, so I was just calculating here, and I calculated the line that I played in the game with rook e8. I might have had something better. I probably did. But after bishop f3, because I thought that I have this amazing idea of rook g5 and rook h5, but then I realized that once I got to this position, I do win the queen, but it's not particularly good for me. I mean, here queen takes h5, g takes h5, rook g1. It looks quite unpleasant for black. Like, now my king is the one being attacked.
Right.
Yeah, so I played c4 because okay, here she can't take because I can do queen takes c4. But after she played rook c3, I thought it might be a slightly better version of the rook h5 immediately. But yeah, I don't think I got a very good position here. Like, I would definitely prefer to be white after this. Okay, she can take on c4 with the pawn here. Yeah, and I was not happy with the position here. Okay, but she did rook g1, and I think it was still fine for her. d5 was also quite good. I think her mistake came after taking on c4, queen d7, and she took on h5, which I did not think was great. I think she should have done knight c5. And okay, here it might look like I have something with queen h3, but I think after rook g2, I honestly wasn't sure what to do. Because originally here I had this plan of a great move, bishop d4, but then rook e3, and it's just completely losing.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, so I would...
tactics.
Yeah, there was so many ideas for white here. And I think I probably wouldn't have done bishop d4. I would have done like f6 or something here. But even so, I think white has a fine position. I mean, white can move the rook and then take the bishop. But yeah, here it's just very complicated. And when she played bishop takes h5, I'm assuming that she was calculating this line with queen takes a4. But then here, I honestly didn't look into this much. It might still be okay for black, but I thought like bishop takes f7, and I didn't really want to go into any of the complications here. I can't take on d5 here because then bishop takes d5. It's also possible. So yeah, but she might have missed that I can take on d5 first, and the point is, like, after she takes on f7, then I have queen f4 or queen e4 first, and then queen f4, and it's, yeah, so.
Or this one, yeah,
yeah.
queen f4.
f3, then queen f4. Rook g2, this is also winning, but I almost got like a heart attack after she played rook c8, queen takes f2, rook c8, because I was like, did I miss something here? But then I like made sure it is mate in one, so. Yeah, otherwise I do win the bishop, and it should be completely winning.
Right. No, yeah, sometimes like the eyes just don't believe it.
Yeah.
Just the heat of panic. But you ended up winning. I mean, very, very sharp game. It must feel good to win just such a slugfest like this.
Yeah, it's definitely good to win, and I think I'm back in the tournament standings. Yeah, so it's good to get this win, especially since I don't think I played the best, but it was definitely interesting.
All right. Well, Alice, 3 more rounds to go. We'll wish you the best of luck in the final, and yeah, take care.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
Guys,
Our
congratulations, Alice. What a slugfest this was, as Jasmine is still at play.
all the girls are still playing. Alice
All
is
the
the
girls.
only one
Excuse
who
me,
won.
Right, the only game.
So
And
at
for
the
the moment,
Alice is in the lead.
wow. But
But
we
we
do expect Jasmine to draw.
And Rose to win, so it looks
It'll be
like
a
there'll be three-way tie.
And then there were
Long
three.
jam at the
And
top.
marvelous. As we look at the remaining games, I see that also the seniors, there's some games going on there that look, it looks like Melik is winning
to win?
a rook ending against Igor Novikov, as he's got two connected pass pawns. Black King way out
Too far
there
away.
in left field all by himself. Not the fact that you're just going to be playing b6 check and rook b5, but rather you're just going to very nicely pick up
I really
this
didn't like
pawn.
this last move, king to e4.
You did?
Just, look,
It was
rook
on
a8.
f5.
Why wouldn't you go rook a8 first?
And then threaten mate.
And then go king e4 if you want. Like, you're clearing up the way for your pawns.
I think he resigned, so
Oh, he actually
Melik won the game.
Okay.
I once did that to Jan Timman. He didn't play rook a8. He played king e4, and his opponent resigned. And I said,
Good
Jan,
enough, yes.
why didn't you play rook e8? I said, and he said, well, I forced my opponent's resignation with the move I played. I said, good enough. Thank
Good
you.
enough, yes.
Our congratulations to our defending champion, Melik.
But we have another interview. Kostya is with Andrew Hong.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Andrew Hong, who just won his game against Nicholas Ladan. Andrew, your thoughts on today's game?
I think today it was not a good game at all, but I'll take the win.
Yeah, I mean, it's always trickier playing, the lowest seed. He's not doing well. Is it a lot of pressure on you to try and win this game?
Well, no, I didn't really look at it that way. It was just, any other game for me. You never have no idea how well your opponent's going to play, so all you can do is control what you do.
Yeah. Maybe we could take a brief look at the game. You could show us where did things go wrong for you? Because out of the opening, it seemed like you were doing okay.
Right, so we had got some line into London, and at this point I was, okay, we just have a regular position, and then he made this move g4, which I felt cannot be right. Knight g7 and then h3. And here I felt like I must be better. I was choosing between, for example, something like this, which looks good, but I thought wasn't that great. And what I did in the game, which I was pretty happy about, e5, take. I think he has to keep the bishop, otherwise he gets rolled in the center. So after bishop g3, e4, knight e5, I have this move bishop h4, which I thought I must have an advantage now. But then he took and played castle, and okay, I should have just been more prudent, just castle and been better. But it's not. This position's like not that. It wasn't as good as it looks, I think. So, I mean, I was trying to look for something concrete, but I was playing with fire because I knew it felt wrong because my king is still in the center. But I have no idea why I did it, but I did it anyway. So after queen g5, this was an interesting moment because if knight takes e4, I have queen e3, which is good for me. But he does have this move knight c4, which is very interesting because I take and he has queen d4, and then actually my king is way too weak in the center. But our knight c4, I was planning to go knight e6, which I think works. So this was a plan. So queen b3, and so I do have this trick with knight f5. But I wasn't sure. First of all, it was so good after rook f4. Even if I take the pawn, bishop d1 or something, and he still has queen c3 coming, my king is stuck, and knight's also stuck. So in case some pieces are traded, it could be trapped.
Right.
So also there might have been this. I was not sure what's going on here. So instead, I chose queen e5, which I thought was more safe. But he can't play king g2. But the point being, if rook b8 is queen a4, c6 hanging. So I mean, it's still a very, very complicated position. He chose knight takes e4. Point being, I cannot take because I get mate after queen s7, rook d1. But if queen takes e4, queen c3, it was funny because I could do something like this, long castles. But this wasn't that clear to me. Even this is not that clear. So instead, I chose safe move rook b8, which I think should be the best move because knight f6 then king d8 and g3 drops. So basically, I forced him to go into this end game, which I thought was better for sure. After bishop d1, again, I should have just played, my first instinct, a lot more prudent, just knight e6. And I think I'll have just win this without too much trouble. And I think black's much better here. But I played bishop a6. Very, very stupid move. I mean, I was just looking at something like this, for example. Yeah, some stuff like this. But rook f6, I kind of just totally forgot that he can play this.
Right.
Yeah. At this point, this is just a draw. So, I continue the game with bishop b7 and played bishop a4. But I think also very interesting with g5 trying to come through g4. But bishop a4, king e7, rook f1, and if knight f5, g5, it's really still unclear because my king is weak. So I decided to go knight e6, and yeah, I also played very strong with h4. But that was what I was thinking about because the key is he has to take away this g5 square while there's not much going on here. And the game continued rook b4, I think g5, rook c4. It was all interesting. And then here I thought for sure he should give a check first and then rook c1. But he played rook c1 first. So now I thought h6 was good. Takes. And I thought he had to play bishop b3 here. The position's still very complicated because rook g4, he has king g2 holding on. But instead, I think in time trouble, he took here enough for rook g4. I think the only move here, the point is if rook h6, I take on g3 and he loses this pawn. But instead I thought he had to insert the move rook b1. Now the bishop's hit and I should defend c6, so I should go back here. But now rook h6, and at the end of the line he has rook b8, which was very annoying counterplay. So I think I go rook g8 and 92.
Apologies, Andrew. We got games ending. Yeah, we got to wrap it up, but that's been very nice. Thanks for coming in. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Congratulations as we see the standings. What a round it's been. It's
All
crazy.
the games have ended in the junior section. We had wins by Christopher Yu, Andrew Hong, Jason Wang, and Jason Liang.
4 out of 5, and that draw was also tough fight. And the girls has been just crazy as well. I mean,
Zoe Tang is about to win.
Right.
Go to that game.
As we can jump in on this one.
Rose Atwell also just won her game.
Rose just won her game.
Jumps to first place.
Tied with Alice Lee now, but
And
we're
Jasmine.
expecting Jasmine to draw and also to have a share of the lead.
But Jasmine is still playing, so Zoe's about to convert
Zoe
her position. She's still
right.
playing, yeah.
Sorry, excuse me.
It's winning, right? Or it's not?
It's winning, we think.
Wait, Queen E7?
Is it?
Queen E7.
Guys,
She was winning
I'm
2
not
moves
sure.
ago.
Queen E7.
No.
What a move.
Oh
Jack,
my goodness.
no,
15
nothing?
seconds for Chloe, by the way.
Will she see it?
And this is still winning?
Both of these players are playing on increment.
Queen E7.
Spotted it.
I mean, good eye. What a tactical eye.
Oh my
And
goodness.
she grabs the queen. She's ready to promote.
Incredible.
Rook takes, obviously forced. Now you're a whole queen up, but
And you have a full tempo before white gets the queen.
is this a study? Because if we go rook to b1, you make a queen, right? I make a check.
Yes.
I can flush the king out, but
G4.
But to where?
If you play H5, I'll checkmate you.
I'm afraid.
King G5, you're in trouble.
Yeah.
Right? But here I might be in trouble anyway because
You can give maybe some sort of no
I
perpetual. There's no
can't.
perpetual.
So whoa. So Zoe,
I mean, you can take on f4. You can take on f4.
yes.
E8 queen,
H4.
and then queen takes h4, and then rook h3, queen f4, rook g3. That would be a perpetual. But
Well,
let's
I
try to
was
find something
thinking
more.
that she was trying to win.
We need to find something more.
Not
She
that-
was
well,
trying.
let's say queen takes f4.
Yes.
Go ahead and make a queen.
I'll pick up a pawn. just in
Another
case.
pawn.
I'll go back.
And just go back.
Mm-hmm. Queen D7, you cover.
Queen d7, queen g7.
Yeah.
Queen, she's done it. And there comes the queen.
Well, I can play rook F3 here and still force you.
Rook f3, I go queen e5, right?
Queen E5, King H3. Do you have more than repetition?
That's
I don't
a
think
good
so.
question.
Well, I've got
F7's coming with me.
No, but now I go queen h5,
King G3.
queen
Just a
g5.
second. Where are you guys going?
Rook F3 in this position.
Rook what? Huh?
Rook F3.
Rook
Just,
F3. Yes.
Yes, queen
and
e5.
then
What do you do? Queen
Move
E5,
my queen.
King H3,
Queen E5, King H3.
Queen h5,
King G3.
queen g5.
Oof. Queen G2 checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what Nasi may have missed.
But it's not. It's still not over.
Oh,
It is
really?
over.
Okay, it should be over.
Engage 4 and G5 check,
Yes.
right? Yes.
It's over. Okay,
Let me
so
some
let me
hope.
show what. Wow.
they're going straight
By the
for it.
way, this is another one of those games that could have easily flipped the script, and
They're going straight for that. Now, the question is,
D3.
can White find something right
Check
now?
Queen F6.
To
Zoi needs
maintain
to
equality. Is there
play Queen F6 first.
Queen F6 has not been played yet.
pawn on G6, an attack.
Do you want to play it with the rook on H3 or with the rook on G3?
Can White just play Queen D7 check and take on E6?
After Queen F6, yeah?
Yeah,
I'm
Queen
still
F6, Queen D7.
a few pawns up.
Well, B3 pawn's about to be lost.
That's true.
So after that, it'll be an easy draw.
By the way, obviously time is a big factor, as we know that Joel Benjamin, by the way, kind of making a comeback of sorts in this event. He started poorly, but now
He's going to go into the plus score.
he's absolutely. He's got a
Two
very
extra pawns.
comfortable win of 2 pawns in knight versus bishop.
Yeah. We might see a resignation, or Doug,
Yeah, I
Doug
think
might
so.
play it out until the end.
Nothing to play for, really. Everything is cooking well for Joel in this one. Let me just bring it up on my board. There it is.
Yeah,
Joel
there's
is ready to go check.
Very, very straightforward win.
Indeed.
Should we stay here? Or?
No, well, I thought it was going to be a handshake, and we were wrong. Although, I must say, F3 check sure looks like a handshake to me. F3
So
check.
back to Zoe's game. Oh,
Sure.
Chloe played Rook F3. She did not play
Uh-oh.
Queen D7. So now it should be winning for Zoe.
Let me
Well,
refresh my
maybe
board.
on Queen E5 I just go back Rook G3.
You have to, yeah.
And then do you have to go back Queen F6?
I can go Queen G7.
Whoa, where did that come from?
That's just perpetual, right?
I'm not sure.
Where's the perpet?
Ooh.
Where is the
Oh no.
Where is the perpet?
Uh-oh, we just saw Queen. I don't know if we have the magic of television for that one,
Okay,
but
Queen
I
G7
think
check.
Chloe, when she played the move Rook F3, she was anticipating the Queen moving to check, or King. Queen takes H3. So right back here, Chloe could have checked and picked up a pawn. That was the move we were thinking of. So she went Rook here, anticipating a check
I think
or
she
a
missed
check.
with Queen takes F3.
And I think she just completely blanked.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have these blind
It's
spots.
not over yet. If you go King, where do you go?
King G8.
King G8.
I want to drop my queen back.
She went King H8, by the way.
King H8.
Queen
is that
D8
clever?
check.
Why is that clever?
Queen D8 check.
King G7?
Queen. Okay, it should be winning, right? Queen D4, Queen F6.
Correct. Queen D4, Queen F6. And that's the handshake.
And then Queen D7? Wait, it's not.
King H8, King H7, Queen G7.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I can always just give you the
kind
rook.
of like
If you really want my rook, I might just give it.
cement. Yeah. Zoe, what a back and forth game this one was too. And that move,
Yeah,
by the
Chloe
way,
was-
sacrificing
yeah.
the queen and Queen E7 check, you got to tip your hat.
And this
Yeah.
game is over. Joel won
Joel has won.
his game and going to plus, I think it's +1 score.
Right.
And Yasser Kraai is also, well,
On
he
the
was
verge of-
winning, but now I see a big question mark on the board.
Let's take a look at that.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Rook E4 earlier instead of Rook E3 was game over, but now looks like. Wait, why didn't Black play Knight C2 check?
At what moment?
King
And-
E2,
Yes.
then Rook F4, and you're winning the B4 pawn?
Yes. That's probably the best way.
So
So here, knight c2 check.
knight c2 check.
That was why the question mark was.
King e2 and rook f4. And you
Was
can't
hidden.
go rook b3.
Whoops.
I guess you can, but
Can
not
you?
really. Knight
King
e4,
e3.
king e3, rook f3.
And then who knows what that
Wow.
endgame is.
Some sort of
Let me just, because we thought that Jesse was winning. Now
Wait, what is rook h3?
It feels like he's going
I'm
a
not
bit.
sure at all. Wait a minute.
Isn't that a bit
Knight
too
C2
passive?
still?
Knight c2 check.
And
Knight
knight
takes
b4?
b4.
What is he doing, guys?
Is white even winning anymore?
No. And tell me why I'm not playing h4 and g5. You're
Are you
why?
starting to play for a win now?
Of course.
Why did he
because
put
you're-
that rook on h3?
That rook on h3 is terrible.
It's because he had 30 seconds on the clock.
That explains a lot. I mean,
Knight c2.
knight c2 check.
He's on it.
Larry might just survive this game.
Wow.
This is a 3-result game, by the way.
At the moment, with the time situation, yes, I agree with that.
Survive might even win this.
Incredible. Because
King-
Jesse has
Wow.
been winning this game for like 3 hours.
Yes,
Right?
Yeah.
truly so. Okay, so it does feel like he's going to win that a6 pawn, right? Let's try to take it move by
Knight
move.
b4?
Knight takes b4.
He's done it.
Where do you put the rook?
Rook
That-
b6?
Yes.
Okay, rook
Okay, on the
b6,
Now
which
we
has
go
been played.
h4, right?
Now my next move is rook b3.
Exactly. So we've got to get.
Whose pawns are faster? Because I go h4, g5, g4. White's king is close.
White's king is really, really close. Rook b6, yes?
Yeah,
So
that's
what can I
already
do
played.
with... So, I'm not not so sure I've got the right construction with my knight and my rook. Okay, so I'm thinking knight b... Okay.
Giving me the pawn?
Yeah.
Rook a6?
Rook a6, rook a4, because I really want my rook behind the pawn, and I want to give a check and a knight f4.
That's nasty.
Right?
So I have to waste the whole move.
Yeah, to coordinate nicely.
By the way, he's going for h4.
H4. Okay. So
gonna
maybe
say rook
he's
b3.
winning a tempo. H4, rook b3, knight d5, and
Takes.
something similar, right? So he wants to put his...
Now rook a1 is not as serious of a threat.
True. Oh,
Rook
rook
a3.
a3. But Jesse, you didn't pick up the a6 pawn. You didn't force the knight to move. G5.
Rook a4?
Very strange.
Rook a4. Oh my word.
Tricky, tricky. I think
Oh
you should.
my word. Rook
I
a4.
think you should just move the knight right now to not walk into rook a4.
But then you've got your rook behind the pawn, and I was thinking I should play knight d5, rook a4.
But perhaps I
Right.
can try to go knight c2 right now.
Knight c2 with a tempo.
It's going to be a tempo. What do you think?
That's an
next?
important move. Good move. Knight, by the way, I think it's forced, actually. Knight
Rook
c2.
c3.
Rook c3, at least I can go back to b4. And now we're going into the same. You have to play rook b3
Right.
type of situation.
Knight c2, I think, is, as we would say in the business, box.
There's another interesting move in the current position. Rook g4. And when you go rook a4, I
H3?
push the pawn.
Ooh. I
I like it.
like that.
But I don't know
Actually,
two rooks against.
No,
The
no,
queen.
I will be very happy to have a queen. All sorts of...
I'll make the
He's
draw.
He's going for it.
No, rook
wants
c4.
the
Whoa. I can't guess the moves.
What's rook c4?
Rook to c4.
So rook a4, he wants to go h3. Still the same thing. But the problem is...
Does it work now?
H3.
King g1?
H3. Can I just
King
simply go
g1.
king g1?
Yeah, that's why I was playing rook g4.
But then f2 pawn is hanging.
This feels
what-
highly
Rook
artificial.
a4.
Highly
So
artificial.
we're looking at h3, which he's reached for the pawn. He's played h3.
Yes.
So king g1.
Yes.
Rook check. King h2.
Knight d3.
Knight to d3.
Okay, but you don't have a pass pawn anymore after I take on h3. Your pawns are too far, and mine can start pushing a5 pawn. No, I think white's winning after king g1.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
And Jesse has found King G1.
Found it. Played. We have seen some incredible games today. I think the players came back energized, and they really
ready for fireworks.
Right. They really left it on the board today.
I'm a bit surprised that Larry didn't stop and think.
Right? For that rook g4 moment.
I mean, he had so much time. 3.5 minutes.
He missed King G1 clearly.
By the way, we do have a win from Zoe, and this was a game also, another one of those.
Chloe was winning most of the game.
Exactly.
And then it looked like a draw, but difficult draw.
Good game by Zoe.
Tactics everywhere in this
game
one.
she needed, because she's had some difficult rounds.
She's had some bad luck, because she was winning in 2 games and she ended up losing both. 93, okay. And Jess's game, just King H3 now.
Let's go back to Larry's game.
By the way, it's a funny moment that after the move rook takes a6, knight c5 would win an entire rook, right?
Wow.
Except
well,
you do have
rook
rook to c6,
yeah.
but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know, you just fork the rooks in midair, so to speak.
Midair.
Yeah, that is pretty.
Got 3 games left. And looks like Jess is the only one who has very good chances to win. The other 2 games look like a draw or even.
Even Steven, that was the Jasmine game.
Yeah.
Huge game for the girl section.
He took the
King
pawn on
H3.
H3, not the pawn on A6.
Yeah, just get rid of that H pawn.
Yeah, right.
Can we win A6 for sure though? After knight C5. Yeah, we should be in.
Yeah.
Just pin the knight, yeah.
Knight takes H2, I think, is required.
So what do you do after knight C5?
Oh, it's a knight F2 have on the board. King G2, I'm guessing. King G3 also is good. No, this is over.
Yeah.
I would go King G2 so that knight D3 I can take, right?
Well, I actually think
That's
King
fast.
G2 is very important, because if you go King G3, Knight D3 back,
Yeah.
Rook A6, Knight C5, Rook C6, and now I
then
have Rook
knight
C3
Or knight D4, right?
or Knight E4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So King G2 has to happen.
King G2 was a very good move
Or
by
King
Jesse.
H2.
Yeah. You know, it is funny at times that, you know, you get into this, I don't want to say momentum, where you start playing a whole series of great moves, and you've got the winning position. And then because you know you're winning, you let off, you let up, and then you play a whole series of second-rate moves, only to realize now I have to win the game all over again.
Yeah.
Right.
But we do have Kostya with Melik Khachiyan.
We'll keep this on the screen.
Excited to hear Grandmaster Melik Khachiyan, who just won his game against Igor Novikov. Melik, how would you feel about today's game?
Well, better than yesterday. I mean, day before. So finally, I played, more or less good quality game. I thought I haven't made too many mistakes, at least in this game. I thought the whole game I was pressing, and in my opinion, like knight a5 was kind of dubious. When he played, we can scroll down. So this is the first moment when knight a5 happened. I thought this is supposed to be like quite dubious. I was expecting something else. In fact, whenever you play the knight f6 system versus Grand Prix, it's really tricky. So I was quite happy here, and then. Yeah, I mean, after this, another key moment is knight d7. I don't know, Kostya. I was thinking here to debating between playing knight e4 and e takes d6 move. So I thought very, very promising to play knight e4. So I thought, I mean, if he goes for this kind of line, it's supposed to be. I'm sorry. I meant to take on c4 first, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
take on
taking, so
yeah.
take.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. This, and. I thought I have a bishop g5 move. I thought I have take on e5 and then. So I was trying to understand if I should play for this position. But honestly, the reason why I rejected, because I thought he might play something like b6. I don't know. Or even he can play something like this. I mean, obviously I'm better here, but then when I saw the line, pretty much forcing line, after the ED, I knew this is coming, and basically I still was checking. I knew he's going to play B6. He has to develop. And when I saw this idea to Queen H4, we're very much forcing him to go for the endgame. I thought, I mean, why to risk? So, I don't know. Yeah, this is supposed to be winning, right?
I think these tactics, were working for
right.
White.
Yeah, no, I calculated everything here, and I mean, Rook B7 the only move. Otherwise, I'm jumping on D7. Yeah, well, I think I just maybe inaccuracy by trading my knight. I don't know, Kostya. So I thought this is fine. You know, I was always thinking about something like F5 idea. I don't know if it works or not. Maybe right away F5, maybe G4, F5. But G4 he plays F5 himself, right? So I don't know. I thought this is supposed to be again not D8 checking E8. I didn't like it. And he's going to challenge my knight and play knight c6 and jump on the 2. I didn't like it. But I almost made a mistake right here. Yeah, I should be careful here. I should be playing like rook d8 right away. And meet king f7 by something like rook b8. And I forgot, I blundered here. I blundered rook king f7. I blundered the idea of rook pawn endgame. Yeah. And I don't know, is it f5 drawing or not? I wonder.
I don't know. We can check quickly.
I know I'm better, but I mean, but I thought he has a chance to play f5 and make a draw. But anyway, as soon as he didn't play move f5, when he played this, I thought this is Daggupati like winning. Yeah. After I played, I saw the plan in general. I saw the plan to go for h4 and g4 to create outside passer. Yeah. Oh my gosh, they made a mistake. So wow. So we're both making mistakes.
Yeah, engine always finds stuff, unfortunately.
But I just following my plan. I was trying to find the right version of playing g4 move. Because as soon as I play g4, I think game is supposed to be over.
Yeah. Well, Melik, very nice win. I know you have a big game against the leader, Akopian, coming up tomorrow.
Yeah.
How will you approach this game?
Well, I mean, we know each other like for many, many years, so I don't recall any like calm game. All of them crazy, so it's supposed to be fight tomorrow.
Very cool. I'll be looking forward to it, and thank you for coming in. Wish you the best luck.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
More craziness in store. Congratulations, Melik said. As we're watching this game between Jesse and Larry Christiansen wind down, the crazy part is we also have another game also, and that game of Jasmine, that may go on for quite the while as well. So
go for 2 hours.
Yes. By the way, f7, f5, and this was the move that Larry most definitely feared. Rook to d6. So the rook just steps aside out of the way of the a-pawn. The a-pawn is rushing. Larry's pawns are way behind. Like, he needs the pawn to be on g4 at least to be in any kind of a race. In the meanwhile, rook takes... comes with a tempo.
C5 probably.
Right, knight to c5. Probably we just step back with the rook, kind of keeping the knight under guard.
I think what he perhaps should hope for is try to advance his pawns and then sacrifice the knight for the a-pawn and then hope that he would be able to do something. Whoa.
Knight to b2. Knight to b.
Can I pin you?
Rook a2.
That looks like a natural move.
Pin it to win it.
Rook a2.
Rook c1 check, I guess, to get out of the pin.
But rook c1 finally wants... rook c1, and I guess he just wants to simply just keep on checking. Keep on checking.
Keep on checking.
But there's no more
King
checks.
f3.
Rook e2, rook to d2.
Oh, rook d2 is nice.
Yes. Rook e2, rook d2.
That's sorry. Thank you. That's
king f3, g5. And,
yeah. That kind of
more things to calculate.
Cobwebs.
So you have to go knight c4 right now.
Yeah.
But then knight c4, rook c6. You don't have any checks anymore.
And then a-pawn just promotes.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Yep.
That's it.
So we are expecting rook a2 at this moment. And after rook a2, the problem that Larry is facing is that check, king, Rook A1.
You have...
Okay. Not 100% sure about that one. Just a second. Rook A1. It means that we're still kicking, right? After knight C4.
That's right.
We've got knight E3 on tap.
There's going to be a check on D7.
Be careful.
Rook D3, maybe?
Let's give a check. Let's throw in the check.
Pardon me?
Let's
Throw
in
the
a
check and
right?
then push the pawn.
Check.
I mean, your check on E3 doesn't scare me that much.
And push.
Yes.
And check.
King G1.
And away I go.
No, not there. There you go knight G2 and you have the typical
I have
setup.
a perpet, sorry.
Yes. I have to go King G1.
King G1. Push. What?
4, A7.
A7.
Push.
I just promote.
Somehow I don't believe anything you're telling me, Yasser.
No.
I'll get a queen. Thank you very much.
Put your faith and trust in
If my
Her
king was on
Majesty.
E1, I understand.
I understand.
That would have been the checkmate.
Yep. Rook D7 check
It's
is the
about to
move.
be over after A6. By the way,
somebody mentioned you give up your knight.
You have to at some point, yes.
just
the
to
problem is
update
you're
you,
not giving up that knight that easily.
Jasmine was in trouble if Yasmin found the right move, H4. It would not have been that easy to draw after that.
Oh.
Don't believe the engine too much.
No, I went
But
far.
yes, that's true.
And more
That's
I
true.
added, more.
It's true.
More
So it's still
dangers
tricky.
were there.
Considering Jasmine has 1 minute and 40 seconds, mistakes
This one
are
is going
possible.
to go for a while. Yeah, there's still some pressure.
Yeah, for sure. Bishop E4, yeah. Okay. King E6.
Okay, we're...
So A6, he played king to E6.
You just go A7.
Why not?
A6. He went king E6?
King E6.
Is
Why
there
not?
any cheapos?
Let's get another queen.
Cheaper than A7? Knight B6 and Rook A6. No, not that. Not
Rook
that.
B7,
It was then King
Rook
D7.
But I liked your...
It's black to play.
Sorry, what?
Knight B6.
Knight B6.
And now
Rook
Rook
B7.
B7.
That's it.
That's it.
It's rook, knight A8, rook B8.
Yeah, guys, I'm keeping my eye on the
Yep.
other game, and
A7 on the board.
black is
A7.
playing for a win. Good chances.
Oh, certainly.
King takes... Larry's playing...
King D7. There's no perpetual, right? No queens on the board. Extra queen. There's no knight F3. Unlucky for
Hold
him.
on. There's a bishop.
why
Somehow on my screen, a
bishop
bishop
on
got
A8.
promoted.
No, definitely that's a queen.
Pretty sure that's not a bishop.
You know, if you look at the monitor
Mhm.
and you see a bishop on the screen, you would say to the arbiter, "Arbiter, my
There's a
opponent
resignation."
made a bishop."
Jesse
Oh,
wins his game.
big win there for Jesse. I want to go to the
Only
current
game left.
which is for the first place
Yes.
in the Junior Girls Championship.
And Jasmine has a tough. I mean, opposite
She's
card
been
bishop.
defending
Yeah, she's
for
been defending
ages.
for
Very
hours.
difficult. This is such a difficult endgame. Because at
'Cause
some
there's
point you
no
will get that
forcing
H4.
way of making
no.
a forced draw.
No.
No first draws. You just have to sit there and suffer. But it's getting more and more challenging because our king's on the last rank. There's always this checkmate tricks.
Well, the thing is,
Exactly.
I go bishop F3, and then I go bishop G4. And if
And
you
then king
don't stop me,
G3.
I go king G3.
Yeah.
And that's
And
a mate.
hello, that's a
You're
big
mating.
mating threat.
Well, if Yasmin takes down Jasmine, then we only have 2 players for the first place.
Absolutely, Rose
And Alice. And they
Lim.
have played each other, by the way. Remember Alice beat Rose in that draw position?
Ah, yes.
The crazy queen and rook endgame. But we
Funny you
have...
should mention Rose.
Kostya is with Rose Atwell.
Next time here with FM Rose Atwell, who just won her game against Iris Mu, is currently
Mm-hmm.
tied for first. Rose, how are you feeling?
Great. I'm happy to be tied for first.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll keep an eye on the Jasmine game, but tell us a bit of your thoughts on this game. How did it go for you?
It was crazy as usual. Like, in this position, I think I should be... Like, I'm up a pawn, but my king is so weak. Like, all these light squares, I was super worried. I was calculating, like, check or Like, okay, so in the game she did Queen G6, which is also good, I think.
Check. And here we were saying black could have just given a perpetual already, yeah?
Yeah, like with Queen E4. And I thought she should do that because I didn't really see much else for her to do. I mean, her king is not that safe either. I'm threatening mate in 1 right now. But okay, and here she could do the same perpetual.
Right.
But she didn't do that.
Plays Queen F5.
But like my king can go to C1 now, and I'm not really sure.
King's escaping. Yeah.
And then I'm a pawn. And then I can just take all her other pawns. Like I didn't understand why she did not take the draw, because she really has no attack.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes in the heat of the battle, players think, they need to play for the win.
I mean, we had the same number of points, and she also needed a win to, like, play for first, so I understand the sentiment.
Right. Well, now you're tied for first with Alice. Yeah. Jasmine may hold her game and join you guys, maybe not. How do you estimate your chances for final 3 rounds?
Well, we know Alice is good, but I hope I can at least finish in second. Like, even if Alice gets first, probably I should be able to finish in second. But I'll try my best to win.
And you've already played Alice, so she's not exactly your problem. You have 3 more games.
Yeah.
So you win all 3, no one can stop you either.
Yeah. Like, I want to win this tournament because I want to get in the U.S. Championship.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that's a huge goal, right? Well, we'll wish you the best of luck in your campaign. Throw it back to you guys.
Thank you, Kostya. Good luck, Rose, with your ambitions. Want to get into the women's championship? Absolutely. That's what we like to hear. A great goal. Jasmine, can she save this? Nasi, it's on you. And
I'm gonna
this last move check. She's setting up.
She might not save this because it's looking bad.
King F4 with the threat of mate and maybe picking up that pawn on
Now
E5.
I'll probably give you a check after King F4, right?
King F4. I've got.
You have to go Rook F8.
I've got this idea of check.
But sorry.
It's dangerous. Can I go Rook?
H4?
No, I think I'm just... Oh, Rook F8 check. You can't take on E5 yet.
That's the only
Thank you. A1.
Yeah.
How is the rook? Why is the rook not on C1?
B1, yeah.
B1, D2. I mean,
by the way, you can start with Rook A2 first.
King F4 on the board. So after Rook F8,
Rook A2
maybe.
first, and then maybe Rook to D2. Yeah,
and then
I see.
King F4.
Yeah, get your rook in the. Oh, okay. More moves have been made. I'm just going to refresh my board. No panic.
King F4 is played. Now Rook to F8 seems to be the one way to try to at
And
least hold on to that pawn.
With Bishop F5. After the check.
We wanted to keep that bishop on that beautiful square.
Well, she can come back, Just maneuver pieces back and forth and come back. Yeah.
Right.
There's no other move, right? If you want to.
Oh, she played Bishop F6.
Bishop F6?
Mate in 1.
Move.
She just blundered mate in 1.
Mate in 1 move alert.
Oh, no.
Unbelievable. Wow. Oh, no, you can see.
Oh, Jasmine is in
what just happened?
tears. Oh, chess is cruel.
She defended so bravely for 5.5 hours.
This is really heartbreaking to see.
Oh, truly.
And the game ends in one
move. One move. Just a complete blackout.
One blunder on move 85.
A blackout.
Wow,
And
she was defending so well.
6 hours of heartache. Oh.
Chess is absolutely, can be very cruel.
Yeah.
Brutal.
Brutal. That was what my friend Jeremy Silman said. Chess is cruel, then you die. I mean, it was like
very positive message.
Very positive. Oh, but that was terrible. Oh, you feel for Jasmine. She's played a wonderful tournament, but
this is likely still
this is the second
a
loss
draw.
running.
Yes, second
That was
loss in a
second
row.
loss. Jasmine had a great 3.5 out of 4, I think.
And then she lost 2 in a row.
That's
Yes.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
And it was drawing until that last moment?
Look, objectively,
okay.
sure.
Right.
It could be considered still a draw, but from a practical perspective, it's such a difficult position to
Always,
to equalize fully, right?
Right.
even in the worst case, we will get rook and bishop versus rook, and this is also a very difficult endgame to defend, especially with a low time control. So definitely a difficult moment for her, but we do have Kostya with a special guest.
Thanks, Christian. Here with Grandmaster Jesse Kraai, who just defeated Larry Christiansen. Jesse, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Yeah.
Let me ask, how does it feel to be playing the U.S. Senior, and it's your first time?
It's great. Recently, I've been having some really bad results with like weekend tournaments, playing a bunch of little Indian kids. They're cracking me, and I'm always exhausted 2 rounds a day, and so I feel like I'm well slept. And even though I've let some things go in this tournament, I just feel good, you know. And you know, I felt good about this game. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you share us some of the thoughts about your overall impressions on the game?
So I get to just play around, and do I get moved stuff?
You can
show
us.
This is fun. So, you know, there was a kind of a joke. I was talking to our friend Eugene Perlstein. It was like, if I played, he's played every opening against e4, so I could have done that. In the end, I just wanted to get something that I felt like I would know what position I would get, and I could kind of look at it beforehand. So I had like this position, kind of, let's call it in my prep. It's nothing special, but it's kind of annoying for black. He's got to fix the bishop on c8. And you know what I could tell? Like, Larry loves the initiative, and he was just very uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. And then I just ended up squeezing and squeezing. Once we got like, there was some really interesting positions. Like, I knew I was better, but let's say like around here. He plays this very provocative, like I thought knight e5 and I'm just a little better. Very provocative a6. And look what I did, Kostya. It says I thought 25 and a half minutes. Mm-hmm. That's not what you're supposed to do. I was calculating so much stuff, and he ended up playing this pretty quickly. And it was just really hairy. I felt I was better the whole time, but I wasn't entirely sure, you know. And so we get this thing, but he ended up going passive. And I don't know, I don't really have great advice for him, but it definitely, like by the time this goes down, I'm just fully in control. Right. Am I winning? I don't know, but it's just a really nice position. And then in the end, you know, the guy is a genius, and he kept finding little tricks to keep the game going. I did not see this coming at all, rook e4. Mm-hmm. And I don't think it works, but it's like he was sitting and sitting. He was like, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. I'm busting free. So I think this is winning from here. Was my technique great? I don't know. I certainly missed some resources that the guy had. But I felt I was really happy with like this whole thing here where I had to consolidate. And I ended up, you know, I found my way to this position. And I said to myself, this has got to be winning. Mm-hmm. But it was still hectic.
Still hard after this, right?
Yeah. And apparently, the DGT board was wrong. Let me just see if this is true. It says it promotes, you guys must have changed it, because before it said, Tony was saying it promoted to a bishop.
Yeah, it showed the bishop it was very strange. I saw you promote the queen. It was not ambiguous at all.
Right.
Congrats, Jesse, on this one. I know you had hopes of winning the tournament, but how would you assess your play overall?
Yeah, like I said, I feel good, and the 2 chances I missed, you know, first round and then against Novikov. But even then, I wouldn't be in the lead. Even then, you know, this Akopian's killing everybody, you know. So I'm trying to get the top native-born player.
Okay.
That's my goal.
Well, very cool. We'll wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Back here.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Kostya. Congratulations, Jesse. And what a final... what a round. Round 6 it was. I mean, incredible. Final thoughts as we close our show.
Yes, absolutely. We actually had matched the decisiveness of round 1. 12 out of 15 decisive games in this one, and I'm seeing the resurgence of certain players. Rose Atwell.
Right.
Alice Lee.
Right.
And Andrew Hung as well. 2 in a row for Andrew, and right now 1 point behind Christopher Yu. I have to say, Christopher Yu is playing really good chess so far. But still, plenty of rounds to go, plenty of fighting chess to be played.
Heartbreak for Jasmine here. I just
Last moment.
felt for her as just this moment of blindness. Of course, she has to play Rook F8 check. There's no question that she had in her mind that she was going to play Rook F8 check, followed by Bishop F6. She played it in the wrong move order, allowing mate and won.
That's just simply pressure.
And it was
the
just
pressure and the weight
complete
of the
blunder.
whole game.
Yeah.
And this
And
is
Here
the
she
5th hour,
realized-
6th hour of play.
Brutal.
And that's it.
Devastating loss.
And that was totally devastating because she could have had a share of first place if she had held it. Thrills, spills, and even chills. I was going to say, final thoughts belong to Kostya.
Thanks, Yasser. Yeah, I mean, absolute heartbreak from Jasmine there. She's been doing so well in the tournament. But now Alice Lee is leading this thing for the first time in the event. She's tied for first with Rose Atwell, 4 to 6 points for each of them, 3 rounds to go. It's funny, every one of these events, it heats up, then leaders established, and now it's back to just being very much wide open. But I think it's a great position for Alice to be in. She's finally leading. She's got 3 rounds to go, coming off of some nice victories. So this tournament seems to be in her hands going into the final 3 rounds. Yeah, it should be very, very interesting.
Thank you, Kostya.
What
We're
a
going to
day.
wrap it up. What a day it's been, Nasi.
Great day.
Christian.
Great day of chess.
Wow,
Yes.
12 out of 15. Hope you enjoyed the show. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. We'll see everybody tomorrow for round 7.
Thank you and have a good night.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.